观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 lpl.qq.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。嘿，来认识一下这位新队友，全新沉淀 CLA， 李宁英雄联盟泳池派对2025新品现已上市，上京东搜赛事预测，使用 AI 预测，助你赢1000元耳机。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶一口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。酷睿 Ultra 200HX AI 高净游戏本，游戏本的6边形战士。
欢迎来到2025英雄
Welcome in everyone. We'll let the teams hit the stage, and then we'll cast our last day of regular season here in the LPL.
JDG 主场进行，让我们有请双方对阵战队。首先欢迎微博 Gaming Tap Tap， 上单 Breeze， 打野天，中单小虎，下路 Light， 辅助 Crisp。欢迎北京 JDG Esports， 上单小徐，打野勋，中单 Scout， 下路 Haze， 辅助卓。LPL 第3赛段常规赛组内赛第7周第4日的第1场比赛 ，WBG Tap Tap 对阵北京 JDG 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Howdy everyone. Let's check on the cameras. Okay. Sound will be through in a minute. As you can see, I've got bug bites on my face, which are really annoying. Ugh, just the way of things, isn't it? Yeah, last day of regular season here, folks. We've managed to do another one somehow, some way, with your support and a bunch of sheer bloody mindedness. We have managed to somehow make our way through another LPL regular season here on our own little channel. Ain't that just the darndest thing? Into the draft. Good timing. So, first series of the day: JDG versus Weibo in JDG's home arena of Beijing. Second series of the day decides second place. got our last series of the split determining a top 2 spot, which is kind of insane. Bands coming through thick and fast. Pantheon band. A lot of our regulars coming in there too. Gwen is available. Gwen, Talia, Nymaera. Anything else? Trundle. There's 4 we thought of right there. Anything else? There's so much random OP stuff. It's not like there's 3 champions and then when one of them's banned, you... Yeah. Plus for this series, I don't believe it changes anything now. I don't believe it changes anything. No, indeed it doesn't. Yeah, these teams are locked into 5th and 6th. They know where they are. This is just for momentum. This is just for pride, for confidence. JDG, not gonna lie, they're gonna need a bunch of that. They should have performed so much better than the position that they're in. JDG in 6th. That is their worst regular season finish, as long as I can remember. I actually don't think they've finally finished below that in the time that I've been covering the league. I'm talking about that Nymaera being available before, no longer the case, was banned, the Wukong as well. Gwen available, Talia available. Talia is very good for both these mid laners, so you can see the value of taking that out. Xiao, who can go towards Orianna now, he's pretty happy with that. Trundle, of course, available too. You can go towards someone like Trundle Scion. And that's pretty good even in something like the Gwen. Yeah, Orianna locked in, as we said. Good matchup there for Xiao. When was the last time that JDG finished 6th or lower in LPL regular season? It has been a long time, I tell you. Were you live yesterday? We should have been live yesterday, yes. I believe we were. I was at an LEC meeting, so I was not on the stream, but Sam was. Orianna, Trundle. Now that's pretty good versus Talia, because Talia, you get hit by a Trundle pillar in the middle of a kind of an objective setup. Shockwave follows pretty soon after. Jarvan now good into the Orianna. It's a good trick for Shun as well. 2019 summer, the last time that JDG had such a worse result in regular season. There's 21 summer as well, actually. LPL 21. Finished 12th. Jeez. There you go. 21 summer. It's been 4 years. 4 years since JDG had such a poor result in regular season. Hey, so probably good to see you. Do you think JDG can take a game today? They looked horrid yesterday. Weibo are not a consistent team either. The term that we use for Weibo is consistently inconsistent. Doesn't matter who they change on the roster. Doesn't change who they face. It'll always round up showing you a different kind of gameplay, for better or worse. Gwen locked on 3rd. Alistair locked in, by the way. We talk about this quite a lot on the stream, but Alistair is very good into Trundle because he's the only tank that doesn't get resist stolen. Like, Trundle can shred away your armor and magic resist, but you can't shred away a Alistair ultimate. It's one which you don't have the facilities for that, big man.
Break my body!
Not man, spirit! I'm a spirit!
We still need to get that call off in game sometime. We tried.
Sam,
like
no, Sam. I tried. You did whatever the fuck you were doing at the time. I remember it, Sam. Being...
No, I know. I just couldn't get the
you just couldn't get the
flow right. No, I know.
All right, into the next part of the draft. Welcome in, Sam, as well. Okay. You are on the wrong side of the. Yeah. There you go. Wow. Sorry about that, but the chair must be sorted. And indeed it has been. So we were just talking about the Alistair and the value of it into the Trundle, because it's the one tank which doesn't have stuff taken away from it. Now, with that in mind, JDG, they could ban away Braum here, but I wonder whether they say, the enemy team say, you don't have engage. If you lock Braum, you're screwed anyway, because you can't start fights. So in that case, yeah, they ban the Nautilus and the Rakan instead, knowing that Crisp is unlikely to lock the Braum, because, well, they need engage.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tricky one to make happen. They could just go for the standard Corki Rel that's been here pretty much all year, bloody since the Corki rework. And that pairing has been one of the defaults. For a while, people tried running it into Callista when she was really Giga broke at the beginning of the year, and it was a bit miserable. But ever since, it's become a bit of a bot lane staple. Just be the Kai'Sa angle for Pays. He is a big Kai'Sa enjoyer, does play it quite well.
repositions quite well from stuff like Shockwave and the Trundle Pillar as well. You know, there's double melees on the other side. Kai'Sa can get away from one of them out of melee range onto someone more ranged on the other side. JDG, they are very much angling to dunk down on the Orianna. The Corki's a little bit more survivable because he has the Valkyrie, but they're looking to just gap close onto that backline. And of course, the Aurora really helps with that too. It's that follow-up damage, helping with that dive. If Orianna's out of position, JDG snap engage, they die.
Seems to be the idea. And again, you've got a lot of range to make that happen. A lot of globals between the Talia and the Kai'Sa ult, and then of course the snap engage you're talking about. It's very easy to make those plays happen on a very short notice. Last pick is required. Baiting a Poppy here, actually, currently, which would be potentially quite good here into a fair number of the dashes.
Okay, and it is snap engage, and you can go for stuff like the Trundle Poppy wall stun. You don't have great engage, though. Not really.
No.
So Weibo are going to have to play out objective setups well. They're going to have to play out macro well, because starting fights without that is really, really hard. The way that you're going to brute force a team fight in your favor is saying, well, we're at the objective first, come fighters. So keep an eye out for that in the game now.
Now, Alex.
Yes.
I have to warn you.
Yeah.
Yesterday, this series was really bad, Al.
Yeah, that bad?
Really bad. JDG looked, and I hate to say it, lifeless was the term I was going to use. And it was a very disappointing, anemic series from them. They looked very lackluster in the mid game. They weren't setting up around objectives very well. They didn't really look like they had a game plan. Some of their early invades were very poor. And so basically, once things went wrong in the first 10 minutes, they just kind of defaulted back to not doing all that much.
That was a great transition timing, folks. Did I know that was going to happen there at that point? No. Well, ish, but I didn't know about timing. It's all very good. Coach is going to fist bump. Folks, thank you so much for joining us in another weird and wonderful journey through the LPL in our last day of the regular split. JDG versus Weibo was played yesterday, but will be played again today because it was a game postponed by a typhoon earlier in the split. The same thing will happen with Invictus Gaming versus BLG, which should be our last game of the regular set, and that will determine a top 2 spot. Winner goes top 2. Lots to play for, watch out for that one. This one doesn't decide anything in terms of standings, but in terms of momentum, confidence, of course it means an awful lot.
It does. There's our skins for the day. We don't really get that in other leagues anymore. We do here in the LPL. We also get this usual look at the various Nexus turrets. Statuary for your eyes. Let's crowd yell for a second or two, shall we? So, yesterday, one of the complaints I had about JDG was lack of early priority. And then what the hell were you doing with your early games into not doing very much at all in general? So they had some okay defensive plays, managed to slide at Pays in particular, had some really good Lucian defensive moves to stop himself dying. But that wasn't winning the game. That wasn't using Lucian proactively. That wasn't doing anything good with it. They've got a little bit more proactivity, I think, here in this draft. But I do need to see them be a little bit less boring in the mid-game, Al, because it was boring stuff from them.
Oh, but the problem is, when I think about JDG's journey through this split, and sadly their slide down the standings from last split, of course they ended last split with a getting punted out of playoffs by WE, much like Top Esports, of course. WE took some great names in that last playoffs. JDG, when they've tried to not be boring, have sometimes just been poor at making those plays too. So it's a question, you understand how they got to that point of being boring, because I wonder whether they lost confidence in making plays because they weren't working when they made them happen. Particularly, I think of someone like Shun, actually, who I think has been trying to make aggressive plays and it's just not been working the way that it did on BLG.
If you want an example of that, there was a fantastic moment, I say fantastic, a really awful moment, where they went for a red buff and they, with no lane player, got collapsed on and gave up 3 kills, and then didn't do anything ever after.
And that's the kind of thing which you sometimes could get away with if Shun was in BLG or something like that. Now, the problem is actually now BLG are doing very similar things too, actually. But they'll occasionally go for something like that as well. Team synergy, cohesion, question for a lot of our LPL teams. 20% of the LPL league players, some coaches, changed between Split 2 and Split 3 of this year. 20%! 1 in 5 players. And of course some coaches in there too, changed across our region. Ridiculous if you think about that as a percentage, especially at that point in the year, because trying to scale up towards Worlds, stuff like that, it's the passive comes here to breathe. Owie. It's a very dangerous time of the year to make those changes, but if you think, okay, well, this is definitely not working. Oh, bloody hell, that's close.
Healing pot.
I was thinking, okay, well, he'll take a chunk, he'll have to teleport back, and indeed he will do, but it got bloody close there. But yeah, that tale about cohesion, about changes across the whole league, it's not unique to JDG, but I think they're one of the foremost teams about that. So I was saying this just before you came in. They've just had their worst regular season results since 2021 summer. In 4 years, they've not seen such a low result. Finishing 6th here in this one. They are used to excellence. That silver lining has tarnished, though.
It really has. Tien now finding his way into mid lane. Scout going to try and get his way over. The command attack in dissonance will slow Tien down despite getting that pillar down. And with Shun on the top side of the river, won't be able to find too much more than the chunk, but a chunk is found nonetheless.
So, yeah, that early game proactivity. We kind of wanted to see it here from Weibo, actually, this game, in some ways, right? I think that Weibo, they don't have the best ways to start fights as the game goes on. I would like to see them have strong laning phase. Obviously, Breathe, struggling with that into the Aurora matchup. Xiaoshu been dealing very well with Breathe by playing the Aurora into the Gwen so far. A matchup which some people have managed to use very effectively against the champion. Other people have somehow ended getting solo killed and, you know, having game run away from them.
Naming no names, obviously.
Yeah. I think when you look at JDG and you look at that top lane, that's where a lot of the hope has been found for JDG. I say those, they used to have a player called Hope. He's on anyone's legend now, folks. He's not here anymore. Hope is actually gone.
Hope is left.
Although, that being said, they replaced him with Ruler in 2023. That was pretty okay for them at that point.
Yeah.
I hear he was quite good at League of Legends, and JDG were quite good in 2023. No, potentially the best team of all time.
Genuinely pretty exceptional watch. As Scout is going to throw out a thread volley there. Did have a Jarvan running towards Orianna, but Xiao, who's got phase rush and just gets to go wee. I assume that's what people do when they proc phase rush.
Weibo made World Finals in 2023 after changing coach and jungler just before summer. They changed yeah, they did, because they changed out Casa in spring, and then in summer they changed that, yeah. That was in the 2-split system. In the 3-split system, of course, they did that in 24, and they made it to semi-finals for Tarzan. And came in as well. I'm sorry, no, that was way coming in for Casa, not Tarzan in 23. It was Tarzan in 24. And yeah, and that's absolutely worth calling out, and there are some bonuses to making changes if you think that a team is unsalvageable and you think we've reached our peak. However, the problem is, you're still taking a gamble. For every team like that, there is an FPX that's changed jungler a million times on us. An extreme example, that's why we're using it, you know, ad extremis. And so many teams like that. The LEC's having a similar problem right now. Dragon is being started, and it might actually get contested here.
Oh, yeah.
Shin's here in time.
Weaver's Wall comes on in, but pulverized light now potentially in danger. Has to flash over the wall before the trample can proc, and that just means it's Dragon to JDG. Good counter engage. The retake of the pit is solid, and they'll take the Dragon with it. Counter-Strike could use a thing or two about that one.
Yeah, trying to retake the pit. Weibo cannot. They should have brought themselves a better defuse kit. Xiaohu brought himself the travel size elixir of Wrath, pretty much, so he's got some extra AP right now. Does he want the Shockwave Scout on the way back to lane? Shockwave Scout back to lane. I'm in the Sean Connery Scout. Scout has walked back on the Trillia, back into his mid lane. Sean is getting engaged on in the jungle.
Got a license to kill as he tries to flash away, and they keep on training as Joel with the headbutt back towards Dean. Chris will heal himself. I don't quite know where he's going aside from being burned to his namesake. Between worlds comes it out. Heroic charge away. Hang on, they've got to keep flashing. He just gets to walk for a little bit longer until the threaded volley is directed correctly.
And it really doesn't help that Xiaohu put the ball onto him and whiffed the shockwave. The shockwave was whiffed in that play. While we were talking about the Sean Connery, the shockwave whiffed completely, and I don't know, JDG literally will die another day because they don't end up getting the shockwave onto them.
We got Xiaoshu, we've got Xiaohu. Can we have Xiao Connery?
Sean Connery.
Xiao Connery.
Oh god, if you hadn't guessed, folks, it has been a long regular split, and we are out of brain cells at this time. Like, gonna be shoving it in the spot side. Xiaoshu does not have himself a flash or an ult. That could be quite detrimental to his health.
Anything little here looks like his chance of survival. Hang on, Stiffness President just times out. The TP comes on through, and they go, yeah, absolutely not. Run away.
No, he goes invisible, and Chris can't get the clean wall stun. Chris didn't have flash himself. Even without the flash and the ult, gets himself out to safety. Make sure he doesn't position next to the wall important. Draw, getting a combo onto Tien.
Gets a flash again just from walking at him. Awkward resets, and Weibo getting a little bit caught out in this early game, I have to say.
Yeah, Weibo Just going a little bit too far beyond their safe bounds for now. Of course, it's just the 1 kill, but that 1 kill has gone over onto Scout's Talia, and his Talia, I think, has been his most consistent pick. Consistency is something which Scout has very, very much struggled to have in this split. From someone that has been, you know, world-renowned for so much of his career, I think this has been Scout's worst year of his career. And I don't and I don't think it's been close. I don't think it's been close. Scout, he's had some off games, some off series before. Rarely has he had 2 off splits back to back, or I suppose in this sense, like a spring and a summer. You know, the first 2 splits combined in such a poor way combined. I suppose you think towards last split, and actually he was a lot better until playoffs, and then he fell off. So there are some caveats there too, but seriously fallen off in a lot of ways. Grub's now started by JDG, holding position. Weibo again, they don't have the best ways to start fights. They can contest space pretty well with that shockwave. You see 1 Grub go away, and they'll likely take the 2 others.
You know, chatting about Scout falling off, another player we were having those conversations about not so long ago was Xiao. He was a point last summer when we were saying, this is it, he's done. He's not going to be playing again. He was playing so poorly, and now on Weibo, again, I don't think he's at world-beating form. He's not best mid in the league kind of form, but he certainly looks a lot less of a liability than he did not so long ago.
Yeah, comment in chat. Convinced that Zeka broke Scout mentally at 2022 Worlds. Of course, they lost in that 5-game series in quarterfinals on the RX run towards finals in their title. Is worth noting the entire team was ill during that quarterfinals. They had caught COVID, and that really... There is an asterisk there. I'm not going to deny, of course, it's a huge loss for them, and Scout, you know, beyond that point, he's not made it back to something like an MSI. He's been to Worlds in 23 and 24, bowed out in quarterfinals of both of those stages, and I wonder whether he'll make it even through into Worlds this time with the way that JDG are playing. The top 4 looks pretty locked, and both of these teams are not in that top 4. Interestingly, both of these teams have been to Worlds a bunch of times, obviously. JDG, when was the last time they missed Worlds? Well, last year, obviously. They missed it last year. But they've been to Worlds, you know, 22, 23, 24, yeah, in 22 and 23, of course. Been around for a long time now as a top LPL team. Weibo, of course, made World Finals in 23, semi-finals in 24.
In the most Weibo fashion possible, and then just went at absolutely giga into the finals, which was wonderful. Shockwave. Scout. Potentially in danger here, has to try and bide his time as the seismic shove his side away from. As a flash over the wall, and Shun with a wonderful counterpunch. The ambush predator is the deadliest.
Well, Sam, you were saying JDG, they were just a little bland, a little boring yesterday when they faced up against Weibo yesterday in their series. Looks like they've come with a little bit more firepower this time. Shun, his Jarvan's been something he's been confident in for years now. It's been one of his better comfort picks. Of course, played it even in the World Finals he was in last year on BLG. And, yeah, gets a great play there. Flashing over the wall, Cataclysm, Flag Drag to follow. And now Xiao, who does not have Flash, which means that play is much easier to make the next time. Jarvan doesn't need that Flash to reach them. Xiao, who definitely does need to use it to get out of the Cataclysm mode.
Yeah, he very much does. And, like, look, yesterday we saw things like Wukong from Shun, a specialty pick of his. He's one of the very many big Wukong players we've had in the league for years, and was just permanently on defensive duty, triaging the map, triaging himself. Got nothing done. Was on something like, in a 40-minute game, 9,000 damage, something like that. Very, very low numbers. And it was just like, he struggled to find a way to connect with the game. Wasn't counterpunching correctly. Was having to run away defensively. Now we're seeing some good counterpunches. Yes, only a couple moves early on in the game. But hey, 1-0-1 in a relatively stable early game, JDG. Definitely better.
Yeah, every role is even or ahead. Dragon is spawning. Weibo, again, they can't force fights that easily. Really starting to see that problem with their comp right now. The Poppy, technically great defensively, technically not great offensively when you need them as your primary engage.
Sure, if you've got people coming into you, more to be done as Weibo, I suspect. A little bit harder, as you said, on the proactive front, unless you find the mother of all heroic charge shockwave combos, which we've already seen flubbed.
Well, oh god, that was, yeah. That was a play of all time. Dragon being brute forced by JDG in terms of control of the spot side river. Assume they can go towards this again. And if you're walking up as Xiaohu now into a couple of extra wards, into some flanking threats, can just come dunk you. Weibo need to be very careful if they do want to contest. And I think with that in mind, actually, they say, look, lost control of the river. We're not going to try out anything here. Let's not walk into a losing fight. See, again, control of the river from JDG. Weibo need to be very careful about how they go into the spot river.
Very much do. Pays and Jaw waiting here for someone to step forward, and Chris was thinking about it, went, no. I also want to note, on that Poppy skin, the animations for the hair braids bobbling around is very good. I really enjoy that.
Also, worth noting yesterday is Tien reaches his 700th game.
Congratulations.
A world champion, an LPL champion, a very much a veteran face of the LPL now. 700 games. And yesterday, from what I was hearing, this guy was the face of that series, really. Regular season 10 was activated.
Yeah, he had a really good showing. He had some very good moments. That light 12 pretty solid. Time on the top side. Trying to buy some time is Xiao Shu, but unfortunately for them, there's a few too many needles, and the Ignite will do its work.
Weibo, they managed to find a play with the Poppy to give up the Dragon for this. 2 Dragons over to JDG, with some gold towards Breeze, who, hang on a second, Shun, can you get there in time? Xiaohu a little far away. No, can't quite make the play there. Maybe you did need the flash for that play, I suppose. Well, how's the ults?
Heal, temper, pulverize, timed into the killer instinct. Very nice combo.
Clean stuff. We were saying, oh, well, you know, maybe they needed the flash for Shun to ult. No, they don't. Xiaohu overstays a little too long in that side lane, and despite trying to run all the way back to base, Gore finds the play. Xiaohu goes down, and Weibo end up trading, I suppose, 1-for-1. Oh shit, Tien coming out of the brush.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Poppy's just been spotted by Duo. Scout will flash, got a phase rush. She's maybe saved. Flash for the Chomp, can't quite get the kill until the snips come on through, but now Breathe trapped under the turret will be going 1-for-1.
1-for-1. I don't even... Was that a shutdown? I'm not sure. 2-1-2. Potentially it was actually for Scout there, being so far ahead. Breathe now 700 gold ahead of Xiao Shu. Is going to be losing some farming time, though, because he died. Fantastic. That pays good damage on, so great pillar.
Pillar is wonderful. The barrier comes on down. Actually, now they get to walk towards this turret in mid. They've got a couple grubs, but Shun, the 1v3 is scary enough to get value there. Xiaohu turns up top side, didn't end up burning the shockwave bot side because, of course, he went down and just finds a solo kill.
Damn, good solo kill. I wonder whether JDG thought that the shockwave was on cooldown because the animation started, but obviously it doesn't count as going on cooldown unless it actually starts to deal with damage. It's not the same as all ults. Some of them, it's if you die partway through the cast, it still goes on cooldown. Not Orianna. Yeah, I was going to say, you know, just like clockwork, Weibo back in the game, because
that would have been quite good, yeah.
Quite good. I didn't think of that in time. Obviously, my
hold on to that?
my clock's running a little slow, apparently. Yeah. We can hold on to that, Sam.
Yeah, well, no, you guys, you didn't hear it.
You didn't hear that. What? Did hear what?
Exactly.
Yeah. So this is the play on bot side again. Both junglers hanging around the bot side of the map. Tien trying to find a quick pick out of Fog of War. Good W onto the shutback from Scout, and he gets the phase rush active, which then of course makes it a little bit harder to chase down for this kill. It means that they do have to trade one back instead.
557 there, so it does look like it was indeed a shutdown. Towards the Herald we go, JDG looking to right the wrongs for the last few moments. Support Weibo Gaming back within touching distance now. Only about 800 or so gold towards Weibo, towards JDG. So very playable gold difference. Tien's got the ball on top of them. Finding out the Herald.
They are. It's going to be a teleport for Xiao Shu. No, they don't have their Aurora to bring to the play. Technically means this could be a 5v4 if Breathe wanders his way over. JDG, they leash the Herald and don't get that much done with it. Breathe has been hitting mid lane turret with 2 grubs. Of course, the Gwen E. And he's just going to take first turret in mid lane.
Yeah.
JDG, that's a bad objective setup. They walk towards the Herald. They don't get to secure it. Xiao Shu doesn't come up to the play. Doesn't have teleport either. And we were just saying that Weibo needed to be the one to play objectives better. That one's a bit of a gift to them.
And this is a bit reminiscent of what we saw yesterday. I hate to say it. We hit the mid game. Things have gone a bit wrong. Maybe things have fallen apart a little bit. And suddenly the map moves started looking a little bit slower, a little bit too predictable. And bluntly, they just started giving up way more than they needed to.
Now, means that the gold lead back to even. Falls into what? Defending the vision line. Yes, good AD carry. You can do that too. It's not just the support's job. Weibo have the Herald now, and normally you chip the Herald into mid lane. Don't need to. Breathe killed that turret. I think it was very savvy of him to move up towards mid lane, threaten the fight, but also threaten the tower as well. Scout doesn't have flash. Does he feel like he's safe enough to walk up here? Yeah, he does. No one's gonna go and interrupt him this time. The Weibo, they have a Herald now to use on a side lane out of turret, which is not typically where we see them now.
Shu now trying to get his way towards a bit more relevancy again, as sort of let Breathe quietly get into this very scary spot. He's about 1,000 gold up now with that shutdown with that turret. The Riftmaker and building towards a Nash's 2 seconds. Teller goes on to Shun. Shun will flag and drag out. And again, some of the invades yesterday from Shun and the bot lane were not it. We'll pull away from that one before it goes wrong this time around.
Especially because Dragon's spawning now. JDG, we said, look, your objective setup wasn't great around the Herald. This will get you 3rd Dragon. That is, I really like the phrase that Finn used on LEC the other day. 3rd Dragon is a threat. Let's see if JDG can make that threat.
Certainly looking looking to ink it out right now. The missive is delivered. You're left at about half HP. Herald summoned. Have we got a battle Herald, Alex?
Perhaps we do. I mean, doing that in front of a Talia is certainly a choice. Do they want to go to... No, they're just... Okay, that is a useless Herald. Come on, folks. It's going to go towards mid lane anyway. JDG not going to interrupt that for reasons. They just let it pass without even hitting the eye. Questionable plays!
Flash on it, but there's the keeper's verdict. Crisp ends up dying anyway to the Acanthian Ray. What am I witnessing? Joe on the front line will trade out for support. 2k HP into the Dragon Pit. Jarvan steals it. Cataclysm flash away. Tien low is scout finds an angle over the wall. In comes the weirding to chug out a few more members, and they just back away. JDG gets away with it. Just
but Shockwave going up the scout as well. He does have flash this time, and Light flashes away in turn. Don't ask me what I'm witnessing, folks. Be like jumping forward to get onto Pei Xiaoshu, looking for the shotgun, misses.
Snips, come on down, breathe with the hallowed mist, can keep on snipping, gets an extra auto, can't quite get in range despite the ghost rolling, and ends up getting a redemption, and
I don't know.
Soul point secured.
Yeah, through some black magic, Sam, through some voodoo. That was not normally League of Legends. Someone check him PC. Is not normal. All right, so initial play comes through. Poppy ult trying to shunt someone out of the play where they get engaged on someone else. All it ends up doing is, you know, CCing himself as he winds up that hammer thing. Duo does go down, so both supports go down, but you still have an extra engaged threat of the Jarvan if you need it. So he steals the dragon. Ends up somehow getting out of the play using that flash too. Tien, not tanky. There's not really that much tank stats to steal on the other side of things with the subjugates, and it doesn't help him there. Weibo lose the dragon, arguably lose the fight, left a little bit with egg in the face.
Yeah, they do. They will turn up topside with a couple grubs and Trundle, who does have Trinity Force, so while he's not tanky right now, does bonk things real well.
Yeah, towers are #1 enemy. #1 op there. Oh, the ops are full of brickwork today. Yes, the ops. That's another op down.
Yes. In the op block jungle, equalize, no rumble.
Look at how useless Trundle is. The thing is, Trundle, when there's no engage on your team, feels a lot worse. Now, you can do stuff like Trundle Pillar into Shockwave, but yeah, Trundle has been incredibly good this split. And feels like this champion has been just ever present in all of our drafts, but doesn't mean he's infallible. He doesn't do everything. He's not going to be able to lead the engage himself, and right there, you see when you don't have tank stats to steal, he does lose a lot of value.
He does. Trundle. Keying in actually is Xiaoxiu. I want to talk about Trundle. No point doing that right now as we are getting the Weaver's Wall coming on down. They're going to try and rush this. It's going down pretty damn fast actually.
That is Weibo. Can they find themselves away? And again, their engage is not good. They don't even have Orianna here. It's going to go down without them.
They can try again. That's a decent keeper's verdict. He steals it. No, he doesn't. Good idea though. JDG secure that one just fine, and they'll be able to get back out of there just fine. I got a little bit lost in the play for a second. Excuse me.
The kill field was all blue. It's the blue team.
Oh, I got pace in the backside. A Cathy Rain passive rolling auto, and breathes down.
Hayes is on a bit of a montage play here, jumping onto Tien, who is not tanky. Cataclysm onto the Orianna as the fight continues.
JDG just turn on the afterburners. Pulled out of the flag and drag is shunned by the Shockwave, but that's literally it. That's the one small win you get. Your Orianna doesn't die.
And that is, yeah, it's not even a silver lining. It's, oh, Scout flashing forwards.
And he lands it.
Lands it, Xiao who goes down, and Orianna 1 and 3 at 1.6k behind. Yesterday, JDG looked lifeless. I think it's Weibo's turn to do that now. Walking up to objectives, not knowing what to do about them. Get another kill under turret as Chris falls. Mid lane out of turret will be taken. Atakan was taken. They're on soul point. JDG, a much better game than yesterday.
It's a really good Atakan take. They burned through it so fast and just got no option to get in the triple knockup.
Triple knockups there. The Weaver's Wall stops them from entering as quickly as well, and then they're still in position to fight afterwards. No, Hayes tags a W onto the mid blast on Gwen. Breathe can't even sidestep because he's stuck in the air. Self-CC'd by the blast cone, and Pace takes him down.
And the fight commences afterwards. They're trying to get on top of the Gromp, and Tien, as he said, he's just not tanky. He's just not. He's still only on those moon plates. He's only got a full dead max.
And it's not like there's an Ornn or a Scion or anything like that to steal stats from on the other side. Trundle, this is why we see Trundle picked with a tank as well, when you pick him with a Scion or an Ornn, because it means that he doesn't have to just solo frontline. Then Scout ends up getting the kill onto Xiao. He means there's no wave clear, opens up the mid lane turret. Strong series of play for JDG, and now they've got a potential soul point in a minute. The Elves just don't stop coming for Weibo. They've got to find a way to fight back.
75% on chance to win statistically. I think that might be underselling it a little bit, honestly. 30 seconds until Dragon. JDG are very much in command of the river right now.
75%. Well, you know, it accounts for a little bit of an LPL throw here or there. We have them. That being said, the Adakant's gone. I mean,
Yeah,
so that's
the Intercant's not there.
Normally where we end up losing those kind of games. Weibo trying to brute force their way into the bot side of the map, but you see JDG, they're very happy to just occasionally, you know, threaten the engagement. Shin on the flank. Flags there. Chance of, you know, the W's coming through from Hayes. Scout looking for things as well.
There's a greed comes. Chris goes to try and find a wall on the shockwave after it's solid enough, but over the wall goes Pace with the killer engine. Now Breen is in danger. No Halibut to win it. Galcian rains. It damn well pours. And the rainstorm will commence as Weibo Gaming get washed away. There's a Blade Runner reference in there for those who want to try hard enough, but right now the only blade being run is across Weibo's throats.
Yeah, the games today were delayed by a typhoon, but welcome to Hurricane Pays. 5-0-3. Mopping up these plays on the Kai'Sa. Dragon goes down. Infernal Soul and Weibo have been wind blasted away from the Rift.
Hurricane, I think he's built Rageblade second, mate.
Oh, yeah, but it's got... hey, I'm just saying, there's a Zeal in there. There is actually a Zeal. I looked
oh my god, you might be right.
I actually could be right, Sam. We shall see. Look, the Wall Stun does land onto Scout, but they get... that is the limit of their engagement. That's all they get. Come out onto the map. Trundle's dead again, by the way. Tien has died a death.
Another passive. Pace gets another. And they back away. The TPs come rolling on through, but to what end? We've got Baron spawning in a minute. We've got Jungler down with no flashes and Trundle. How do you get into the pit now, especially if they kill the blast cone? It's done.
I gotta call this out from Castle. Pays using WASD early on lead. I don't know, man. This guy's gliding. This guy is really gliding. I don't know if you played on the WASD, by the way. I'm not gonna lie. I was always better at using that than I was at keyboard mouse for movement, because I was a huge Binding of Isaac player. So WASD is like my home ground, really. Flash forward. He did use the flash forward. God damn the damage. What's he okay, now what is he gonna build as his third item? No,
it's not a Hurricane, is it, Alex?
Okay, well, the winds have died down, and we have some spooky season instead. No longer a Hurricane, a Poltergeist instead.
You're like, I keep thinking about these series I should have won. The game ones, the game twos. Is it just a phantom series win?
Or that. Or it is Fate Stay Night, the noble phantom dancer.
Yeah.
The noble phantasm, yeah.
Excalibur Phantom Dancer. Doesn't really work, Alf.
No, and also for anyone who has no context on that, it's made it even worse, Sam. At least if you say Excalibur, you vaguely know what's happened with that.
Okay, well that wasn't the point, was it? It was a niche reference which I was pushing far too far. That was the whole idea, Alex.
We'll workshop it, Sam. Scouts will put it back onto the map.
The unlimited blade works?
Yeah.
Sure.
Hey, well, he's got himself a ton of different swords in inventory. JDG pushing out on the full court press now. Weibo completely put into their own side of the map.
A really scary Aurora angle, I'm just saying. Across the Bell, Light's in so much danger. Gets weirdings. Twofold Hex, Spirit Abjuration is stacking. Light survives, but is not really a part of this play anymore. Has to run away as Weibo now forced to retreat back towards their base. As Xiaoshu's just threatening the mid lane.
Xiaoshu tried to flash for that kill, couldn't quite manage to get it. Uses the summoner. That Infernal Soul does a lot of work. He's just used his hop.
I think he might actually be dead here. He's going to get a buddy hop to, I guess, the grave and goes down.
Yeah, needed to save something to get over the pillar. Was afraid of Tien walking forwards. Not afraid enough. Hayes does have the Infernal Soul and ult. If someone walks up too close, does them very quick. We just saw them just before that. So there is going to be a kill onto Xiaoshu and none found for JDG on the other side. A bit of a failed play. Baron is available. Weibo, they are really just hoping that the game somehow extends to a freak Elder Steel. That's all they can hope for now. This game's so far out of their control.
Take a breath, folks. Look on your screen. You'll notice a giant purple monstrosity from the void that has somehow landed an ability, and I won't make any further comment. And we'll go and look at that being a serious part of what we do next, guillotine style.
I'm just saying, Dune did it better.
The Baron buffs must flow.
Everyone starts stumping the rift, trying to summon Baron Nashor. As we see
throat singing.
What are they called again?
Saduka.
No, that's the worms themselves. Anyway, whatever.
Shai Hulud.
See if they can find the golden path to victory. Flashes away from the engage of JDG.
Gonna try and find that. I was trying to do the noise when the Shai Hulud comes up and they have the music from Hans Zimmer. Best I had. I think it ended up being more Wonder Woman than.
Yes. It's it. Weibo gonna get chased out of their own jungle now. JDG again trying to return back towards that.
Weibo Gaming, no.
What?
I'm making Wonder Woman references. Really
Oh, right.
But we don't
yeah.
have Kyle playing, so I can't do.
Oh my god, yeah. No, I get it now, Sam. I'm just like taking like a solid 5 seconds to get onto whatever track you're on right now. Baron was started, flick back onto the Trundle. Trundle's dead.
He is indeed. The train comes off whatever rails we were on, and they were looking a bit rickety to begin with.
Oh.
Nice big shove. And Chris will go down to the threaded volley afterwards. The redemption comes on through, but what are you redeeming? A dead corpse.
A little bit. JDG looking for revenge in this series. Does this matter for the standings? No. JDG and Weibo are locked into their positions. Perhaps a little bit of revenge, a little bit of confidence for JDG could be regained through another game like this. This one has been really, really solid. Baron secured. Elder will be up in probably, what, 2-3 minutes now at this point? In fact, there you go, just over a minute. JDG will reset, push out on the map, and Weibo, they are just hoping for a Freak Elder steal.
Again, considering how tepid JDG were yesterday, and that is the term. Uninspired early games, poor mid games. Questionable objective setup, all of those things. Shun and Scout struggling to find angles. Scout in particular wasn't pretty and just very uncoordinated. Today, this game, it's been much better from JDG, particularly that sequence around Atacon was very well done. And now they're in firm command to win this game. Yes, we've had issues with Weibo's draft, but on top of that, the play's also just been better for JDG today.
Weibo not even going to be given a long shot at this dragon. What JDG is going to do is likely hold 1 or 2 people in the bot side jungle, holding Weibo at arm's length, and everyone else is going to go towards the dragon itself for 30 seconds. And hang on a second. Okay, that is not the case, actually. Weibo have just killed the damn Aurora, and now they're in a 4v4. Oh my god, JDG, surely not. You've just lost an important member before the Baron. 5v4, Weibo still have ults available.
Light's starting to shoot Jewel. There's a redemption coming on down, but he's nearly dead as well, actually. Second redemption to chunk him right back where he was beforehand, and you've just lost one member, and the other go down to 10%.
Light's got... I mean, it's all on Paze now, I think. Paze has to do the damage. He might be able to jump onto Light here. Elder has started. Weibo must finish this before the members come back. Alistair coming out of base. Xiaoshu still dead.
Jing Dong just Jing Dong's all over it. I think they might have done. Down to 7,000 HP.
Oh my god! Going down to 5k. Is might come in for a steal from Shun.
Away. Wonderful keepers. That will be Elder now. Paze are going to try and run away. They get the bounty. Away from Gaming, pick on Xiaoshu, who's not had a great mid to late.
Oh, ridiculous. Look, Xiaoshu has been JDG's best player in this split. He has arguably been their worst player in this game, though. He's died a couple of times in unexpected positions, and Weibo get themselves a Freak Elder in the late game. What happens? He's walking over the scuttle there. Just didn't expect the bush bait. It's a good old death bush. It's a good old death bush. He ends up trying to save himself with his ultimate. Gets caught by so much damage anyway. It doesn't matter that he hops back there. He would have probably died anyway. Goes down, and suddenly now Weibo have a couple of minutes of Elder to try and retake some stuff on the map. That is scary for JDG.
Again, it's still an Infernal Drag, Atacon, all these things, but that was not fantastic, I think it is fair to say. Now Weibo start a little wave down mid lane. Xiaoshu want to try to flank angle to throw out the...
Hey, the flangle is a very relevant term that we've been using for many years of our career, Sam.
What about a flankant?
A flankant is when the flank does not become a flank and it just ends up becoming, one part of a fight.
Well, what do you call multiple flangles? Like, are they flangles or flangolese?
Flangulation.
A flangulation. That sounds a little bit...
No,
dubious.
no, it's completely fine, Sam.
Is it?
Oh, it's an accepted scientific term. Thought you know this is a professional league caster.
Well, it's when you get all the lanes pushed, by themselves. It's auto lane plus flangulation.
What?
Don't worry about it.
That was a syllable, Sam. What are you talking about? That's not a term at all. Paze over the wall, looking for the Infernal Soul. Mind you, JDG do still have that Infernal Soul, and they'll have that for the rest of the game. The Elder's only here for another minute. See some decent damage coming through from Paze, but he doesn't have the AP upgrade for that continual poke.
Mine's telling him no. But a body also telling him no currently.
Yeah, Bria trying to get this tower down on the top side, get damage on, so of course has the grasp from the Gwen. It's a more common build. Takes up half their tower HP in one wave. Weibo will be able to take this tower and take some gold back. You're running out of ideas, Sam. You're out of creative juice since the flangulation.
No, I'm not really wanting to deal with flangulation anymore, Alex, to be honest.
Yeah.
I was thinking of fun things potentially to say, and I'm just not a very fun person at the moment, Al.
Just all do that for free. man gets up late as I've got up, but I've stove. You know how people used to slave away at the stove and doing blah blah. I did that at the PC, getting the stream set up. I made my own coffee this morning. It's a horror show, folks. Sam's stomach is like, oh, I'm not feeling well. You got me ill, Sam. I'm ill as well.
I woke up early and I went and like to go clear my nasal cavities.
Oh, that's disgusting.
You're so welcome, chat.
Thanks, Sam. That's just disgusting.
Yeah, you
all right. Barrett is up in a minute. Elder is up in 3, so we have a desync of the major objectives. Elder has fallen off, so JDG are strictly the stronger team again. Xiaohu is at 32 minutes and doesn't have a third item. He doesn't have that death cap. He went for a Tome instead of, I guess he just wanted an immediate path or something. Didn't have the gold for the death cap itself. Light's gone for a bruise rebuild with the Shojin. Has a Hex Drinker as well, wanting to be a little bit less assassinatable. That's a word. It is a word now. Weibo, yeah. They're still fighting down from a ridiculous amount of power onto JDG. The Elder, even the playing field.
I think I'm just going to type that in all chat every time I play Evelyn now. Looking submissive and assassinatable every time I sort of see an carry.
Well, I mean, yeah, this is the thing. I use this term for, like, looking, weak side and diveable.
Yeah, weak side and diveable, yep.
See, that one works, because that's actually something which you might arguably say in a game. All right, the special hat has come through for Xiaohu as well now. He's earned that by getting to this point in the game. Congratulations, like getting a diploma. Breathe has that as well on the death cap on the Gwen, 2,000 gold up. Breathe on the Gwen can carry fights.
Yes.
End of the day, JDG don't have the biggest tanks themselves. Breathe is going to destroy this backline if it gets good enough angle. Flash away for Xiaohu. That's not a good summoner to be blowing.
I'm not running a podcast by J. Joe to J7. And the end of the J have to be a cool concept that Marvel will steal from us at another time. River, though, is very much JDG's terrain right now. Jaw will headbutt pulverize into Breathe, who's very swift to the Hallow Miss. Gets a bit of a jump back. Shun threatening here on the other side. Will flag and drag. Breathe, who goes golden, but is already half HP. The double knockup. It's a travesty, and they lose their 2,000 gold lead. Remember, all the while Payne to the backside is just gliding. It's a triple for Shun. He'll get the quadra. Pays takes his token kill, but it is still a solid old fight from this Jarvan.
Well, there was a jungle diff yesterday to Tien. Shun wants to even up the score. 2 series in 2 days between these teams. Does it matter to the standings? No, but it'll matter for pride, for confidence and momentum going into playoffs. JDG take game 1.
Nexus secured. JDG, it is night and day compared to yesterday. What 24 hours will do to a man, apparently. Hello, folks. Brothers Hapgood here to bring you all things LPL. All things LPL. And we're like magic 8 balls for the LPL. Also do casting.
Don't shake us. We won't say random things. What do you got for me?
Flangulation.
Oh wow, that's what it comes out of the 8 ball now. Anyway, my name is Nymaera, this is Initialise with Brothers, and we cast the LPL on this stream. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore. I was on the LPL official broadcast before it met an untimely death at the hands of the esports industry. This is another regular season we've ended up completing. We've done so for the last 2 years. We started last year when half the games weren't broadcast, and we've carried on to this game now. None of the league is broadcast as well. And we're not paid to do this. We are only able to do this through your continued support. So if you can, of course, keep liking, watching, commenting, subscribing, and just having a good time. Obviously, it means a lot of difference. It makes a lot of difference to us. And if you can donate through the Ko-fi link and some of the links that we have in our chat as well, we have a partnership with League Mastery, which is a coaching site with a ton of different guides. And we'll even have a guide to casting on there as well, which will genuinely have industry-relevant, Riot-relevant advice as well, because of course we've worked with those, worked with them for an awful long time, and hopefully you can get something out of that as well. We're going to go on a quick break, and we'll watch some of those highlights. Back after that, I'm going to take a quick break myself now, because I do need to just get another coffee and go to the toilet real quick. But thank you everyone for watching in, and
I'll look after you, chat.
A dangerous prospect. Uncle Sam.
Yeah, no, I need you to subscribe to the channel and donate to the Ko-fi link. That's what I need you to do. I'm just not going to do it in Stars and Stripes because that would be very silly. I'm not American enough for that. Namely because I'm not American at all. Shun Pei's making it happen. Yeah, it was a very good game from Shun Pei. I think... Who would I give MVP to? I'm trying to think. It's got to be Shun or Pays. I think probably shouldn't. So I think Pays would be perfectly fine. I'm imagining a split vote. Pays had some very stylish plays, but I think Shun was more important to the game being won. If that makes sense. Though that breathe kill was really clean. Oh, I don't know. I'm struggling here. Hey, TFC. Good to see you. Thanks for the follows, guys. Glad to have you in here. When does Pro Play update their patch? Is it, So, it's a bit weird for LPL, because basically every team needs to play the, like the same stage on the... I'm trying to remember exactly how it works. Because basically there's a certain, like, there are break points when you can change the patch. But these days it's supposed to be on patch launch, effectively. Everyone's kind of moving to immediate patches, sort of. But there is a sort of break point. So, like, it won't change mid-weekend, basically, say in LEC, right? Because you need to ensure that everyone's played the same weekend on the same game. Plus you want to play PCs and stuff, games between days and stuff. But it ensures, like, everyone's playing the same stage at the same point, basically. Not quite sure when the breakpoint is, but it does update a lot more regularly than it used to. Oh, I need to drop for Betty to refer to YouTube for draft secrets. Super fat. Every PMT is 0 per Ultra Prime if I'm in there. It's very true, Night Frogs. Very true. Who's got pumpkin soup? Oh my days. Oh, Jay's got pumpkin soup. Very nice. This was the moment where I went very wrong. But basically, Breathe is about to go across here to try and threaten Shun and just gets blasted. Yeah, like, that's just not fun. And immediately, Jewel gets over the wall, double pulverized on the very edge, both ends of it. It's like, that's very nice. Pays flashes the shockwave. Helps get a load more. Shun's going to be very annoyed he didn't get the pentakill. You do have to fly over to Australia for it. I mean, well... Keeps them hot. I'll be there in about 12 hours. Actually, significantly longer. It's like a 27-ish hour journey with layovers. I don't think we do direct flights from Berlin to Australia, so it would have to be like a transfer at Singapore airport or whatever. Gwen is not immune to getting her face kicked in. Yeah. Shun gets it. I think that's probably fair, isn't it? I think that's probably fair. can I just say I'm really enjoying the fact that everyone seems to be using the Fnatic J4 skin. It is pretty cool. It is pretty cool. Season 1 World Champions from Freak's Basement. There's the MVP. Couple, interestingly, one for mid. I mean, Scout was good. I'm not sure about the vote for top lane. Xiaoshu nearly entered that game. Who gave a top lane vote? Chinese viewers voted for Xiaoshu. How was his game? He nearly entered the game. Yeah, it's close to live, Castle. That's exactly it. That's where the patches normally are these days. Welcome back.
Okay, it's horse time.
Oh, you run some ads.
You didn't run them already?
Oh, I was waiting for the MVP stuff to be done.
Oh, sorry about that. But now people are gonna have ads over my Oh, by the way, folks, I have a huge announcement on Horse Game, folks. I fucking won my Champions meet. I don't know how I did it, but I won it. So I won the Taurus Cup. Yeah. I don't know how, but I did. So yeah, that's a thing. So I won the the graded like Group A finals. So I am a Taurus Cup champion, which is really cool. I did not expect that at all. Actually, can I get a video of it? I didn't. So I couldn't save the replay of it from the actual thing. I was in Group A. I won the Group A finals. Yeah, I won the Group A graded finals. So I got like the highest rank of. So I'm a Taurus Cup champion. I got the platinum title and everything. Sure, you can download whatever the hell you need. Okay, baby girl, you can download whatever the hell you want. Just take the credit card and go. Amazing, exactly. Okay, so yeah, I can show you in fact. There you go, Taurus Platinum. There you go. You can see that? Taurus Platinum. There it is. Have you also seen the very objectionable take about the shy that I sent in the cord? I can't remember. You can celebrate some pumpkin soup I made. I could go for some pumpkin soup right now. I'm not normally a pumpkin soup haver, but okay. What's your questionable the shy take? Where is it? Where did you put it? What is this? Most recent mention in League Match. Wait, did you tag me in it? If you tag. Oh, I see it, yeah. If you've got time, can I have your genuine reaction to this try not to laugh challenge? Okay, let's have a look. Okay, I think every top laner other than the Shy and Keen has champ pool issues. Who is this? You can only I don't know who you're talking about. All of this. You can also he can only play 3 champions if you observe his playing. This is about Bin. Anytime he doesn't go on Sion, Gwen, and Ambassador, his win rate goes down to the bin. Just saying. Of course, we all know that he can play a lot of other champs like on Rumble, Aurora, Jax. The champ pool issues, my comment. Oh, so you're just saying that other players besides the Shy and Keen have champion pool issues? I mean, it depends to what level, right? Because if you're saying like world-class champion levels, well, Keen's obviously up there. I mean, Doran's not got bad ones, right? I think that, look, I do think that the Shy has a lot of stuff which they can bring out, which is kind of insane. Do I have a replay of that? I don't think I have a replay. I might be able... Hang on. I might actually be able to find a replay of it. I think I can find a replay. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go find a replay. It'll be on my Discord somewhere. Whippo would like a word with you. This is the thing. Like, if you talk about top tier top lanes, there are people definitely that have, like, look, there are people that have, you know, crazy champion pools, but are they, like, world caliber with it? I think that Whippo is. Obviously, Broken Blade's got a lot of random shit, too. Then the problem is about meta champion stuff, like, in regards to that, too, because, you know, not all champions are created equal. I'm just gonna quickly go through one of these, so this is just on cooldown, and then I'll. By the way, I was so lucky in my finals. I'll explain to you why, but that's not very many points. I need a better TM Pro. So I'd really like to roll Marazansky at some point, or something like that. Oh, it's Flandra's birthday today? Congrats, well, happy birthday, Flandra. Okay, let me go find this video, because it is somewhere. Gaming, where are you? Where are they? There we go. Can I open this somewhere? Message link. Can I open this somewhere? Can I open this somewhere? How do I do that? No, I can't. Huh. Oh, maybe I can just do it from this then. Maybe that's the play. Hang on, maybe that's just the play. Hang on, one sec, folks. 1 second. Okay, right. One sec. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do this like in a very specific way. Look, we're getting into draft, but I will show you this. I want to show you this. Where is this? Window capture, create new. This one, there we go. Oh my god, it's so large. Like this is my champions run. So this is my Group A finals. So a couple of important things to like note from this. So I come in as like, wait, does this show at the start? Yeah, so you can see that I'm 4th favorite here. Technically, there's a strictly better augury cap than mine. However, I get super lucky. So there's no front runner in this race. What that means is that one of the pace chasers becomes the front runner. Mine just so happens to do that. So this is mine here. I'm also on outer post, which means I get outer post proficiency. I was running that for this and it worked pretty well. Look, I guess I'll have to show this after, folks. I'll have to show this after, but we shall get into that in 0 time. Into the draft we go. Okay, it took me a while to set that up, but I do at least have the video. Alrighty, so luck is a skill too somehow. Well, that's what they say in the anime itself. You're gonna have 3 things. You have to have talent, you have to work hard, and you have to be lucky. That's how you get success. That's how you become the best in the world. Talent, luck, and hard work. All 3 of them. You do need all of them. And I think that honestly that applies to so much of life. Like, it's not enough to just be talented. You also need to work hard. And honestly, with either of those things, you also need to be, you know, savvy enough to put yourself in the right position. I will say there's some great quotes about, who's that Olympian? No, was it a basketball player? Saying, the harder I work, the luckier I get. That happens too. So there's a bit of both. That being said, sometimes you do need that lucky break. I got a lucky break a couple of times in my career, right? You know, I ended up doing a university event with a guy that recommended to the LEC, and that's how I ended up becoming a tier 1 caster. Ex-Scoundrel. I did UE Masters with him. I'm sure many other players and stuff like that have had their own experiences with that too. 120 streamed streak, Angie, are you kidding me? Hello. How's it going, my love? You alright? You're right. Right, first pick of Weibo JDG. Game 2. Well, Gwen's gone, Yunara's gone, Varus is gone, Talia's gone, Wukong is up, but there's no Annie for it. It's the Ryze first pick. Not a common first pick, but between these mid laners, wait, why is United so bad? That's a great question. I was laughing my head off seeing them lose 11-12 on penalties. The goalkeeper was like, oh, I'm half fuming because I'm a Man U fan. They lost to a League 4 team. What's happening there, folks? The whole roster was 3.1 million. There's a player on Man United who's on double the goddamn transfer cost of the entire team of Grimsby. Anyway, English football stuff aside, Wukong locked in for JDG. Galio can follow the rise, does okay in terms of laning phase, does okay in terms of side laning too, importantly. It's okay, like it's not a winning side lane, but it's fine enough. Get yourself a little bit of give yourself a little bit of wave clear, and you're normally okay.
Why are we going towards
Because we've Galio ulted down into the southern hemisphere.
So like the word "struth" is on the tip of my
Struth. Oh shit. Scion locks in for Weibo. There's no Trundle now to be the anti-tank, and the Gwen, of course, as well. Not this again. What do you mean?
Come and play again, don't we?
Gotta get Ben Smith. Yeah. Because Ben Smith was a really good rugby player, so you'd hear his name all the time.
Ben Carter as well, of course.
Ben Carter.
Yeah, Carter. Yeah.
Oh no, that's more Australian.
Yeah, Carter. Yeah, he's a bit too open.
So Mavinogi, who's a regular in our chat, Sarah, is both Aussie and Kiwi, and I do give her an aneurysm every time I speak like that.
Yeah, with the incredible line is "I'm gonna die," which, in fairness, we've had.
Oh. So sorry for those who are not in Twitch chat seeing the interactions happening right here. Look, folks, it has been a long regular season. It's a celebration of our LPL time here as well. But goddamn, we're both ill, we're both tired, and we're running out of sensible things to say. Reminder, folks, this series technically doesn't matter. Both of these teams are locked into 5th and 6th, but it matters for confidence and momentum and a whole bunch of other things. The Ambassador comes in, you can have Ambassador Galio now for JDG.
But how would it do in the All Blacks pack?
Who would you want as your prop for? Well, Alistair, obviously.
Scion?
I mean, obviously, Alistair.
Scion's a second row. The engine room. Come on now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Alistair is a front row.
Yeah,
obviously.
Yeah, that's fair.
Who? I mean, who? I think Mundo. Mundo is either as a second row. No, front
Scion
row.
and Mundo is a second row.
This is a conversation which we need to have, obviously, at some point.
Nautilus is your hooker.
Oh God, it makes sense.
And you also know, because of all the CC, you'd be like the dirtiest scrum player of all time as well.
Your centre would be something like Hecarim.
Yeah, it would be a good wing as well.
It'd be a really good wing, but I reckon him as a centre. Yeah. Crash ball it through with the ult. Same.
Who would you be fullback?
Sam, this is stuff that will have to happen after draft now, because this would have to happen. Sam, look, there are important things happening. We will talk about this in the early game, Sam. We can keep talking about that. Fine. But for now, Rel locked in. Jesus Christ. Pick the support for Crisp still up. You could Braum here. You could Braum. I think you'd be happy with that. You have enough engage. Renata's not bad either. You want some kind of anti-melee, anti-dive.
Fun hovers there. We'll see exactly what gets locked in.
Yeah, I think the Braum's fine. You're into a quad melee comp.
Yeah, it's very good. It's more than fine.
Lane. You're peeling for a Sivir. Sivir will kill them all anyway at some point. It's not like JDG can play from range there. Kiana!
We saw Kanavi absolutely eviscerate kids on this just the other day.
Okay, folks. No. I need you to know this. This is almost our favorite composition of all time. Almost. Let us introduce you to Kiana Jones and the Carpets of Doom. You need a rumble for it to be the real red carpet experience, but Braumult will do the same. Braumult puts down the Glacial Fissure, Kiana goes wild, and we make jokes about Indiana Jones. Kiana Jones and the Carpets of Doom. It has been years since we saw this played. I love this.
There's no Cassiopeia on the side there, so I can't make, I hate Snake jokes, but that's fine. They have
a statue in the mid lane they can replace.
This is it. I mean, do we have a boulder? No,
we need Nunu for the boulder rolling at them. I'm just saying, there are many ways this can go through, but that remind. I'm going to pitch something to GB for GB Sports. Kiana Jones and the Carpets of Doom. God, dodge everything. Alrighty, so that's going to be the last pick of the Zeri coming in for pace. Obviously, a legendary Zeri player for himself as well. And you know what? Zeri wouldn't be a bad winger herself, would she? Should be okay. Pretty nippy, that one.
I'll tell you what you do. Yeah. Because you have... I'm thinking of the JB News stuff. Or not GB News. GB... that would be very
GB
different.
Sports. GB News is not the one,
would be very different. Oof. Let's not do that one. I think what you do is you have the statue that you have to steal for Yumi, because that way it attaches to you, and you've got to try and get the Yumi out of the gauntlet.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh, run the gauntlet. Okay, alright, folks, that is some great stuff. Alright, okay, let's get ourselves into game. Again, this game doesn't technically matter for standings. Doesn't mean it doesn't have an impact on confidence, morale, other words about mental... and, of course, a bit of momentum as well. These teams are 5th and 6th. The champions are flitting around. They can do that, I suppose. Let's get on to the match. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Thresh would be a great back row.
He would be.
Thresh would be like a flanker. He'd be like a 6 or a 7.
I feel like Civ is going to be a great winger.
Oh yeah, or a fullback, catching everything.
Yeah, with the spell shield as well. Yeah, you can.
I'd say that also stuff on the wing as well. I'd argue something like a fast mage like a LeBlanc or an Ahri. Jump past the line, bit of CC themselves. Let's say there's gyros.
Well, we're back towards Binsmouth territory, so we get onto the rift for...
Binsmouth?
Binsmouth, yeah. As we're going to get ready for the next set of...
Sam, that's quite South African.
I did end up going South African with it, it's true.
The way that I get into a South African accent, which is again very bad, I'm not saving you. I am saving you again. From
Quick shot, don't listen.
Cigarette.
Cigarette, that's a good one.
Do you want a cigarette?
It's all of your Velvet things again, yeah, it's true. There we go.
Hang on a second, do I have to flash it early? It doesn't have the mounts up just ready yet. Again, 12-second cooldown early on. Good damage, Ranswim.
Ruining our rugby talk. Alex.
Yep.
Your ultimate spot kicker when you need it, last moment, you're looking for that drop kick, Ziggs.
Damn. Yeah, that's true. Damn. Wait. Isn't Poppy just like the best fly half ever?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Only person who just punt things that far. Oh, great stuff. Talia, yeah, just casting the wall across the field. Yep, so many things
we just covered the League of Legends Blood Bowl. You realise that?
Oh my god, that'd be fantastic though. That'd be, but like, I would love that. For those of you who are Blood Bowl fans, basically just Warhammer but American football, hand egg. He'll put down on bot side. They're doing well at threatening them early.
The Winter's Bite does land there. Scout's getting mashed early on in this lane as well.
Yeah, must have dropped a minion or something. I just didn't get the Q up in time to kill the first bit of the next wave. If you're level 2 on that wave, it's okay, because you can stop Rise from DPS, and you must have not had access to that first minion of the second wave to help you out getting level 2. And now you've taken a huge chunk. You're going to have to recall a little earlier. Oh, of course, Cassante is like he's a prop. Cassante a prop, 100%.
Oh, I'd have him as a back row.
Oh, that's true. Number 8, Cassante's the perfect back.
He's an insane number 8.
Yeah, he's like Talupe Falatau. Like that kind of vibe, you know, just like does everything, crash ball, offense, defense. Yeah, he's number 8. You're right.
I could see him as a centre too. Probably be pretty good at that one. But I feel like realistically, you probably want someone like Garen as a centre, just really straightforward crash ball, straight through.
He's your Jamie Roberts. Yeah.
And then you can maybe have someone like, I feel like someone like a LeBlanc would be an okay centre, a bit more tricksy.
Oh, like they'd be like your 13, your outside sense.
Exactly. And still got a bit of CC there if you land the good chains.
Again, for those of you who do not watch rugby at all,
none of this makes sense
to be pretty incomprehensible for a while, but it is pretty much the only traditional sport which I cared about long term.
Incomprehensible.
Incomprehensible.
Incomprehensible as Scout as he is on a dangerous journey towards the jungle.
Tien's got the route available, but he'd have to yeah, that Kiana. You don't think of them having that strong gank threat, but if you're low HP, you do, actually.
Yeah, well, no more prepositional Malifaux, and we'll look back towards the clear here. It's worth noting that Kianas who are good are clearing at 304 right now.
Which is what?
304. Oh, yeah.
That is insane.
So, again, we've been memeing about rugby, but I had this conversation last time we saw Kiana, but it's worth having this conversation again. The big thing that's changed for Kiana jungle is her level 1 attack speed with W has gone up by 10%. It was 5% at rank 1, it's now 15% at rank 1.
And this is something that was nerfed a number of years ago before she fell out of the jungle role. Kiana, basically when she holds an element on her W, she gains that attack speed and on-hit damage. It means that that's a lot of your jungle clear. Shield goes up and crisp. Not bad trading back from Pays, but you can see how valuable the Braum is already in laning phase, and that's only going to increase later on when, again, you've got a quad melee comp to play into later on. Shun is coming down, Hex Flash into the brush. Not surely going to be able to leave much for Shun to do that. JDG can't find much.
Worth noting the last time Kiana jungle was truly meta, Tien was probably one of the very best junglers in the world. He was arguably the best Kiana in the world. He was terrifying on this champion, so if that's back in meta, then I think Weibo Gaming might certainly have an extra ace in the hole.
That's a really good point. When he was on his Worlds run, it was it was Camille, and it was the Kiana. Now, I have to say, I think that jungle meta at that time was really unhealthy, and there is a reason. No, and I know you did, but the consensus is it was very unhealthy at that point, where Camille could just, you know, fast clear through the scuttle crabs, which were broken at the time, same with
Yeah.
Qiyana as well, and then they'd be stronger than anyone else on the map as soon as they hit Warrior and Trent. Because they had Conqueror, and this was the most broken form of Conqueror as well, which gave you so much healing through damage as well. They were the most powerful champions on the map. And it meant that you could play much more utility mid laners like Doomby did, of course. And you played towards jungle advantage instead, and it meant that the Qiyana could carry your entire game. It was utterly absurd.
Very, very scary. And then we sort of saw some of the junglers who weren't picking it up in time really struggling to find answers to it. It didn't feel like there were too many. Olaf became the thing in the end that was doing a lot of work into it. Became very difficult for the Qiyana to get past the Olaf because you couldn't CC him and he just won the trades.
That's what Jankos did in the meta, because he was less good at stuff like the Qiyana, but he was very good at the Olaf. In fact, actually, when they played against SKT in 2019 in MSI and then at Worlds, the Olaf came out in a game of I think at Worlds to
stymie Faker's Qiyana. Indeed, it did.
Yeah, damn, that was
just sat on the flank. Just basically Jankos the whole thing he did, which is find where Faker was and stand in front of him.
Mark him. Back to the sports analogy. Olaf, now he'd be a great censor.
Oh,
just unstoppable through the censor.
So true. I feel like you get a lot of red cards though. He doesn't necessarily see players very freely.
Looks like the clean feed is just stopped for now. We will hopefully get that back.
Okay, give it a second, guys. Wait for the audio. For it.
Tends to come back in a couple of seconds.
We've got to pause in the passage of play. Injury assessment. Audio quiet yet. Wait for it. There it is. We're back.
There we go. And we're straight into a fight. That'll help us. Has anyone died in the meantime? No. We've got potential flashing forwards from scouts.
Shielded around, Taunt comes up through. Xiao trying to trade out well, though, with the spell. Flux Tien now coming up as well, looking for an angle. Goes sliding on forward with the audacity. The terror shape. The supreme display of talent. And Scout is left cracked and shattered on the floor.
First blood for Tien on a champion he's not picked up for a good long while. The Qiyana jungle looks like it's back. Kanavi picking it up, Tien picking it up, and a first blood towards that nasty assassin in the jungle. That is a problem for JDG.
Breathe, we'll get to clear out this ward, this wave. Well, I'm still a bit under the weather, guys. Some of the words are not quite correct. No Knight of the Frogs. I said he lies shattered on the floor. He's a statue. He's made of stone.
Very funny.
At least I hope that's what I said.
So this is what we missed in the initial play. Quick hit onto crisp attempt, but the Galliot doesn't really land flash forward. Not really leading to that much either. And then Tien manages to walk up, and of course the other thing about Qiyana, you get movement speed when you're on the element that you're holding as well. Which meant you've got a little bit of extra ability to go forward to the move speed too, quicker to the play. Qiyana has a lot of those. She was one of those real over-designed champions at that point. We just get like a million random different things which kind of break the champion. Move speed when you're in a terrain which you hold the. You get to technically, by the way, you do get to stun people in river if you hold, even if you don't hit the wall with your ult. By the way, too. Just
very scary.
There's a lot of minor things you forget about this champion. There's a reason why on the Chinese super servers and stuff there's one or two players of this champion which are utterly disgusting at the pick, and it still managed to retain their relevance despite it being not a very strong champion.
There's a lot of very, very fast combos you can pull off, basically. Prowler's Claw being removed kind of muted a few of them, but it's still very possible to do, particularly the kind of WQW combos where you get very fast shifts through.
Taken down. JDG, do they feel like they can contest? Pace does have flash and level 6. Perhaps the Zeri can, I don't know, season 10 all over them, whenever it was. Season 22, that's the one.
He's got the cross, and that means his Edge of Exile will be doing quite a lot of damage. There's Grub number 3. He did just have to be a bit wary as Tien was on the verge of having Supreme Display of Talent back up.
Qiyana has 100% kill participation so far in this split of LPL.
Yeah.
Well, it's only been the second game of it, but
yeah.
100% of the first game was played by Kanavi just earlier this week, and then this is the second one by Tien, looking for a steal, can cast that Q, and he'll be able to do so. I'm interested to see what his build is like as well, because Profane Hydra has been really, really buff, and that was always very good on Qiyana. I wonder whether that'll be part of the build. Be very, very assassin-like. Last, of course, when you're in a lane, it's much more valuable to give you quick wave clears. Realm up towards top side.
Raw stops his back, now Pays in danger, teleports come flying, good slide over the wall, the Supreme Display of Talent kind of goes a bit wide, but it doesn't matter. Ixtal Impact is pretty damn hard.
Is it Ixtal's Impact, or is it the Edge of Ixtal? The other one's the Skarner one.
Yep.
Anyway, it's the second kill on the 100% kill participation Qiyana. The dream lives again.
Strictly, it's Elemental Wrath when she's got a Terror Shape element attached. There we go, towards the red buff we look. Jaw is going to have to reset, and they can't really defend.
Do you lie to us in chat? Was there a Qiyana? Did you not check the kill participation of the first game, Marco? Profane Hydra buff is on 25-17. This is 25-16. Oh, good to know. I think we're on 17. We'll see. I'm going to take that up and we'll see what patch we're on there, because it does show. We put up... That's where you put your stuff most of the time. It's the most convenient place to put it.
Indeed.
Keep an eye on that one. But yeah, if it is going to be... It is the Eclipse first. All right. I have to say, Eclipse, very overrated item. Has been for a while. It's a feel-good item. I actually don't think it's that good right now. I'm not going to lie.
I remember what we saw in Kanavi. Was it Eclipse as well? I feel like it... No, he went for Ghost Blade. He went Lethality. He went Ghost Blade into Edge of Night. Out he built it. And then Opportunity, I think, afterwards was the third option there. All the upfront burst. Also, importantly, went First Strike, whereas TN's gone Conqueror, so looking for a bit more of a extended trade patterns.
It's been played once or twice in LCP as well, by the way, which is, again... there was an Eclipse into Sundered Sky, which is what Citrus did, and then there was another one which was... Oh, Umbral Glaive. Yeah, that was kind of a thing. And Kanavi built, yeah, Ghost Blade, Edge of Night, and then the Opportunity as well, so much more lethality.
Also, that was with the First Strike build as well, so it really was about just getting that initial chunk and being really, really dangerous off Vision. Very tricky once Vision started disappearing. Face checking CC plus Kiana was generally a bad time for those involved. Yeah, now they're going to take the opportunity to nab this dragon. Around from there, Breathe charges back towards the top side and clears that wave out.
Going to slow down a little. Cull stacking in for both AD carries. Light's a little bit behind on that because he bought it a little later, but it won't matter too much. It's going to give me a couple of wave differences. Once you go into the mid game, which we're starting to go into now, it's going to pick up a lot more of that farm level quickly if you want to on an AD carry. Most teams are very willing and able to do so. So JDG, the goal is to somehow pick off the Sivir or the Kiana very quickly with Ambessa Galio and just hope you can run through a fight. My worry for them is if you don't catch the Kiana, she ults you as you go into the 4-man units. Braum can do the similar kind of thing with the Glacial Fissure. And the team fight falls apart if you don't get a very clean pick at the start of the fight. So the goal for JDG is somehow get clean pick at the start of the fight with your ultimates and roll over with that advantage.
So, for JDG, they need to be aware that actually the game is slipping fairly significantly away from them. I'm not sure the scaling is as simple as just, oh, we've got Zeri this game either, because you are still into a Sivir and a Ryze, you're quad melee into Braum. Sure, you've got Galio and all these tools to go out Hayes theoretically to do some gliding, and hey, he just came off a fantastic game one, even if he didn't get the MVP, that was Shun. But I am looking at this and going, okay, Hayes, you've got one cleanse, can you cleanse out? Braum stun. And Sion charging at you, and then Kiana shoving you into a wall, and Ryze Rune prisoning you. How much of a window is Pace really going to have? How much of an angle is he really going to have in these fights?
I kind of wish that the Kiana... I just saw a comment in chat just open up my creative mind, which is not always there. You know, it's like Disco Elysium, we've got to level this stuff up. It's good trade there from I need a Kiana skin, which has... Sam, as confirmed by the Riot devs, that's actually all of them. They literally on Kiana.
No,
release,
really.
No, on Kiana release, he was like, "Yep, nope." People would you know be yeah, you know, because it's the whole Empress thing.
Yeah.
Like I can't remember the exact wording, but there was a dev that said that. Like, it ain't me. But yeah, I need a skin which has like the colors from like the Sonic trio. Like Sonic Knuckles. And,
okay. Is this just so they can go fast?
Yeah, so they can go very, very fast. And you get like.
Does it play the Green Hill tone every time you kind of get?
That'd be fantastic. Do you just imagine Kiana going around with just a... Yeah, I mean, she doesn't roll
The
around.
ring can be one of the Sonic rings and makes the big ring noise every time you do something.
Yeah, fantastic. Oh, that's wonderful. We've thought it out there, folks. Sonic Kiana, you heard it here first. Wonderful.
Alrighty then. We are now watching Xiao, who has just been very quietly shoving very hard into Scout and having a good time in terms of keeping the priority in lane very hard early on. Been very good.
You're too slow. You're in the side lane. Oh, man. Yeah. Breathe. They don't care as much. I mean, like, it's fine. You lose a little bit of gold towards Ambessa at points if she gets involved in some fights without you, but as long as you're not falling too far behind, Ambessa can't really do much to a Sion. You're never going to be able to stop a Sion from wave clearing. Neither of you really kill each other.
It's quite hard, yeah.
At best, you're forcing a summoner with the help of a jungler, really.
Yeah, it gets... Once junglers gets involved, it's a bit different because both of you bring quite a lot of C, gap close, you know, all those things where like you can then start playing it, but that's not quite the same as a 1v1 as Tien's now found a solid angle, and that's a third kill.
Tien's starting to pop off, and again, this guy's got a history on the champion, and he's making it look pretty slick. It's at 8. Good kill participation, 100% of the 3 kills that have come through. In fact, he could just not have a team. He'd still have the same scoreline as his team, 3-0, 1.5k up, and
I'm getting worried for JDG. I don't think they have the best tools to shut down Qiyana and the Sivir in the same fight. Maybe one of them, but not both. And if you let go of that Sivir, I think things are really, really not looking good for you. You're going to have to deal with both of them. It's going to be
about the Rise, who's not exactly been a slowpoke this year in the LPL either. That could get dicey. I'm getting very worried indeed. And again, for a guy like Tien, who at points has just been the de facto best jungler in the league. We were having conversations when he was on Top Esports not so long ago going, hey, this guy's right back on it. And then we were chatting about the fact that he was always the person coming away with silver. Could not for the life of him find that solid victory in a league ever since his Worlds win. There was always those kind of memes and jokes about Tien being a choker and all of those stories. And then this year, just kind of been quiet. It's not like he's been bad. He's still been good, but he's been significantly away from being best jungler in the league. I think that has been Kanavi, that has been Tarzan. Even players like Monkey and some of these upstart junglers who've come up from the LDL have kind of been taking a place above him as he's just been there. This is a bit of a return to form and a reminder this guy genuinely has been and has got some serious hands.
Does. And there have been some matches last year where Tien did end up choking again, but I don't think that applied to... I think actually MSI was not his fault last year. I think Spring Finals was, but I don't think MSI was. Nope. I don't think Summer was his fault either. You know, I looked through the games which they were playing, and you know, obviously they're casting a lot of them back on the LPL official broadcast. Dragon goes down. I don't think necessarily Tien was the guy that was prime culprit for all of that top esports team.
The Jackie and Mako collapse in Summer.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there were different members. You can go back and make your own judgments about exactly who it was, but I think there is occasionally you need to redress some of these more common storylines, because while they're fun to say and they're very easy and memorable, and it's obviously a lot of people go like, oh yeah, Tien doesn't even choke or whatever, because that's what the community has talked about for forever. You do occasionally need to sit back onto that. This year, it's not been Tien's year in terms of his individual performance being the highest, as you were saying, but I don't think necessarily he's been the problem for his teams either.
Exactly, because again, last year he probably was the best jungler in the league, and it wasn't his fault at the internationals, at the playoffs. He just played a good year of League of Legends. The problem is the end result was still not as dominant as he would have liked, and it's always a frustrating point. But hey, we know how good this guy can be. We know exactly how dangerous regular season Tien can be. Weibo in general have been a bit problematic.
We have a different build coming through, by the way. Crisp is going to get caught. Does he get... No, he has flash. He has exhaust. He's fine. If everyone would cast your eyes down to the Zeri inventory, by the way.
It's the Ambassador Fury build.
Pick this up. A huge couple of buffs are coming through for Hexplate recently, where I think you get something like 50% attack speed, 30% move speed on Hexplate. So Pays has gone towards the Hexplate. Jump on towards Tien.
Tien does about slide away, gets over the wall there with the Terror Shape and an Audacity. Is fine to get on out there. Will drop the Herald, and they burned a fair amount to not kill the Qiyana.
Alright, so Tien doesn't even need to use that flash. That's a big win there for Weibo. JDG lose their big combo. Hang on, going on to him again.
In comes the hero's entrance. Tien, I think, is likely dead. Buys a bit of time, but will fall for it. Herald goes into mid lane, the skill that Turret Kiss goes on forwards, and finally will start to back away, but not before Shun Flash done and gets Rune Prison. And all the while, look at Xiaohu and Light still delivering so much damage. Light doing so many ricochet autos, and Scout has to slide away. Slow from a Rune Prison, not empowered by the spell flux, but Xiao still feels undaunted, unbothered. Xiao Shu tries to go in, and a flash away from Light is all the bait that is required for Weibo Gaming to turn around the play. Tien is happily avenged.
Yeah, ends for JDG in a flash of light. Weibo will win the fight 3-2, despite the fact that Tien goes down early. This is the problem that we highlighted before. Can you kill all of the major threats from Weibo? Well, the answer is no, not cleanly. Tien loses half his HP. They use one of the ultimates there. And then right here, they do end up peeling off the turret, with Draw going towards them. They realize how much of a threat the Qiyana is, and it is a good engage onto them. You can't quite get the right ult angle, but you've not been able to kill off Light. Breathe hops into the Herald to get himself a bit of immunity from that too, and Light gets to go through so many Raum passives. It is such an issue trying to get through to this AD carry if you've used all of your ults onto a different target.
And Light's had a lot of criticism this clip. He really has. He's not been at the level we've sometimes asked him for so long. He was the stalwart, most consistent member of Weibo Gaming. This is a good fight from him. It's a good Sivir game so far. Again for Weibo Gaming, coming into playoffs shortly, having some of these members like Tien and Light wake up a little bit. Good news for them, and hey, we've seen it before, Weibo Gaming turning on when playoffs turn up. Say it ain't so, Worlds is on the line.
Yeah, that's true. For a team which was all about, typically, Xiaohu, Emperor of Spring, blah, blah, blah. Well, turns out he's actually been better as the year's gone on, actually, in the last few years when he's been on his Weibo stint. By the way, a quick call outs to Shojin second for Tien. I really like to see a Death Stance for him, given the nature of this game where people want to blow him up immediately. I think if he gets Death Stance, he can survive through the combo, at least get a full combo off. And particularly with Conqueror, kind of AD Assassin junglers, it is such a broken item right now. Also helps you clear speed, by the way. Very much help with that. Atakan, gonna get started by Weibo. JDG going into a sign in this choke point is not particularly happy. Tien also has 3 ult angles too.
The Rune Prison came on down, turns out from about halfway through the Hero's Entrance, they want 3 members. They still green display of talent, it's not enough, but they've already lost so many people. Caught in there as Galio find an angle, but can Light do any work here? He's got no flash, but he's still got damage. Tien looking for more in the backside as well. He's not touched. Light still free firing. Tien will manage to terror shape forwards. Finally brought low, but he takes another with him. It's a triple kill to the AD carry.
5 for 4 is the score of the fight. JDG losing out by just 1 kill again, and Tien is so mobile in the backline, cleaning up plays as Light holds down the DPS factor in the fight. We said, look, it's going to be pretty hellish walking into this choke point with the Scion, with the potential of the Kiana ultimate. The Scion gets a good value here. You can see it's not a bad combo coming in from Draw and from Scout, but then there's I think a 4-man Supreme display of Karen coming through, at least 3-man coming through that, and Light is untouched. They don't manage to catch the Sivir. This time, you know, it isn't just the Sivir that goes untouched, it's the Kiana too, and Kiana gets a ton of extended value through the fight.
Yeah, managing to slide along and bring down Shun, get so much work done, and eventually Shun just has to make sure that Light dies, so he flashes to make it happen. That flash is just the extended range from the Q. I'm thinking, how else does he get in range? Like, yeah, that Q extended auto range. Did its work in the end. Atakan remains up, lots of summoners and ultimates were blown, but we can go right back to the scene of the crime and maybe do it all over again.
JDG. How do they deal with all of these threats? No flash on the Sivir, which of course was a factor, not from the last fight, but the one before that. Dragon Star did now wave saying, actually, it's much easier to just take the Dragon.
Yeah, it is.
Take that one, get themselves up to a second. Second is a warning, third is the threat. That's gone. Now actually started, Light's going to go towards that. Scouts can recall, teleport into the bot side of the map. JG find themselves another engage angle. They don't have themselves the support flash. Oh no, they do. Draw just gets himself his flash back now.
Yatakan's gone, it's just been eviscerated. They've got so much damage between Shadow and Light, it's just taken in the blink of an eye, and now the win rate percentage has surely skyrocketed again. But maybe a little fight back, the team will throw down a big grass patch and say, get off my lawn. Oh, I will make you. Supreme display of talent, not you, but there is the public execution. Hero's entrance. Rise in danger, stands and delivers for a while. Light needs to run away as Shun threatens the backline, but will likely die for it. Supreme display of talent. Tien turns it all around, decimating Smash Pace, tries to run away, but the edge of Ixtal will still decapitate Zeri. Light again gets to dance around and survive, breathe, will body block for his AD carry, pizza delivery, as the Galio will try and find a shield, and Duranda does bring down Light, but will trade his life for it.
Tien is popping the hell off on the champion he won a world title with all those years ago. Tien on the Kiana has been nuts, continually providing extra CC, extra disruption, and so much extra damage in these fights. Particularly once he gets the Shojin stacked up. I know it's not an assassin build, but the actual DPS from the Kiana in a 1v1 with Conqueror and Shojin stacked is disgustingly strong. They choose a different ult target this time. It's the Rise, not the Sivir or the Kiana. I think they just try and look for a quick pick. I think if that's the case, though, they shouldn't chase this far. I think Shun makes maybe a bit of a mistake going on to the Sivir, and it's a huge ult again. It's the second 3-man ult in a row from Tien, who's got himself a GA third. Gets the play with the Q just at max range there. Gets to snipe onto Pays. Tien, it's very rarely we get to see jungle assassins like that anymore, but Tien, such a pleasure to see him back on them.
We worried a little bit about saying, yo, how much space is Zeri going to have to play? And the answer is none. Hit by the Supreme display of talent, cleanses away, gets hit by the decimating smash, tries to wall right away, terror shape into edge of Ixtal, still goes down. Like, it's so hard for the Zeri to get space or to just run away. There's so many threats coming from so many damn angles. Tien's actually gone for the GA third, is now building towards Cyril, where he is going to be very obnoxious. It was his 9-1-6.
Yeah. We just mentioned that GA before, which allows him to just play on that edge even more. You look at the Shojin with the extra HP, and the shields from the Eclipse. Trying to take down the Kiana cleanly is a pain in the ass now, and obviously he's gone defensive, but he's still doing damage. It's not like he's sacrificed a ton of damage through doing this. No, he's not going to one-shot you in the same kind of crazy TikTok Chinese kind of super server moments in the way that you would perhaps expect from other builds, but he's more than happy. A 4,000 gold lead over Shun. No, first game, Shun was better than Tien, but yesterday, Tien demolished Shun. So again here in game 1.
Ball comes
Game
up.
2.
Game 2 is where we're at. It feels in some ways a bit like game 1 because JDG woke up and went, wait, what? That feels unusual. They have been a little bit lackadaisical, but unfortunately JDG, despite actually some decent combos with the Gallywell stuff, it's come a little late is the problem, and the Kiana took over too early, and now JDG are facing down the barrel of a Baron start. Glacial Fissure comes down, teleporting in, Pays trying to find an angle to get some orders in. Hasn't burned the Lightning Crash, so we'll still have that ultimate up and running should he require it.
Light using his own ult. Hang on a second, ult over the wall.
Quick execution to the taunt. Heroes enter a supreme display of talent. Allows Xiaohu to bring down the Ambessa. Knock off onto Scout, who gets absolutely blasted as well. Sledgehammer to the statue's head in the form of Kiana's Q.
Well, Xiaoshu's tried to be primary engage, and he's found himself engaging into a 6-foot hole in the dirt. Goes down so easily on the Ambessa draw. Not having flash really hurts them. JDG, they have to pull the Magnet Storm defensively as Draw is going to try and hop over the wall.
Do just that. Pays standing and delivering best he can. It just doesn't do damage with this build. It gives you so much more cooldown. You can burn your ult more freely, but you aren't a damage carry until 3 items with this build, and it shows.
Oh, Xiaoshu tried to get that big engage, just couldn't quite manage to do so, and sadly for JDG, not really been able to land all of the kills onto the carries that they've needed. They've managed to get 1 kill in most of their fights. This last one was disaster for them because they couldn't even kill their first target. They ended up landing the ult onto Crisp instead of onto someone more important. JDG just not quite coordinated on the engage, and JDG, if they get brought to 3 against Weibo, but losing to Weibo twice in 2 days would be pretty galling for them. Realm Warp coming through.
Realm Warp in, and unfortunately that is a very dead Wukong.
Monkey see, monkey don't. Shun goes down.
Oh, yeah.
1 and 4. Tian walking on to Pays. Pays, you don't win this, buddy.
Yeah, and just not even bothering to do anything until the wall ride comes on through. You can Spark Surge all you want, but Tian will perish shape and auto you.
He's got more items than his laners. He's on 4 items. He's got more items than anyone else in the game. Folks, this is a world champion Kiana. Tian, a hell of a player of it, fighting the bot side. Our teammates coming down to help with the kill.
Don't know about that one. He'll try and ensure that the Scout goes down. The Redemption comes on through, but there's another one coming on top of him, and he loses all the HP he just gained. Public Execution involved by the statue. There's an angle to use the arm guard there. Tien is 3 levels up on his opposite number. The richest person in the game, bar none, and the highest level in the game as well. Welcome back 2019 and 2020 carry junglers. Tien knows how those ones work.
This is such a blueprint of how to play the Kiana. The early impact, actually very strong. The team fight's superb. Expecting nothing less from a woman of such high standards as Kiana. Tien meeting them handedly. 2 inhibitors down in the blink of an eye.
Finally dropped away from 100% KP a little while ago when he got caught off the one time he died. But still, 18 out of 20 kill involvement ain't bad. The display of talent is once again supreme. Pays just avoids getting taken out by the concussive blows. He's trying to find an angle overall, but he's just too short range. And Zeri will get flash EQ'd. And they'll lose the entire team. JDG just ran out of damage, ran out of options. And the Emperor says, you're all my subjects now. Kneel and bow before me. Weibo, take us to 3.
A jungle game of royal standards. Tien with his best game of the split and one of the best jungle games I have seen this year. There's a smile on the face. Tien knows what he just did. JDG demolished in game 2. We'll be going to game 3 on our first series of our last day of regular split here in LPL Split 3 2025.
Look, send it to Buckingham Palace. That one's getting the HRH seal. You know it's true. Wonderful stuff. I mean, I've missed Kiana in the jungle. I have. And seeing some of our best players do this, I think we might be seeing a bit more of it. I think it's going to be one of those pocket picks for some of our better junglers. I really do.
I think, you know, as soon as the GA got bought, I was sat there thinking, that's a problem, really, because you can't just insta-kill that champion anymore. Now, Kiana, when you're this fed, obviously gets to do some montage plays. You don't get to do that all the time, but Tien got so far ahead, and JDG just could not close down that carry. And we leave ourselves now with a 3rd game. Of course, our 2nd series of the day is IG versus BLG, incredibly important too. That one actually does have standings implications. Will be played immediately after this one in Shanghai, I believe, as well. That'll be a big one. A huge one for 2nd seed. This one is not deciding any seeding, but of course, important for a whole bunch of things, including really just momentum and confidence, stuff like that. My name's Nymaera, this is Initialise, we're brothers, we cast LPL, you know the shtick by now. If you'd like to support us, please watch, comment, like, subscribe. If you can, drop some money in our Ko-fi link, or on subscribe to League Mastery, which is a coaching platform, which we are now part of as well. We'll put on a coaching guide as well. Yeah, that means a lot to us. We do get some money back from that as well. And just honestly, thank you for being here. It's been another great regular split, spending it with you all, and I hope you've enjoyed the journey through here as well. We're gonna go on a quick break.
Indeed.
We'll just be playing some horse game. I need to show people my my Champions Meet winning run.
Do you want a coffee?
Sure, yes, please. Can I have some honey in it, please?
You absolutely can.
Dankeschön. All right. Okay, I'll take it back to the beginning. It's a 3-minute video, but I gotta show you this, folks. It is actually genuinely pretty cool. So this is my Champions Meet video. I'm running this off the Discord video that I posted, but I got super lucky with this, folks. Like super lucky. Because I was like fourth favorite coming into this. There was a strictly better augury cap than me. They have medium S and about the same stats, maybe a little less stamina, but it didn't matter because they proc their gold skills during this. So I got really lucky. So this is my Group A finals from this. Great damage from Light as well. Light was great on the City too, by the way. Peter, the horses are here. Yeah, see, I'm only like nice. I'm only like fourth favorite here, which is ridiculous. But I get out of poster efficiency, and because there are no front runners, there's a random front runner chosen out of the pace chasers. I get that, which is huge because you look at the distance between them, right? There's how much distance is here? Like I'd say there's about, you know, when it comes through to the late game, maybe 2-3 lengths or something like that. I win by less distance than that, folks. Amazing, exactly. Corner acceleration, whatever. Oh, no, Gold Ship did get Swing Master. I thought that she didn't hit it. Why did she lose then? Did she just not get PLM? Did she not get Red Ship? So that's the Gold Ship ults coming through. This is a recording I took on my phone. I posted it on our Discord, which is why the quality is kind of ass. So I get both of my regen skills. I do get Redshift. I guess Gold Ship just doesn't get Redshift early. I guess that's the reason why because my Gold Ship kind of like bombed out a little bit. I guess they just didn't get Redshift. I actually think if they got Redshift, like, maybe I even get a top. Maybe I get 2 in the top 2. That's kind of insane, actually. Just didn't get Redshift, yeah. Outstretch Haste is obviously very good as well, but... yeah, I think if Golchi rolled Redshift, I think I actually win, maybe even get top 2. But you see how close this is, right? This is the finish line. That's the finish line. Wait, how close is that? That is less distance than I got from being a front runner. If I hadn't rolled the lucky front runner, I would have lost this. So anyway, I am a graded Group A Taurus Cup champion, which is really, really, really cool. Which I just think it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. Augury is so strong. Augury is insanely strong, yeah, for sure. Okay, we need to start a campaign as well. We do need to start a campaign. I just don't know what. I'm trying to. I need to train for the next Champions Meet like pretty soon. I need to get like long distance stuff. I need to start like training my parents. Then basically, I need to train like some good enough parents so that I can then like just spam out runs trying to look for long stuff. I need to run some adverts as well, so I'll do that. My Ornithopgon's not bad. I wonder if do I keep running Medro McQueens? Maybe I keep doing that. Because eventually I want to train up a gold ship. I'll keep doing right Major and McQueen's, but this is trying to get like I don't have the okay. This is trying to get like good parents set up basically. Kiana MVP, no surprises, insane game. 92% kill participation, 12-1-11, ridiculous. Augury should be my best horse, but for some reason Gold Ship was the one winning all my important races. That's because Gold Ship is an end closer and saves stamina more. You probably didn't have enough stamina or acceleration on your Augury. Because all the debuffs hit the pace chasers, they don't always hit the end closers. I have a stamina and a power 3-star, so I can use them. Where are you? I'm gonna look for my stamina and yeah, how many no. Power 3-star, we take that. And I'm looking for my 3-star Augury. There we go. Wait, is that 3-star? Wait, do I have a second 3-star Augury? What the heck? When did that happen? That's power. No, that's just 2-star one. I just clicked the wrong one. Where's my 3-star? Where's my 3-star? There you go. Nice. Nice, cool. Then I'm running. Oh, I can't run this. That's fine. You run Hishi Amazon because you really want to get some skills you want to pass down. Yeah, it's 3,200. Yeah, the 3,200 meter thing coming up is disgustingly nasty. We will run these because you want to run triple stamina stuff really. So what I'm trying to do, my goals for this run are to pick up a ton of G1 wins, a ton of skills that I can pass on, and 1,100 stamina to try and pass that on as well. We actually recreation here. We hope for that. Nice, perfect, very good. That's lucky. Rendership training. Whenever Hishi Amazon has like a skill hint, we take that. By the way, pretty much ever. This gives us stamina, right? Oh, by the way, for this event, you need to get, I think it's something like 420 guts, by the way, so don't be afraid to train guts a little. You actually do need some for this one. Oh, it's normal McQueen luck? Yeah, I managed to roll that. I do have the anime one too, but go on that. What do you give? Do you give anything long distance straight away ups? I mean, some of these are okay. You know what? These are okay. The anime one's not good. The anime one gets better when guts becomes more important. The ult isn't fantastic, but it's better if you're running as a front runner. If you're a front runner, it's actually okay. It's not fantastic, but it's okay, you know? Also gets buffed twice later. I didn't even realize it got buffed, but yeah. I think it kind of gets buffed by... It gets buffed by just guts being more important. Which eventually will become a case. Because basically when you're getting close battles between stuff, guts factors into that, basically. For those of you that didn't know. The clean feed died again. Huh. Hey, Hawker, how's it going? Why is this happening so much today? Well, I think it might, I don't know, I figured it was my CPU, but maybe it's not. That's not bad to get either, by the way, actually. Yeah, this can give us firm conditions, which is good. Full corner recovery. Meh, that's the least good roll there, because we never use them for sprints. This is energy up. Fine, it's good. 3 on speed, we take those. Yeah, we take those. We need more speed for the first race anyway. And we will be running as a front runner. We'll rest on this actually. Three on that again. Chance at firm conditions, which we'd really like. Corner recovery is also not bad. Yeah, we don't get any skills. That sucks. This is energy up as well.
Oh yeah, she has different kinds of NGF events, I forgot about that. We always go for this, because this occasionally gives us straight away spurt, which is very, 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 very broken. That's not one that we want, but whatever. It's chill a bit before going back to my uni assignments. They've been stopping you from working on the Brion documentary. Oh, right. This is speed. How? That's down. Cool. Whatever. That's good. Right. Is there anything we want now? We do want to get Spring Run, by the way. That is actually very good. Pace Chase, we're not running us, so we don't care for that now. Keeping the lead, meh. I guess we take... I guess we take straight away out of now, actually. Whatever. It's fine. It's all good. Okay. It's heavy rain for the first race. Yikes. If you have a B, it's okay, because B is, it reduces your wit, I think, but it doesn't reduce your speed. I think for each level down, it reduces one of your skills, I think. Oh, did I turn the commentary off? I think I did. Oh, you're teaching at uni? Cool. Wait, the New York Times, they paywalled the mini crossword? Fuck off. So greedy. Who's my favorite horse girl? I mean, Metro Roma Queen's got a really good story. Let me think. Gold Ship is just comedy. Wonderful. King of Halo's story actually was better than I thought it would be. Rice Shower and the main stories, they handle that very well. Augury Cap's probably the best one to play with. Wait, hang on a second, what the heck? Wait, the plus word is no longer available as well? What the hell? Why are all the freaking like crossword games like getting paywalled now? What the hell? Yeah, King Halo's story is actually very good. She's kind of like annoying on the outset, but like her story of kind of like trying to not just be in the shadow of her mother is really interesting. But the really interesting thing about that is basically she starts off basically trying to be like, look, I don't want to just be, you know, my mother's daughter or whatever. And at the end of it, she's like, look, you will only be remembered as King Halo's mother. And that's actually now what has happened now in the game as well. We don't even know her name, which is fantastic. And I think that's such a great fuck you for that. Because she was not very supportive in a lot of ways and wanted her to quit and a bunch of other things too. I'm actually going to take a quick break, so I should have done it before, but that's all good. I'll leave you the start of the draft. That's okay. I need to turn the music in the draft just a little bit as well. Hey, we're getting towards that draft for our third game of Series 1 of the day.
Series 1. Are we banning at this point? We have used Gwen, we haven't used Rumble. Rumble may well still be a required ban here. He's seeing too many good answers into the Rumble. Either the Aurora and the Gwen both being down would be your normal options of choice. Galio as well, even if we see significantly less top lane Galio than we once did. And therefore it is going to be banned away. Clear used in the first game, so it's not going to be a required ban. Varus, I think, as well, despite the nerfs, still been very successful here. Go see Jachi's game the other day where he absolutely total top esports briefly in a game. Very good game too from him. Jhin. Oh, now that might force the Varus ban, actually. Normally, Jhin is the ADC of choice into Varus, or at least was. There comes the Varus ban. What a surprise. Annie first pick. Okay. Don't let Mabby see that. What are we doing alongside it? Wukong might be I would have said Wukong, but it's obviously gone already from last game. Xin Zhao, I think, probably is going to be very high priority at this point. Ezreal for light. A bit annoying for things like the Annie to fully manage, unless you get very good flank angles. Good luck Karma now, I suppose, well, if you wanted to get that in early. Doesn't mean realistically you're giving up the Xin Zhao should you so wish. Again, I think Tien already has had things like the Kiana in his back pocket, so we've got something else in that space. Skarner would be an interesting one. With the Varus down as well. Varus has often been the killer to Skarner's. I mean, the on-hit Varus has been demolishing Skarner's, guys. Absolutely foul stuff. Again, go look at the 60,000 damage game from Jachi. Taeyu managed to pull it off the other day as well when WE managed to 2-0 anyone's legend. Zyra Khan angle for Pays and Jaw. Not awful. You can manage the Skarner quite well. Drives through a load of the feathers. You can ult that the Impale. There's the Rakan. Good skirmishing. Strong bot lane. Annoying for the Skarner to manage. Ezreal's not bad into Zyra because you outrange her. Basically. And so Zyra's kind of has to suffer a little bit. Of course, you can be at risk of being all in if you mistime your arcade shift. But hey, that's Ezreal in general. You may want to lock something like the Karma here if you want to try and fight for priority, though. I'm going to go towards the Sylas instead. Rakan ult is solid. Tibbers and Featherstorm or whatever. But a passable matchup into Annie. You can heal your way through quite a lot. Annie's not going to be able to threaten kill on you super easily, I tend to find. A good skirmish combo with the Skarner. So again, generally these days I tend to prefer seeing Sylas when and where I see good ults against it. Delay and deny some good options though from Shun and Xiaoshu. Ban away that Xin Zhao. Very high priority, been very, very good of late. Nico ban on the other side away from Crest would be a big engage tool. What else are you going to ban away? Do you want another engage option? Are we down? Rel, Poppy, Braum, Alistair. Nautilus still up. Could be a Nautilus angle though. Ezreal Nautilus not exactly the most incredible lane of all time. You could Leona as well. Ezreal Leona is pretty good. Very easy to proc the daylight if you want that. They're going to get rid of a Shun specialty here in the Kindred. Can be quite annoying for the Skarner to manage. Mess with the Sylas a little bit. The double Lamb's Respites get a bit weird. Armor is the ban. As I said, it's a good pairing with the Ezreal. Crisp does play it. Yumi, oh god. I mean, it's pretty good with Sylas. It's pretty good with Skarner. I think Bard has been flavor of the month. Good early lane priority. Roams really well. Actually has good pick. Ult is very, very dangerous. And the Xayah and the Rakan and the Annie actually not having the most fun into that necessarily. Double range bot lane, so it's Prio and CC. Good combo. Shun might be just defaulting back towards something like the Neferi, which has fallen away a little bit from our jungle pools of choice. There we go. They are going to go towards it. Big skirmish. You've got a fair amount of CC already. Rakan finds it a lot easier to keep up with the Neferi than most sports by virtue of Battle Dance. The Cassante last pick as well. Xiaoshu is a big Cassante player. Breathe, obviously also a big Cassante player, but they'll get the Yorick angle into it instead. You've already got the Bard. And you roam up to make things happen there. And you do generally get to a point where the Yorick will become a side lane menace that neither the Annie nor the Cassante can have really that many options into. On the whole, relatively short range compositions on both sides. A bit more mobility probably from JDG, just with the way the Neferi and the Rakan work. Cassante as well, obviously, got his own set of unique ways to do that. But I think we are going to end up in a position where we are very much brawling. Those mid-jungles in particular. And if the Rakan, if the Bard, and Taurus, for being good roaming supports, get to leave lane, They may well be kingmakers here. I think on the whole, kind of like Weibo Strap. I'm interested to see what you think, Al. I'm just a fan of Bard in general at the minute. I think he's quite strong.
Well, I was looking through a little bit. I haven't managed to have a great chance to think about it. Please show them on screen, please. I'm trying to buy time so I can actually give you an answer about that.
That's one side.
Yeah, that is pretty tanky top side. You know, Silas can get surprisingly tanky. The engage of the Annie Rakan's not awful.
Yeah.
But the Neferi's quite hard to make work. I think Neferi into stuff like Silas and Yorick Iskana can actually be deceptively quite tough at points too. The Ezreal, I don't see much threat onto him unless the Annie gets a crazy angle. Yeah, I think I actually walk away also feeling Weibo. Slight advantage, not crazy, but slight.
If you do get to the team fights, you do get to set around those objectives. Again, Cassante as your front line with Xayah Rakan, Annie all holding zone control. Might not be the most fun for Weibo to get into. There is that angle. I do think that Yorick could be a bit dangerous on a side lane, but enough of us nattering. We've got Jaios to listen to. And for now, JDG being actually, interestingly, statistically getting quite a lot of favour there. I'm curious to why that ends up being the way. I think Silas not had the best win rate probably in the LPL, probably not helping. I've seen a lot of good Annie performances across the split, even if she doesn't tend to win lane, she just ends up being so much good utility and to win a fair number of games.
And I think Annie's often been... Well, Annie's in a weird spot, because, like, she goes up against something like Aurora or Orianna, lane phases match. She actually beats pretty much everything else. It's just that people have realized that they can give the Annie over if those matchups are in there. Now, for the Silas, people are talking about, well, okay, what about the Silas ults to steal? The quickness is the really big one.
Yeah.
That's actually a very nasty tool to take. The other things, less good, all out, not great value. In fact, I did a TikTok around MSI on how Shanks used a Silas ult to win a team fight. Cassante ult to win a team fight against CFO. However, yeah, that's the big one. Occasionally an Ethereal can be pretty good close the distance. I don't know whether you can get the resale on that. I suppose you could be able to. Yeah, not the best one.
Heal from it on the second one, that could be very nice.
It's more about mainly just having a bit of follow-up CC. You're probably going towards something like Rod of Ages this game and being just really annoying to take off the table.
The idea, and again, you've got good people to pair up with as a sort of CC brawler with the Yorick, with the Skarner, Bard landing some stuns for you can do a lot there to threaten people. But I agree, it's not necessarily again where you're going, yeah, crazy ults to steal here with super obvious value. Alistair, for example.
Exactly, that is actually a lost condition. Or the big one is Malphite. What's it?
Yeah.
There was a post on Reddit the other day which was, what is the worst champion to blind pick in the game? Someone said Malphite, because then suddenly, if you first pick Malphite, there are 5 roles on the other team which could pick Silas and just end your game. Doesn't matter where it is, support, jungle, solo lanes, play it as an AD carry, sure. Silas will end your game. Should walking towards topside, trying to get an early advantage there. If this works out, that does tilt the top lane matchup quite a lot. Waiting for the Q3 to get stacked on the Cassante. Flash away from the W. Not that much CC, but the Q3 will land for her, probably.
Q3 going to come on through, does land that. That allows for an easy eviscerate forward shun. Landing some of those Darkened Daggers will call the pack. Get an easy first blood there. Skips the whole quadrant to make it happen. With a wave in an awkward spot, Breeze tries to flash out, but just gets caught by the unusual jungle gank.
Weibo didn't have enough vision down. Didn't track where he was easily enough. Might have known he was starting on bot side. Didn't know when he was leaving top side. So Breeze died. Did have a Warden inventory. I'm not sure exactly when that came up. I presume it would have been available just before he died, but didn't track it right. Now suddenly, kill over towards that Neferi. A little bit of a problem there. Weibo. That being said, Tien quicker on the jungle clear because he didn't skip that camp, so we'll see whether he can pick up something. But then in mind, what he's going to do is he'll either look for something in mid lane. Telpa did just come in.
Yeah, I think that might be a really dangerous position as Scout gets a good chunk onto the Annie, but they can certainly look to drive him into a wall. Nice angle from Tien, waiting for the chain lash to come through, flash away. Scout just out of range, the Molt shield speed. Darking Daggers too wide, flash on forward, can't land it. Body blocked by Shun's flash.
Shun flash, Tien should have just flashed for an auto attack. Thought he could get it for free, can't manage to do so. Ends up getting supposed a double flash trade on both sides. Tien should have been an easy kill there. Great wall stun was the hard work. Should have just finished it off.
The Molten Shield, speed, and the Phase Rush all good enough to get Scout out to safety. Xiao, who of course does have his TP where Scout doesn't, and Scout was on about 5%, so it could end up being an awkward back timing for this Annie.
It could be, but Xiao, who has had to back anyway himself. All long reboot crystals coming in from him. Scout
As the wave push on this side right now, Shao will take a little bit of time to play through that. No AP in his build just yet, so he's a little bit less on that wave clear. Scout should be able to reset, come back in, has tier 1 boots, and the Molten Shield to speed him up a little bit. Shouldn't lose that much in mid-wave.
Very close mid-jungle 2v2. Wanna burn the flash, and TN ends up being very well read there by Shun. It was a clutch flash to block that upheaval.
Yes, but also it shouldn't have...
It shouldn't have come to that,
just
yeah.
Flash for the ult attack. Scout already flashed. You flash for that. You get that kill. Maybe he was afraid of the Molten Shield cooldown.
I think the shield and the phase rush might have been just enough to get him out of range for a flash auto. I don't know. I need to go back and look to see whether he got far enough away.
He could have flashed and auto before the shield came in.
Right,
That's
right.
the thing. And also, I don't know if he had the phase rush active at that point. He would have had it either
earlier
at the
on
start
at
of
the
the play
trade,
or it was
yeah.
on cooldown. I don't think it would have come up midway through it. God is going to aggro dragon. No, is it Rakan that aggro did? I was thinking, why would you do that? Questions upon questions.
Really angry at the dragon.
When will this stream be in German? Nicht in der Nähe. Wait, that's not a great way to say it. Look, I don't know how to say not soon, but that's why. That's the problem. I don't know. If I could say not soon, then maybe it would be sooner than you think.
That's just a lot of damage on the Xiao, who I think is probably just dead here. Just get a little bit of healing and tries to clear out the wave, but can't do so. Breathe now in danger under this turret as Xiaoshu's gone all out. Good kill there from JDG, good collapse mid lane, and now Shun is the one with the early kills on the carry jungler.
He is, alright. So Shun, 2-0. Now, we have seen him get fed on the Neferi before, not always able to capitalize on it. Probably a little easier to do it this time, though. Doesn't have the level 6 to dive. Breathe is not that high HP, though. Xiaoshu does have an all-out draw coming up as well. This is a dead Yorick if I've ever seen one.
Over comes Chris with a magical journey. Flash of the binding goes wide. Kishore gets to battle dance out, and Chris tries to outplay it with the magical journey. Flash for the binding and couldn't find it.
Had the heal in there too, just not enough to see it through. And sadly, something like the Neferi dogs are very good at blocking the Bard Q as well. Really annoying hitting skill shots onto that. Occasionally you can bind them to the target behind them. Most of the time you just end up blocking it. Teleport now to the bottom side from the Rakan, trying to cross map. I do think JDG can outplay this though. Ezreal missing the Xayah.
No flash, no ghost, no ult. Hayes in danger. Light's gone flashing on forward, but Joe's body blocking again. All of the skill shots just don't land because bodies are in the way.
Weibo just not executing that well on the skirmishes early. Getting body blocked, not quite getting their angles. Weibo not getting a single kill from this early game. 3-0 down against JDG.
And gets the invade onto the red buff. Of course, it is going to force Pace to reset an awkward timer there. Only gets a longsword off that reset, whereas Light just gets to go back, pick up a Sheen, come back out onto the Rift and feel a bit happier about it. And again, Pace being down double summoners, theoretically punishable as the game goes on. But for now, it is Shun getting most of a quadrant there as a result of that little look-in. Don't get the red buff still to Tien, who is kind of going to get punished realistically for making those aggressive moves bot side back-to-back.
Now Weibo, after they start falling behind here, you know, you can have a slightly later Rod of Ages completion from the Silence because they're down CS, lost some waves for those deaths. And yeah, now this Neferi can actually be a big issue potentially in the future. It needs to, of course, not get caught out by someone like an Impale later if you have the W to get through it, but Neferi can start chunking through things like the Yorick and the Skarner a little earlier into the game rather now. Gonna get towards that Shojin quite early.
So, eyes on the Rift right now. 2,000 gold each JDG. A lot of it, you'll note, is top lane, where Xiaoshu's up 1,000 gold right now on this
2 dives on the stack waves, and it's going to get worse.
Yeah.
He does have a flash. I don't know if it saves him.
I'm not sure he's going to bother burning it. Well, now the dark possession is solid enough. Oh, and pulled back into it all out. Xiaoshu, that was clean.
Combos up with Scout, gets that point and click CC. Tien's still in the pit, does get one of the grubs. Another one's gone to JDG. Xiaoshu's coming back down. The way we think they can stick around, I guess they can. So they'll get themselves the 2 grubs, but this Yorick has been demolished. A couple of dives gone awry for Weibo, not been able to protect Breathe. They've not been there in position, particularly the first kill where they didn't spot out Shun due to poor jungle tracking. And Shun dropping camps to make that happen has really set him behind. This Yorick is completely dead in the water until he gets his 2 items. He's had to pick up a Cull, which is bad news for a Yorick. Never wants to pull that through. You can see how poor he is at fighting through these early plays. He's so low XP and HP.
He tries to come over and support Tien, but actually Light isn't there yet. The timing's not quite right. Basically just tells me that Weibo didn't time their resets and stuff correctly for this, and Xiaoshu finds a wonderful angle. The Q3 to pull back into the Dark Procession to all out through the Dark Procession wall into the Fat Wall to go under turret and kill the Yorick. Oh, I mean, you can't ask for a better combo, really.
Dragon is alive. The JD, well, neither team's gone towards it early. It's been more about these topside plays. JDG, they've made it very clear that their goal is to shut down the Yorick, and that does make sense. I think that the Yorick has a very good time against their team eventually. Now that eventually is quite far in the distance, and I think the job's sort of done. The early game's been not bad today, I suppose, between Game 1 Game 3. Game 2 was, of course, that was the bad one. Went 0-2 versus Weibo yesterday and didn't have much to really say about that. It was quite a bland series from what you were saying. And JDG struggled to mount much of a fight at all. It's been much better for them today, but still a little too late.
Not in time to compete for a spot above them. Weibo having won yesterday, get themselves that guaranteed. If JDG had won yesterday and then won today, we would be in a very different conversation. That's not the case, sure. The quickness rolling, can't quite get onto light, but there's the Hound's pursuit, but it's dragged a long, long way in the back line. The Impale comes onto 2, Breathe now over as well, but Tien desperately low, with stolen quickness from Xiaohu, threatening multiple members, trying to get some decent healing back with the Kingstyle. Damage goes on down, thank you, kill off the Neferi. Xiaohu just about alive, finally falls to Scout as Breathe. That's another morning miss, flash from Scout with the Disintegrate. Breathe trying to get some last ones, but again, this is a very anemic Yorick who, despite landing all of these Qs, just can't do damage. Pays, flashes in, gets caught in the dark possession, and Breathe ends up getting a lot of value there. Scout's also low, Light, missing the Q, gets the auto, survives the Incinerate, but not for long. Crisp is going to try and kill out Chris, Joel gets through the magical journey and gets the Ricard. I think Weibo actually win that fight and will get the Dragon as well.
Do they get 4 off of them?
They do.
Breathe ends up killing the Dragon itself too, so we get some golden XP. I kept forgetting the last hit there. Weibo win the fight, and they close the gold advantage down to, I say close it down to 2,000. Still a pretty big gold advantage. We'll have to watch through all of this shit show again. Joel doesn't manage to get the great engage. The ultimate's not really getting much. Shun well out of position. The Impale's not bad from Tien to buy some time. The Xiaohu does manage to get himself a good quickness through. Now, you'd normally think, well, low HP on the Silas, low HP on the Ezreal. Surely, you're running over this fight now. The actual re-engage from Weibo is not that strong unless it's Draw that can manage to do that. And they've now used everything. They've used the anti-flash. They've used the Rakan ultimate. The binding is clutch from Crisp there too. And even though Light is really low HP and Breathe is really low HP, not that much to stop them auto-attacking you now, and somehow that's enough.
And again, Pays flashes to find a good feather root angle. Burn has no more cooldowns. Can't feather pull again. He's autoing this. Yorick, who just doesn't care at that point, has steel caps, has managed to get a decent amount of gold from that play, gets a kill, gets a few assists. He's still a long way behind Xiaoshu, of course, but hey, anything for the Yorick at this point was valuable. They're still down 2 or so thousand gold, which is significant, but a much needed play. They get themselves the objective. In fact, they've got 2 marks towards the objectives. And Xiaohu gets thrown under the turret, and Scout being 3-1 and 2 is actually quite scary in this game, potentially.
Yeah, Light does have a kill coming through, and he does have a 1,000 gold lead himself. Tien fighting for his own red buff secure.
Does get that one. I think, no, he doesn't. Shun with that smite did get that one. I do apologize. The Cosmic Binding was solid enough to deny a little bit of the engagement. Tien still going to have to flash out. The 2-shot barrage goes wide, and I think JDG just blast Ken out to safety. Good invade.
It's easy to get one there, and that's one of the things that you criticized yesterday, was that the invades were not actually that well coordinated with the rest of the team. Top lane advantage has still remained in Xiaoshu's favor. A little over 1,000 gold. Breathe on the other side did pick up a kill, and that last player's picked up some more CS. He's still 40 CS down. 120 to 80. That is disgusting. Full level down in terms of XP. The early game dies from JDG. Very, very impactful in Weibo. Bluntly not doing well enough to protect their Yorick on the side lane.
Worth noting, Scout's build here as well has gone towards the early lost chapter for Malignance, but has actually also got the Haunting Guys in there, so splitting the build a little bit, looking to use that early lead where he can, see whether that turns into a Leandries or whatever build it ends up being. We've seen things like Bloodlancer's Curse, Fourth on Annie's as well. Stolen Tibbers can say, I can join the tea party too. There's bear-on-bear violence, and Xiaohu is not winning this right now. Gets healed by a healing shrine, but still stunned up. Cosmic Binding across the Tibbers, and Scout will keep Xiaohu just about alive.
Will do. I mean, these solo lanes taking a beating. Light's the one with the lead. Does get rooted here. Shun can actually threaten him.
Hound's pursuit, flash away, driven under the turret. Damage back onto Shun is pretty good, but only takes the one turret shot. The Darking Daggers landing forces a bleed onto Light, so difficult to step on towards Pace. Also very low, burned his Ghost. Breathe gets pulled back with the Q3. There's an all-out angle, can't get him through the wall, and Breathe gets to flash under the turret.
Tien, by the way, absolute hero playing that mid lane. I don't think Light even needed to flash. Drives him out of the ults as Tien onto Shun. Stops that ult from coming through. Very well played from him. Still 1,000 gold behind on the Skarner, but shows the utility of the champion defensively there. Light blowing his flash is a problem though. JDG will I think if they kill the Ezreal, they are
in an okay
they're
spot.
in a great spot after that point. You know, Breathe isn't really a team fight threat until realistically gets 2 items. You need that Triforce and you need the Shojin. You realistically need both of them. Now Breathe is working towards getting that cull completed, but he's just been taking a beating up until that's completed. And then of course, Xiao, who has the Rod of Ages completed, still 1,000 gold behind. It's not looking pretty for him either.
Breathe does have 24 some 2 grubs here and Demolish. He might be able to get a decent chunk here. Probably not much more than an auto or two. And he's got to be a bit worried because Xiaoshu has Flash. Potentially threaten Breathe, so he has to back away.
And there's no plates. There's no plates, so you can take a chunk out of it. It's not actually getting the gold until it finishes the whole thing. The wife comes out, the maiden. No, that's not actually the wife, by the way. The maiden's a weird thing in Yorick's skin. Obviously, Yorick's lore is something which a lot of people kind of just forget about. It's kind of like all the bad vibes of his soul kind of somehow put together from the mists into one, you know, malevolent orb thing.
It's the bit that Viego really wishes was still there.
No, I don't think so. I think that's actually most of the stuff that's in Gwen, actually. Because Gwen is like the other bits of the spirit.
I was going to make a joke about red flags.
Oh, okay.
Viego,
well, I mean, it is
being, like, I don't really know whatever's wrong with this holder. Don't want to fix that. No.
It's like I can fix it. I could do, but whatever's making them broken is actually making them a lot.
It's the issue with the hot crazy axe itself. It's actually, you know, one feeds into the other.
That's
They're not discreet. You
Let
know?
me just. I'm gonna have to vet your like future partners
It's
a lot harder. Like, Sam, you realize they had like 3 bladed objects on them. To have a metal detector on the door. Oh, okay, Xiaohu losing the trade up against Scat on the top side, but still collecting wave. That seems to be the way of things for these solo laners right now. Still behind over 2,000 gold on Weibo on the whole. Dragon has spawned. First one was taken by Weibo. Weibo really want to delay this until they manage to get themselves a little bit more staying power. You know, the culls have cashed in from both Breathe and Light. I don't think there was a cull onto any member of JDG, so Weibo get double kill cash in, which does mean that they managed to recoup some gold just through those items.
Yeah, again, it drops the gold lead top side by a few hundred. It extends Light, who is in a good spot this game. Needed to be fair. Xiaoshu, they're going to be able to pick up this first turret down here, and that would secure the strongest of feet. JDG, they've been going to the gym and doing feet exercise. I don't know what that would be.
Free?
Apparently, no, you need to
It's like toe curls or something, you know?
Yeah, they actually did need to get 3 kills and a turret. It wasn't for free. It came at cost.
Well, not for us. We're just for them.
Yeah,
not for us.
It's true.
Yeah. How benevolent are they? Like, not at a second item just yet. Tink getting caught. If he gets rooted back here, that's a problem.
Yeah, it does get stunned vaguely, but gets to back away. Down to about 20% HP, but is out safe enough. Nice back away from Chris. Needed to be. It's a magical journey out to safety, but has that left anyone on the top side alone? No, the reset did manage to come on through for Xiaohu.
Now on the bottom side of the map, Breathe pushing in towards that turret. First tower had already been taken by JDG. They had themselves the pieces you were talking about before from various different things. Tower going towards Scout, getting him even more gold. Breathe has himself that Triforce now, but he has a full item down against Xiaohu. They are cheaper items, it is worth noting, from the Xante compared to the Triforce, which is actually very, very expensive. And the Maiden's going to speed away. Is it going to be fast enough? No. Yes.
Maybe. Mid lane turret all the while was taken pretty damn low. Can't quite secure it as yet. Scout is so strong this game, by the way. He's got Malignance and is still holding on to that Haunting Guise and has got some stacks on the Dark Seal. Is very, very happy with the way this game has gone so far.
Worth noting about the 2-item thing, though. Light does have his 2 items stacking up. Once he gets that Muramana, that is like your God Spike for the Ezreal. They'll go towards something like of course, the Shojin later on, which goes kind of crazy.
I don't think I've ever heard about a 2-item spike on Ezreal.
Really?
I thought with 24 Muramana. I don't
remember when it was the 3-item spike when you had the double tier items? We had a Muramana and of course the Seraphs. That stuff was crazy. That was crazy.
Breathe back to shoving away. They did hold on to that mid lane tier 1. I think if they'd lost that as well as every single outer turret without trading back, the map would have been so over for Weibo. So holding on to that mid lane tier 1, at least for now, gives them something to anchor the map around.
Scout is so strong on his own too. And also the Annie's just pretty good versus the Yorick because he has so much point and click. He doesn't block any of your stuff. He's damage coming through. To say that, 1v1, that's fine. Teleport's coming in. He's currently in a 1v3.
Has to flash away. Flash, grand entrance, quickness, flash away for Chris, but the Impale comes on down on top of the Annie, trying to get some damage. The Scout is just surely dead, but the shields are good, but not good enough. Xiaohu is teleported in, but there's a stolen quickness. A heal from Jaw buys some time. And the abscond, the abduct, Xiaohu trying to trade out, still got the quickness on top of him, yet to burn it. Throws out a chain lash and backs away, top of the screen. The jungler trading out with Tien. I keep saying that whenever I see the damn Skarner, baited by years of LPL-ness. Tien will people trying to chunk out. Jaw misses that boulder, but the Rakan does get chunked. Maiden did fall as well as an additional little thing there for JDG, but Weibo are the one that get the kill, they get the shutdown, they get the turret.
They do, and it's a lot of gold going back onto this Yorick, who we thought was kind of just out of the game. Teleports came in through thick and fast. Scout was initially caught in a 1v3. Draw the teleport comes through, but the Impale comes through, and he's used the flash already. They're kind of stuck into the plane end, and they get dragged into the Dark Procession as well. The Impale into the baby cage. Nasty stuff. Xiaohu, of course, takes a bit of a chunk on the way out, but largely the damage has been done. And what that does mean now is that Weibo have a fighting shot in terms of territory around the Atacant, which looks like it's getting started right now. There's a teleport coming into mid lane. JDG might be starting at Atacant, though. Weibo occasionally do trade away from this. Breathe might try and get the mid lane out of turret. Is he going to run down in time? So try. He's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, he ended up taking a lot of the chunks there from the Atacant. Weibo now walking on forwards. Where is Skarner on your screen there? Top of it can look to steal this Herald summon. Battle out angle. Xiao still with the quickness hijack. Good to get into the backside. I don't like it either. JDG, this is looking a lot like an Intercard angle. Xiao tries to step on forward. Gets to Q3. Dragged all out as Tien. They have gone golden. And that means that the Atacant can be taken just about by Shun. But it did come down to a scary fight. Scout gets into the Herald. Battle heralds it. Fight is looking good now for JDG, who managed to finesse it well. Shun into the backside. Managed to get a hold of Light as Breathe on the wrong side of the rift. This ain't the right neighborhood. He's in the op block jungle. And ain't no rumble to equalize. They'll get a few more autos down as the feathers come flying, and Shun picks up another.
Yeah, Breathes in the wrong postcode as the Herald takes Scout into exactly the right one where he wants to be. The Herald into the middle of the play, used as a battering ram into the backline, helps JDG sweep the fight. We're getting a little bit worried for them because they were tanking the Atacant. The Bardol ended up stopping the Atacant from being smoked down as well, and Xiaohu didn't manage to drag the Skarner out of the play. I thought, well, okay, this is looking dangerous now. Your front line's not in great position, and yeah, then the smite comes down.
12:39, and he wasn't quite in time. Tien was in the right position to make it play, but it doesn't happen. Xiaohu got taken apart in the 2v1 by the bot side. Light just gets run down. In comes Shun with the Hound's Pursuit, and that's a dead old Ezreal.
Weibo, that's a big loss to them. If you were going to win this kind of series and that kind of game from the deficit you're on, a lot of it would come against an Atacant defense. You see the enemy team taking it, they tank it, and you end up using a damage and the shred to make sure you can win the fight. They don't manage to do so. Now it's a 6,000 gold lead for JDG. Dragging us up, they can get themselves second one there. And Weibo, they're still waiting to hit, big power spike on the Yorick. The Ezreal has it, but couldn't even win during that. I think JDG have got themselves the lead they now to close this game.
I think probably so. Credit over to Crisp. Honestly, tried really hard in that play. That Temper Fate was about as clutch as you could get, trying to mess up the smite timings, but still isn't enough to get them that option. The petal count is actually relatively easy, and it's been a relatively messy game, so a lot of petals to be collected, and Weibo not miles off that, at least on that front. And Breathe, gonna try and get this turret top 6.
On the petal thing again, hang on a second. No, we might not have a chance for that side lane. He lands.
Oh my god, Scout got blasted. Xiaohu's probably in danger here, but over comes Crisp. Could look to find a Cosmic Binding. Xiaohu, though, with Annie in inventory, has got a redemption to keep himself safe, and they just don't have the damage. Xiaohu gets to back away.
Yeah, he's got enough HP just for now. They'll be able to take themselves an objective bounty on top side. Xiaohu very nearly dies. Tower aggro. I think the Tibbers ended up regaining that for him. Luckily got out alive, but close run stuff.
Calculated.
Take the kill, take the tower.
I'm wondering how he ended up that low. I was like, oh, he just took turret shots. Oops.
Yeah, I think the Tibbers was the thing which got the aggro back. Xiaohu then uses those to then get himself a Riftmaker, second item. So, alright, Silas somewhat online now. 2 items very big for him as well. Hullbreaker came a second, by the way, for Breeze, not going towards the Shojin. Hullbreaker, pretty good, and there's extended kind of plays. Of course, it doesn't give you the resist when you're away from allied champions now, but it does do. So it gives you every 5th auto attack, does a crazy amount of extra damage onto either towers or champions. And it buffs up the resists of cannon minions. So still ends up buffing the wave near you a little bit. Not a crazy amount, but enough. It means that you still have somewhat of a split push identity, but is more of a team fight / individual item than it was before.
JDG, 4,000 gold up. Atacant, couple dragons. They should be in a pretty good spot this game, especially now Pei's got into his second item. you are just sort of seeing a few little look-ins from Weibo where you go, oh yeah, wait, if they can find the combo, this Silas can still be quite dangerous. Light is still pretty scary, even if actually that big gold beat he had individually has kind of shrunk with all the turrets that have come on down and that extra kill and the assist that Pay's got in that last play. But still, you are at least getting to the point where some of your champions can begin to do what they're supposed to do.
So no Dragon up soon. Baron up in 30 seconds. Weibo not in a position to play around it, but they might be in a position to punish JDG if they look towards it on the other side. That's basically what we're saying here. JDG, reminder, they got blasted by Weibo yesterday, so it's already a better series for them. I think Scouts had a better game than, say, you know, particularly game 2 in the series was bit bad from him, as Weibo did manage to run it back towards them. The Galio on Scout not really able to make that much of an impact. Been a better series than him than it has done some points in this split. We were saying, actually, this might be Scout's worst year in his career, perhaps. He's had a hell of a long history, breaking out away from the T1 organization in 2016. He was the understudy to Faker before that point, and then went on to be huge LPL amount of titles. Managed to get himself a world title as well in 2021. The kind of the crowning jewel of any pro player's career, if you can achieve it. Very rarely can you get that away from T1, given this recent era as well. But Scout's managed to do that for himself, but you know, despite the highs which he's had and the legendary path which he's carved for himself out here, some controversy about legal fees and all the rest of it left him in a bit of a worse spot, where he's dived onto the bot side, blows the flash.
Let's get out safely, but does have to blow that summon again. The Yorick doesn't really have that many tools to support him necessarily. People come roaming down. We saw Crisp try that on the second dive topside. Not quite on the timer. It was a nice idea from Crisp. You saw what the vision was, but the execution not quite there, and that's meant that Breathe, especially once he's been behind, has struggled to find space on the map to be really threatening, despite having the grubs, despite being a Yorick. It's super easy. Be interested to see what that third item is. Got the Ruby Crystal and the Longsword. Probably going to be a tunneler item, so my imagination is a Shojin.
Yeah. I'd agree with that one. Shojin just on crazy amounts of base damage. Tends to do some nasty stuff. Peninsula Dragon now. Weibo have managed to slow things down a fair amount, and credit to them with that. We are getting to the point now where perhaps Breathe can fight back more against Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, I think, over the course of this split, has been JDG's best player. Not been his best series today. I think that the Aurora earlier on was really not it.
No, it wasn't. Whether that will change here on the Cassante, or he's had a very good Cassante game so far, I think, to be fair. Yes, set up for success, but also has played out some of those 1v1s and 1v2s exceptionally well. And is Baron's up. So that's another thought to kind of keep an eye on here as well. JDG just picked up a third item on the AD carry, so their ability to theoretically burn through a Baron with a 3-item Neferia, 3-item Xayah is quite high, actually.
Yeah, but I'm just a little bit worried about doing it against a Bard ult, which can stop you, and then that can allow someone like the Skarner to get into position, and Yezreal firing over the wall. I don't think JDG want to easily start this. I think it's easier for them to start around the Dragon. It's much easier to take, much easier to tank. Going over the wall. Shooting damage right now.
Not. It's bound to a wall briefly. Cosmic, no less. Again, going to try and take away this Raptor, and will do so. Clever girl.
Oh man, for those of you who never read the Jurassic Park book, myself included, I hear it's very, very good, by the way. Baron is going to get started now. Good start onto Tien.
Ooh, Tempered Fate by space. That might allow Weibo to come over and try and fight this. The quickness comes on down, but look at Shadow on the other side looking to find his own angle. Will flash out on the timer. Chris going to flash away in turn, but oh my day, Scout with a double disintegrate stun, and Bard is dead to rights.
Breathe doesn't want any part of this either, not teleporting in. Great damage from JDG, realizing they can look for the pick. They were never looking to really take the Baron easily. They wanted to make sure they get picks off of it. Redemption used to heal them up a little bit. Breathe is still not coming to the play.
He's still not trying to threaten them with a tier 2. That's a big chunk onto Tien, who gets impaled on a great timer, by the way. Means that Shun's ult doesn't really work out as cleanly as he would like, but still going to buy the kill eventually. Xiao goes golden, but I think he's looking a little bit bronze right now. It's fool's gold as JDG show exactly what they are worth for the team fight.
High in the top side. Weibo committing to the 4v5 defense. They wanted to allow this Yorick to do this in the bot side. He does have the Hull Breaker. He kills turrets really well. He's taken the inner and the inhibitor. Baron will go down to the side of JDG, but it is going to be a 3 kind of point push from Breathe. Gets the inner, gets the inhibitor tower, gets the inhibitor itself. I don't think it's worth it all the same. Dragon will get started by Weibo now, but if this was the plan in topside, they had to just let the Baron go, you have to feel, or at least not die on the defense.
See what the thought process, but once some of those flashes came down, it got a bit trickier. They tried to walk that line, but they do get the Dragon after as well, you know.
Look, in the grand scheme of objective trades, you're not getting nothing for it. You get the inhibitor, you get the dragon. Means you can extend the game a little bit more. Breathe gets more nucleated gold onto him. But this is the play on top side. Stun comes in from the Annie. I do really wonder whether Light should have just focused on getting out alive.
Yeah.
Rather than staying and defending. I suppose he does at the end, but no credit to him. Maybe Xiaohu was rather the person I should aim that at. Xiaohu trying to go towards the Skarner there. I think you just have to let one person die. Don't let 4 people die on top side. That's a pretty high price.
It is. And look, I think the other thing is like, look, I see what the idea is with the quickness, because actually Tien timed that Impale exquisitely. Manages to pluck Shun out of his ultimate with the Impale. Still with a flash on him, but the Tempered Fate will turn this one around. Can potentially look to buy time. The Cosmic Binding is good, but the heals are just not there to keep Xiaohu alive, who is now really struggling to get in and brawl. He's just blasted every time he looks.
JDG have realized Breathe is not teleporting to the defense. We can just go take the rest of the map. He's managed to get some gold back, but that gold is not at the play. Redemption coming in. I mean, you've got the Baron buff here. Sure, they can just try and look to end the game.
Light looking for a decent angle here to get some autos down.
Too many minions.
Are doing, but the minions are blocking quite a lot. They do lose the Maiden. Lost an Nexus turret, binding on through briefly. Crisp is going to get pulled back by Xiaoshu, and they lose their support. 20 seconds on Xiaohu. Gets a good impale, but there's just not enough damage because Paige pulls the feathers back, and they finally corral Weibo into a meaningful fight. And the meaning is the end of the damn game. JDG get vengeance for yesterday. It's a 2-1 victory that will bring JDG to 5-9. It's not going to change anything in the grand scheme of the standings, but it's a feel-good moment coming into playoffs.
JDG will get themselves revenge. It doesn't change the standings, but it does mean they get one back against the team that demolished them just the day before.
Oh, welcome back, one and all, to the best co-stream on the planet. Because I'm a very unbiased and non-chilly person. I won't chill for anything, guys. Certainly not. But the fact that you might have a Twitch Prime sub that you could drop here would be awful. I would never suggest that you drew that. And anybody who did, well, I don't know what I'd say. There's no way I would want to see subscriptions on the Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Nymaera_. That would be awful. I also wouldn't like to see people use the Ko-fi link. Who would ever use a Ko-fi link to donate to two of the absolute best casters in esports, offering incredible entertainment at cut-rate prices that you could, via the power of your bank account, support? Wouldn't do that. In fact, I wouldn't even chill for this league mastery thing. Absolute nonsense. I would never, ever, ever suggest you use the link we have to come and join in one of the best websites on the planet right now at teaching you about League of Legends. I'm choking on my own word because let's be real, I am absolutely shilling out of the wazoo. Don't ask what a wazoo is, I don't know either. What I do know is that League Mastery is an awesome new website put together primarily by Hedon, who is a former LEC coach, done some really cool things in League of Legends, knows LOL like the back of his hand, is putting together a crack team of creators to teach you more about League of Legends. And if you want to learn about casting and esports stuff, we're doing a series on there about casting for play-by-play from myself, color casting from Nymaera. We potentially get some additional benefits if more people sign up. Think about casted games. Think about 1v1 calls or group calls. But that involves more people signing up, and we get more value the more people sign up. So consider doing pretty damn awesome.
Well, folks, that'll be us for the first series of the day. Second one is the really important one, where IG versus BLG will determine our second seed rather. It's a really, really big one.
That really will be. And again, this one has a lot more weight in terms of standings. It's fights for second place. BLG have been on a real slump recently. In fact, what's their score in the last 5 series? I don't think it's going to be great.
With BLG?
Yeah.
Okay, BLG. So they 2-0 FPX, they 2-1 JDG, 1-2 against IG, 2-1 versus Weibo, then 1-2 versus 2-1 versus AL. So they're 3-2 in terms of series, a lot of 3-game series, and dropping a lot of games in that too. Of course, the IG series was a real heartbreaker. They threw in the late game. BLG has stood for bad late game recently.
It has, and we've seen some very unfortunate mid-game throws. And the words we've been using is greedy, arrogant. We're seeing people go for the watch my beer plays a little too much when teammates aren't around. Objective setups have been quite poor. They try to outplay because they've got massive gold leads in the early game. And to be fair to BLG, their early game leads have been exceptional. And then how they play with them has been anything but responsible. And it is what it is. It is what it is.
Okay. So let's get back into this then. As Oh. Okay, we're going to take a bit of a break, folks, and we'll get through things. Second series of the day. We'll get ourselves some coffees, we'll play some stuff, and we'll get back to you.
Congratulations to JDG, by the way, who just now hit 500 total victories in the LPL. That's pretty damn cool.
Yes. Okay, cool. Okay, it is time for horse game and adverts.
Ugh.
It's like cheese and wine, horse game and adverts. Yes, I did see that, Amber. Thank you so much for the Ko-fi donation, Harold. I really, really appreciate you. I had like a little bit of a freak out moment because I went over to the Ko-fi page and like the number of donation thing, like it had gone down. So I was like, did someone refund? Is that a thing? But then I realized it's the last 30 days. So I was just making sure I was okay on that. But I was like, huh, what do you mean? It's like however much less. I'd be bringing a kind of grapevine that the lemonade stand don't like. True. Damn. Those ducks got one over on you, huh? I guess we race in December. You always race in December if you can. I mean, we do need some guts, but 3 rounds down is really good. Nice. We need to get speed up though. Speed and power. I can't remember what this one is. Where is Midget Room McQueen? Resolve and Duty. Power 20, speed and wisdom plus 10. We'll actually go for some power. Because, well, normally I'd go towards all stamina. I think that it's quite valuable to get some early power. Because power is what loses you races a lot of the time, really. Can't remember what this is either. Wisdom or stamina and power? We will go stamina and power. Because we're not looking to like make an actual like racer. We're looking for like a something that will eventually like be the inspiration for other ones, legacies. MVP. Shin probably. Yeah. What do you mean connection error occurred? What does that mean? When does BLG start? It'll start after this. There'll be an interview, and then they'll come through after that. So probably about, I'd say about 15 minutes, let's say, until they get onto it.
Huh, this is, I mean, is the server down? Maybe it's connection issues again. Oh, okay, we're good. I think. So we're racing in December. But yeah, we go for power lift, nice. No worries, Philonix. No worries. We'd really like to get some of their speed at some point. What did you mean? There we go. Let's get some speed just after we get the mood down. Typical. Tell you what, Kid Stand Black is really good for Medra on Green because she gives a load of front runner stuff and a lot of good long skills as well. Oh damn, the connection's just dying here. Who have I got winning IG BLG? Right now, IG. What is happening? Wait, Frankfurt just a no. Oh, Jesus Christ. I swear to God. Whatever. I'm quite tired of crackdown on demonstrations. Not to get too political. What do you mean that peaceful protest is suddenly an issue? Do you realize what that leads to is that when people do not feel like they can peacefully protest, they do other things. This is actually not the way that you do things.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人刘航。首先，我们要恭喜北京 JDG 获得了这场比赛的胜利。来到赛后采访环节的嘉宾是下路选手 Pace， 欢迎 Pace， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 的 Pace。
欢迎 Pace。今天也是一场久违的胜利，拿到了组内赛，对于 JDG 来说，最关键的一场胜利，而且也算是成功的复仇了 WBG。Pace 会觉得今天的比赛相比昨天而言。 JDG 做的更好的点。
Dude, what is happening with the servers? I guess it's just dying, huh?
어제 나왔던 문제들을 어제 잘 얘기해서 오늘 좀 보완돼서 경기할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Bro, what? Basically, there are some cities which are like cancelling some demonstrations, which I think is just inherently not a very good thing. But I won't talk more about that here, because not the place to, I suppose. Maybe it is.
경기 조합 전체상에서 주동적으로 좀 많이 짰는데요. 뱀픽에서 어떤 생각을 준비하셨나요?
교전하기 좋은 조합으로 최대한 생각해서 했던 것 같습니다.
我们尽可能去选择打架比较主动的阵容去选。
今天3局比赛也看到了打架的能力，尤其是最后一局，在前期拿到优势的情况下，中期依靠着阵容的优势啊，不断在选择依靠大龙来逼团，主动去打架。今天在中期指挥这个位置，主要是谁来做？大家是怎么去沟通的？
오늘 경기 게임 중반에서 오더는 어느 선수가 주도적으로 하셨나요?
다 같이 자기의 상황을 말하면서 잘했던 것 같습니다.
每个人报了自己的情况，然后我们去打就可以了。
大家每一个人都有沟通。那其实这个赛段 JDG 的阵容会让很多的观众都对他们有所期望。那配子你自己对于第3赛段接下来的比赛有怎样的期望？你会希望 JDG 在接下来的比赛要走到一个怎样的位置呢？
많은 팬분들은 JDG 팀의 기대치가 높은데 페이즈 선수는 3라운드에서 어떤 성적을 원하시나요?
남은 경기를 쉽지 않겠지만 다 이기는 게 목표입니다.
剩下的赛程虽然不简单，但是我们会努力赢下来。
那接下来马上
Oh, thanks to follow by the Smile King. Oh, I think I fixed the alert box, by the way, finally. So I don't think I should keep going for like the 100 gift sub for forever, by the way, now.
어느 부분에서 더 발전을 해야 되나요?
저희 문제점을 남은 연습할 때 잘 찾아서 다 같이 발전하면 될 것 같습니다.
我们要通过在训练中找到我们自己团队的问题，然后好好去准备比赛。
JDG 的 slogan 叫做坚定你所相信，真的希望 JDG 能够坚定的赢下一场又一场比赛的胜利，而我们也可以把无限的相信给到 JDG 好吗？用掌声支持和鼓励他们。希望在接下来的骑日之路 ，JDG 能有更加出色的表现。感谢佩子接受我们的采访，也再一次的恭喜 JDG 获得了这场比赛的胜利。接下来让我们一起来欣赏一段精彩的 Spotlight。
总有精神哦。 跑一下这位，大龙要给针眼，
我给，
要先打前面的，有没有三剑的？
打起来吧，看情况，来吧，
谁打的？他没圈了，可以随时开了。我要开了，我随时开了。
看格温的，可以看格温，go，在场的，
看 go，
有接胜，
现在前排打前排，
包庇，
现在前排，来死，看这个，佩子看一下，
巨波飞机全没闪的，
保一下，我5杀了，佩子给我，
好，撤离
啊，没事，佩子打得好
啊，对，
没
没毛啊，
不怕，我的兄弟们
，AD 闪好了，
没盾了，走吧。他们可以有 TP 后面，我会走。
有 TP 眼，全是。
安倍萨没大，我记得。
他们如果出来很深的话，可以玩小人在 B 上。
哎，这种位置可以看。
可以在这麦啊，
我想来。
来。AD
没闪，
安倍萨右边。
我到 AD 去了。
一波了。黑头。来，兄弟，这把好爽，12-1-10，
我也
12-1-。第一波打赢了就赢了呀。是。
They can put this separately in another room. By the way, these are literally in different arenas. They just have to take time to set up for the other thing. Now, yeah, I mean, this went to 3 games. I do think the transition time is a little long between them, but it's not. Yeah, it's a little long between them, I suppose. That's been a problem with LPL the entire year, is that there's a long time between games. It's less than it was earlier in the year. But I don't agree. I don't disagree though, Fun. No, really, I don't.
没事，不管，来，加油！
I don't know, is he gonna die again? Did I run a votes? Yes, I did. Okay. I should get the Kingdom Hearts franchise on Steam. I did mean to play through it again. Is this thing gonna work again? I don't know. I think the server's dying. They've had some server issues. By the way, out of interest, anyone, this is like completely anecdotal. Does anyone here like, because I think there's some kind of like disconnect between different esports fan bases or different esports watchers. Do you wait? Did I click rest? What the fuck? I didn't do that shit. Did I? I didn't? Oh, maybe I did actually. Huh? Maybe I did. Huh. Guess we'll go with that. Does anyone here watch Valorant as well as League? Do you watch both? Or do you not? Because I'm kind of wondering if there are actually overlapping audiences. Like a little bit. So because like I'm just interested because, you know, there are there's been some discussion about, oh, for God's sake. Really? Oh my god. Okay, I don't know. I think we can't do horse game today. The servers are just destroying themselves, so we can't do that today. That sucks. Because I'm kind of interested because between both NA and EU, sometimes games have been moved into different rooms or into different hey, Jonas, good to see you, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. The servers are just dying today. I have to like relog every single time I have a turn, which is not good. But yeah, games have been moved from like LCS and LEC for a while. So I was kind of wondering, like, does it actually help you that they're moved? Because does it allow you to watch more, or does it actually not change anything at all for you? You do? I think it's because I played both. That makes sense. Because I would imagine there are some. I mean, let's be honest, people do somewhat play both. I'm just kind of interested in, particularly in this part of the audience, if yeah.
Ooh, been about to hit 600 games. Damn, cool. I feel like there used to be more overlap, but probably feels like they don't have the time to invest in both. What, for viewers, I suppose? Oh, I'm all China for League and Valorant. This doesn't impact me at all. Are both streams up if there are games on in the... That makes sense. That's what I do when there are multiple games and I'm watching that. Yeah, so that's kind of... So it was quite depressing, really, because like I felt like I had a pretty good cast on Tuesday. But I can't remember how many viewers there were on the LEC stream, but there probably were... I think there were less than 10,000 on the Twitch stream. I think. Maybe... Yeah, it didn't feel like it was very high, right? Which is ridiculous for LEC, considering numbers that I normally pull. When I tuned in, it was at 15k. Okay, maybe. I mean, let's be honest. If someone's taking a screenshot, they're probably cherry picking, right? But yeah, obviously the numbers were a lot lower, and it's already a problem because the LEC stream already pulls in a lot less viewers than co-streamers. So, you know, particularly for my role and for me as a broadcast talent, it feels, yeah. Well, that is a thing, right? Because effectively, co-streamers have taken a lot of the audience from lolesports and stuff, and now they put it towards their own content, which is fantastic. It's great for them, but it does mean that a lot of the viewers, which would normally just passively watch through the main streams, are now elsewhere. They passively watch elsewhere instead. Official stream is really struggling. Co-streams have become too big. I think co-streams have become too big using the official stream. I think it would be quite interesting to see what they could do without actually analyst desk or casters. See what they can do without any sort of production. See if they can pull the same kind of views over time.
哦，上一次的话是有一些运气成分吧，然后这一次交手比较关键的还是前期的节奏。
那这也是常规赛的收官之战了。
Yeah, that's my worry, Mithra. That's my problem. That's my worry.
来完成这一场比赛呢？
收官之战的话，我们现在5连胜嘛，希望就是以6连胜结束这个常规赛嘛。
那对于你来说，
I just had LCK on, but you're casting on in the background, so I can catch up with both. That's very cool. I mean, that's basically what I used to do. I used to have LCK and LPL at the same time when I was more of a viewer and not a caster, right?
这一场比赛啦。 我们邀请到的是 BLG 的辅助选手哦，先有请他跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是全。
I don't think so. Overall pulls in more viewers, more ad revenue. That's actually not that true, Park, because a lot of the ads are kind of like they do stuff during the ad breaks, so they don't get to see the adverts.
在中期的时候，尽量还是减少。
If a co-stream is getting all the audience, you just need to provide clean feed with sponsors. Yeah, I'm interested to see if co-streams could survive if they just had clean feed and no casters or no desk.
应该做出怎样的一些改进呢？
就是如果说是，
but overall viewership is going down actually in some places. Park, interesting.
后面的人要好好止损。
而且今天也是常规赛的最后一场比赛了，你觉得队伍在
Yeah, I think Casual's like he has such a large audience. I don't think he'll ever fail now, right?
我们队感觉都挺轻松的。
好，那就期待你们今天的发挥啦。
Again, it's an interesting topic, right? Because yeah, I think just in general, broadcasters become very undervalued, right? And I find it quite interesting because obviously a lot of the co-streamers were kind of almost promoted by the broadcast, right? Because it was like, oh, hey, you know, this is our colleague, or something like that. Go watch their stream and whatever. But now I find it quite worrying that co-streams haven't given that much back to the original broadcast, you know? I think in fact they've just, in some cases, I think co-streams have become places where people just criticize the main broadcast now. Hey, Macaria, thank you.
Come here often.
Oh my god, I actually forgot I had a completely different sound effect for the Eberate. I appreciate you, thank you. Hey, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. How are things? We're going to a second series of the day, Invictus Gaming versus BLG. And this determines our second seed. This is the last series we have in LPL regular Split 3 2025. So welcome onto the stage, Invictus Gaming and BLG. Great timing to come in here. How was the first series? There was an awesome Kiana jungle game from TM, but it was quite fast and loose play from Weibo. Oh, that lighting is cool, dramatic as hell. Invictus Gaming, smile on the shy.
Last series of the split, folks. The regular split. Do you agree that Rookie and Knight are the top 2 performing mid laners this split? I agree. I think that Knight has been on an MVP performance split. I think that Knight, I think Rookie has been on an MVP caliber split. I think that Knight has been technically the better mid laner in a bunch of their games on a laning level and stuff like that. I think Rookie has been the reason why IG has ticked the way that they have done for so much of this split. The Shy's also been on similar good form as well. Both of them are looking fantastic. I think that my MVP shortlist from regular split, I think probably Jaculov, Rookie, Tarzan. Yeah. And then I think the Shy and Knight are then 4 and 5 for me. They're a little bit behind. Now, if you include stuff like the regular playoffs or whatever, I'm going to go with something.
That's fine, I'll come say hello. But I agree. I think for me, for me, it's between Jackie and Rookie are my 2 front runners. I think I'd even put... I'm struggling a little bit still with my third. Need to figure it out a little bit. Bin, Kanavi, Knight, Jaculov, Hung is my first team All-Pro. I think that's a reasonable take. I think Jackie and Hung have been so good for top esports this split. I don't know whether I'd put Bin there. I think I'd have to shy over. I think Bin's been too inconsistent and been throwing too many big leads for my money. Bin might get third or something, but I think 369 has been better on the whole. And there's still some consideration for people like Xiaoshu, who I think has actually tried really hard on JDG, despite a tricky position in the game. Hey, Makaria, good to see you, friends. Thank you very much for the raid as well. Pleasure to have you all in here. Long time no speak, friends. Hope you're doing all right. Glad to have you all in here. Yijang, Saber, Junhao, someone's an Ultra Prime fan. Night of Frogs, never doubted it. Hung is like the craziest story of summer. Yeah, considering this guy was like, he was like benched for a reason, looking absolutely washed. Like, could not find a clean engage for his life. Turns up on top esports. And it just turns out that, like, synergy matters a lot with support. It turns out. If you're playing... yes, IG. Is that Caster Teddy? I think it is. Fabulous stuff. BLG is 5 people vying to throw the game in different ways lately. Yeah. Ironically, I think Elk has been the one throwing the least lately, with the exception of, like, the builds on Nymaera. We've had our issues. But it feels like every other player has, like, done some very silly things. Knight over the last few series as well. There's been some very dumb ins, despite actually very good numbers. Like that last series we saw, where it was like, incredible play into what are you doing? Into incredible play into what you are doing. Makes him very hard to characterize as a player at the minute. But into draft we're going to go. For game number 1 of our second series, Invictus Gaming versus BLG. It's the big one to close out the split. What a way to end our regular season for the year, eh? So, Oriban, Trundle, Varus. Does mean Gwen. I was going to say Gwen and Rumble are both up, but it's not. We've got the Gwen ban. Rumble is up. So is Aurora. And of course, IG with the Shy. Very happy to first pick the Rumble and say, Bin, what have you got into this? Because Bin's Rumble was very mediocre. I wondered whether they might give it up, because Bin's Rumble improved this split, I think. But it's still not something we necessarily see as, like, that is the Bin champion. Same deal with Ambessa, right? Like, I think the Ambessa has gotten a lot better. It's a lot more dangerous from Bin these days. But you don't look at it and go, oh, God. In the way we did things with, like, the Jace, the Camille's, those kind of timings. Instead, they will get Pantheon to Leah. Didn't talk about that, did we? They did get through. And that combo has been so dangerous. IG, what's the plan? Because that is a deliberate choice. You get the Rumble. And Wukong? Yunara has also been let through, so you might just give the Yunara to Gala, who has been pretty good on it. I think he's probably been... I need to look through the numbers again. I think Jackie's probably been my favorite Yunara, but I think Gala's been very solid as well. They'll get the Annie as well. Rookie has put a lot of time into the Annie. It's been his most played champion this split. Been happy to give up resources to make plays around the map with it. So just the Ambessa angle for Bin. You've already got the point-and-click CC from the Pantheon. You can then layer that with the Seismic Shove with the public execution. Poppy is an immediate ban. Yep. Very annoying for the Ambessa for the Pantheon. Wei plays a very mean Poppy as well. What are you going to ban now from IG? Realistically, it's bot lane options, but again, both sides are looking to pick those up. So it will be really looking for more specialist picks. The Kai'Sa, I think, makes sense. It's a very heavy point-and-click dive combo. You've got the double global. Adding in the third with the Kai'Sa would be a big deal, so getting rid of that.
Yeah.
I think you can afford to leave up Sivir. We've seen a lot of it right now, that the Yunara manages Sivir quite well. Personally, I think I'd ban the Xayah. It's Yunara's worst matchup statistically, at least at pro level, and outplays a pretty decent. Xayah would open up a Rakan angle for On. That would be my choice. Personally, as the double skirmishing junglers are banned away by BLG in terms of Waze Poppy and Waze Jarvan.
No, I do agree with that on the whole. You know, Yunara, if she has a winning 1v1, abuses it very well. The Corki's early game power, I do somewhat understand that.
Plays a lot of it.
Too. And I will say Xayah's not fantastic against Rumble, because you get tagged by the Equalizer, you're still getting damaged by the Equalizer. They might still go towards it anyway. They could lock in, suppose, like, the Xayah, potentially look for the Rakan last, if they so wished. Very strong lane.
Good to see you, Kierkegaard. It's always a pleasure to get a cast with my brother, indeed. Thank you for that little shout out. It's weird being the family business, it's esports and casting, but here we are. Been doing it now for 5 years, which is a crazy stat to come by. There's the Rakan, and I think that theorizes a potential Xayah angle, but they're waiting to see whether it's going to work, because you're right, there are some potentially awful matchups. Alistair, it's a good option for Mako. He's been a cowl player for a long time. Still got to think about a jungler as well. Wukong's managed to get all the way through. Annie Wukong, a known combo. The CC chain can be pretty damn nasty.
And Wukong's good into the Pantheon as well, because Pantheon can never really land a good W onto the Wukong post 6, because he just cyclones, cancels out, and does a ton of damage.
Turns into a clone.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you go for the clone, you still get stunned, because the stun goes onto the original target. So that one is actually, that was how you do get stunned. You can get away from him, and then empower you after. Rakan is paired up with Xayah at the last pick, the Alistair. Mako's Alistair, I still think that is his most played of all time. Alistair and Braum, most played over Mako's career over the 10 years he's been a pro player. God damn, this guy is crazy on that. There was
playing with Deft, right? He was a big Alistair player back in Season 5, and Annie, actually, back in the day. His Annie support was notoriously nasty.
Yeah. So, we'll see exactly what he can do on that pick. Again, Mako has been a little bit up and down. I guess you could say the same of Gala as well. BLG have been similarly, though, all over the place. This is, however, a battle for second place. IG BLG winner gets second. That is the stakes of this series. Top has been claimed by Top Esports. Just behind them, Invictus Gaming 10-3, BLG 10-3. Winner of the series gets second place, and they get themselves a little bit of better positioning in that playoffs. BLG, they have themselves some playmakers to go around. We'll see if they can actually close out a game, though. They've got themselves advantage. They just haven't been cleanly closing games. Can they do so here today?
Need to make it happen. IG have largely been really fantastic. The hands, the verve, the confidence with which they're playing out these fights and taking the hands checks and doing it well has been great. When it's not looked fantastic, they have lost in blazing glory. But it's why we're so excited to watch them, is why we're saying, you know what, I wonder whether IG might be on a track for Worlds. They've been looking very dangerous, and BLG, the last few series have been anything but convincing. The mid-game throws of extreme early game leads have been happening time and time again. Sure, they've been able to recover more often than not. It's not what you want to see from a team that is hunting for second in the LPL. The honeymoon phase has hit some rough waters, some rocks. The ship of BLG is floundering, and they managed to pull it here together here, better phrase, against Invictus Gaming in our final series of the regular split. It's a reschedule, but we're not going to complain. What a way to end out the regular season. Dios blare across our eardrums. Ward down. There's your statistical graph, such as it is, giving IG a fairly decent mid-game spike, which I think makes sense when you've gone for Annie, Wukong, Rumble. First item, Snowball with those insane ultimates, feels pretty good on the other side. BLG, look, they've got their own ways to play in the early game. You've got the Pantheon to layer, but you are perhaps a little bit reliant on making sure your mid-jungle gets to do fun things elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, well, Shadow and Knight having those globals
Important, you know, Shadow has actually struggled to make those aggressive plays as the split's gone on. Started very well at it. He needs to do well here now. Knight being on the Talia is a huge thing. IG, of course, winning the fan vote. They have some incredibly popular players on their roster. They've been doing pretty well so far. Headbutt for the poke, really. This means that Elk's not there to auto-attack the rest of the wave. Gala can stack up his Q. Get a bit more wave control. Fight for level 2.
Doing quite well at that so far, and again, that is what you can do on the Alistar, is like, look, your level 1 kind of sucks, but if you can just knock AD carries away from CS, you can get quite a lot of value purely off that.
In this last matchup we saw between level 2 hit early with the combo coming through, flash away from on, they need to. Again, those headbutts away from the wave were really important there. Opens up that level 2, both summoners blown by On for just the heal of Mako.
It does feel like we started seeing a lot of Alistar starting to do that again quite aggressively at the level 1s, especially because you're running the heal, you can afford to make some of those plays.
It is worth noting, and Harold's called this out in chat as well, losing prior to a level 1 Alistar. The AD carries paired with Alistar allow him to do this. With Sivir and Yunara, you actually have very good wave control just from the Q bounces from Yunara, and of course the trading with the auto attack reset with the Q is actually very, very high, and the Sivir, similarly with the Ricochet, can do stuff like that. What that means is that Alistar can focus on headbutting the other AD carry away from the wave, and it wins them that anyway.
Bin gonna get taken very low. The Shy flashing on forward to overheat. It ends up being flash for flash, but Bin on very low HP here has got a healing pot and a door and shield and a dream.
He does. I don't know whether he's got himself any cookies. I didn't see any in inventory there. But Bin, yeah, taking low. Summoner for summoner. Slightly better off for the Shy there, I suppose. Good combo onto the Rakan. Does have the E out.
Try to find the trample angle by getting between those Iron and Rakan. You can sometimes get that angle off there quite well. Shadow, though, sliding into the top lane. And Shadow has been very willing to gank top lane, where other members weren't. The Shy, though, reads it. Very astute there.
It is a dangerous game when the Shy actually does see where the jungler is. In fact, on the Rumble, one of the last times he played it, ended up getting a double kill in a failed dive. Oh, this one, Halo with a double kill. Play some Slayer up in top side, get a double kill as they tried to dive him. Last time he was against a matchup while he was on his Rumble. Ben is picking up good CS though. We'll get slightly better of that from the Shy. You can see the power of the Yunara there, that quick tap of that Q. Does give crazy damage at the early levels.
Turns out cultivating your spirit is valuable towards damage. Worth noting actually as well, Wei with a slightly unusual jungle pathing kind of went from blue buff to bot side, then back top side again, trying to be with as much coverage across as much of the map as you can.
Elkanon do this thing which they just did in that trade there too. Very, very good at kind of snap Rakan W into an immediate QE from the Zyra. It's not for the roots, just for the poke, and they're very coordinated at doing that. It's one of the reasons they keep playing this duo. They're one of the best duos, I think, of Zyra Rakan, at least in the LPL. They've definitely got a lot of experience of it on the global stage as well. A bot lane which has been inconsistent, we'll say again. And hits level 5 and makes his trade look a little better for him, but still not fantastic. He can teleport back in. BLG and IG, both teams which we expect great things from. BLG, the expectations tempered a little bit more. Mako, good comment to the wall.
Interrupts the battle lance. There will be a second charge, so On will be fine. But again, Mako, when he's on, and I think this split he has been, there was a point, of course, where the Blitzcrank incident happened, where it was looking really difficult. Nice attempted stop there with the Arc of Ruin. Can't quite... Oh, Arc of Judgment. Do apologize. Not upgraded yet with the ultimate, but still, point still stands. No interrupt found.
They called Arc of Judgment? I just call it the prayer bead thingy.
So Arc of Judgment is the non-ultimate version.
Okay,
and
that's what I was
asking.
asking.
Arc of Ruin.
No, I knew the Arc of Ruin. I just didn't know the base form one because shows you I'm sure every tooltip nowadays. Rookie getting the stun. Phase Rush see him to safety. Whee! Take on the other side. Yeah, and he takes a walk away from the mid lane. Shadow not able to get that much there. Fairly chill laning phase between Knight and Rookie. First time we saw the matchup between these two, Knight was blasting Rookie with the help of his team. BLG last year, and particularly actually before MSI, when they had Beatron and before, never really put resources into mid. Not really. They were much more about ganking bot lane, and then Knight would just survive whatever the hell was thrown at him. Then would play on an island and top lane and then hope for the best. As the year has gone on, particularly when they face teams like Anyone's Legend who are more than willing to just say, well, we're just going to perma-gank mid then. BLG have started to return fire with that more and more. They've brought Shadow and On more into his lane, which is not how BLG have always played. They've never really played a mid-centric style, even with Knight. Knight has always been a very self-sufficient player, actually. BLG have done more and more with that as time's gone on. Is he right there? On, coming right into mid lane again. Again, yeah. And BLG putting more and more resources into mid lane as the years gone by.
Wei gonna see Shadow trying to steal away a camp here. Can look to get in range for the smite. It's taken by Shadow, but now the equalizer comes across. Chunks out Shadow a little bit
comes
here.
Rookie.
Can look to turn this one around. Rookie is indeed coming up. The Age Assault buys some time. Public Execution prevents the easy access, but a Nimbus Strike allows the kill onto Shadow, and the invade goes very wrong.
Wei gets first blood against the team that he took to Worlds last year. BLG, reminder, started the year with Wei. In fact, they ended Summer Split last year with Wei winning their title as well. The Shy getting engaged onto, though. Knight flying up, and they'll get themselves a solo lane kill onto the Shy.
They had Mako around trying to get that shove on him, but in the end it's well punished, and Bin picks up a good kill there, especially because he had been chunked out very low in the lane phase, but had done a very good job of keeping up in CS now. Getting that kill puts him ahead of the matchup.
Yeah, and the Shy, big mistake there, was trying to see if he could get a extra wave kind of contended with. Mako getting some decent CC onto Bin. Running and heading up. No, hang on a second. Mako might need to flash or heal there, actually. Holding the wave for the Shy. That's really important, because if the Shy had lost this wave as well, he would be feeling really, really bad about this matchup compared to how it was before. Mako kind of bailing out the Shy, trying to greed for a wave on top side.
Even pulverized the wave to get them nice and low for the Flame Splitter flush. Flame Splitter push. That's the way of doing it. Confusing my consonants partway through
Yeah,
there.
the flame splitter plush.
Spitter plush.
Yeah.
BLG gets a big squeeze on his arm.
IG on the other side, you know, BLG talked about them. You know, I'd argue that BLG have gotten worse as the years gone on. I think that they started in a better spot. And of course, they ended Summer last year with Wei. They replaced him with Shun midway through Worlds because he was struggling in the Worlds group stage. But don't forget, folks, that Wei took them to that Worlds in the first place. Shun was falling apart in LPL Summer 24. BLG needed him to get towards that World Championship, and then Shun fell apart, was far better at the World Championship itself. Wei, of course, then became the starter again as Shun left for JDG. Controversy aside, at the start of the year. And BLG have really struggled to get on the same page again, despite so many jungle changes. Look on IG on the other side. We saw them forming a super team, but we're thinking, well, okay, you know, Rookie's been a little bit off for a little while. Gala and Mako have been about the place too. Mako, of course, was on top. He was looking pretty good, but even then, he fell apart at some international points. The Shy is the Shy. Sometimes excellent, sometimes terrible, and both in equal measure. And then, you know, the jungle roundabout somewhat happened for them too. JJ was in one way as well. But IG have built across the year. They have gotten better. You know, my thoughts when I saw this roster was, if they get on the same page, they can make it to Worlds. In fact, they can win LPL titles if they get things together. I think we're starting to see that now. We really are. You know, they're 10-3. They're fighting for second place. And I think that particularly Rookie and the Shy have been potentially on MVP caliber splits. Of course, they've had some duff games in there too. Arguments aside, we talked about our MVP shortlists before. I think Jackie Love's in there. Rookie, I think potentially Tarzan, Knight, the Shy. They're all in that kind of list. On trying to jump in. Mako's there.
Mako has been there quite a lot this game in general. Making some good-looking moves here on the Alistair at the very least. Hasn't really led to all that much of a lead. We'll note actually that at the minute it's a slight lead to Elk, who's done a good job of finding some better access to some of these waves. Slight leads in a lot of these lanes. Good stun there onto Elk though as Tibbers comes on down for a chunk.
It's actually Knight that's ended up getting the biggest lead on the map so far. It's a small one, but he's managed to get that somehow. 10 CS lead. I'm not exactly sure where he got the other stuff on. There was an assist.
Lane switches and stuff as well. Just good management.
There was that. He also got an unassisted, like a one-man assist, right? Which means that. So assist, for those of you that don't know, it's split across everyone who gets involved in the assist. So if you're one person assisting, I think you get the full 150 gold. Otherwise, it's split across. So actually get some decent value from that. Not all assists are created equal. We have Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. In a game like this, when you're playing around globals and playing around side lane advantages and stuff like the Rumble and the Ambassador and the Shy has been so good on Rumble recently too. I don't think we're going to see any early Dragon easily. Like, if it's free to take, you will do, but what you'd rather do is spend your time impacting side lanes instead with these ults.
Also, no, actually, Wei has gone for 2 of those early objectives. Went for a very early level 4 dragon, took the grubs as well, and it's meant that Shadow's done what Shadow's often done for the BLG, which is just say, screw, we're not going to play for the first 2 objectives. I am going to farm, particularly on things like the Pantheon. I want to get first item, I want to make these first ults really sting, and he's gotten a good individual lead right now, as you were talking about.
Knight's crashing in the wave as Dragon spawns. On's moving up from bot lane after securing that lane, making sure Knight wasn't under threat, moving up towards mid lane too. They've lost the mid lane push though, so IG will have an easier entrance in towards that Dragon. Gala was not at the first item just yet. Looks like he's going towards the Kraken Slayer first build. And Dragon looked at by IG but not started again. They don't really want to be stuck on it. Might catch him on here. A crushing blow from Wukong will bonk Rakan on the head, but that'll be the end of it.
You could see On Had Elk behind him at max range distance, because again, you do get the extended battle dance range to Xayah, so you can sort of face check by virtue of being able to pull yourself back out with the escape route.
Pull yourself together, Marine. GFZ is going to roll across the bridge and...
Big green style.
big green style cannot be defeated. Goddamn.
I know what the League of Legends players like.
I did have all of those memorized as someone or Johnson speeches and speeches in Halo Combat Evolved 2. Dragon has now well and truly been started. Here comes the engage.
Up, puts under in a difficult position. He's going to pump the quickness down, flashes to get the charm onto the Shy, who then pulls back away, but the Feather Storm will get Shy very low. Does actually get a turn around. Public execution lands. They finally bring the Shy low, but it puts Bin very damn deep. Rookie exhausted on needing to run away, but Rookie's so damn fast with the phase rush. Just needs a Q. He should surely have it. I don't think On's going to be fast enough. Oh, not enough! No way! Double stun with the disintegrate. Turn around, Mako with a double pulverize. Elk trying to trade out. It's got the deadly flourish. Running Mako needs to flash one out. Way can't get the kill. Shadow back up and alive, looking for value as Way needs to flash out. Rookie now in danger as Knight's looking for. He's got a flash. Could look for his eyes, but Jevon won't quite find it. Ends up being a 1-for-1, and no one else falls.
All things said and done, it is just that 1-for-1, though it got damn close. A ton of summoners were blown. Knight, if you got that flick back, here comes the Pantheon, forcing another slash. So many flashes down from IG now. Only Gala's remaining.
That is wild stuff. Knight holds on to his. Elk holds on to his. Hoping we get a replay. Still ends up being with the Dragon secured by IG. That is their third neutral objective. They do end up going 1-for-1. It's an okay play in that scheme of things. There's a lot of extra cost, and it's a messy fight.
I have to say, about half of all League of Legends have played around this kind of choke point right now. This kind of mid lane entrance towards the river. The Shy tries to hold it and gets blasted. Very lucky for him to actually survive a little bit longer. Gets a tiny bit more damage down and forces Bin to go melee range, and that's a one-way trip. So what should have been a free kill onto the top lane becomes a 1-for-1. Rookie thinks then he has the free kill here. It's so close.
Oh my days.
That must be 10 HP, 20 or something like that. Very, very close to seeing things through to a kill here too. But IG somehow managed to tank through all three members, and all of them walk away with their lives intact.
Costs them a lot of flashes, but they do get away with it. They do get the objective. They are within touching distance of the goal, even if BLG have got a slight lead there. It's kind of been bouncing back and forth a bit as people pick up various waves on reset timers and stuff. So not exactly been anything game-breaking right now, and IG have put a lot more attention into getting those objectives than BLG have. It's probably partly why we are seeing some of those mild gold leads from lanes.
Shy has himself the first item, so he has himself that Leandra. He's been stopped off for the Hex Drinker, which is a good component, but yeah, the Shy's winning with a one-item spike.
Yeah, Bin's going to have his Hex Drinker procced, and no longer has that shield.
And he doesn't have the HP to fight back now is the problem. Way can come into this side of the map, as can Mako. You see that Shadow and On, they're trying to defend here, but the Shy, on the whole, trading a little better than Bin so far.
Yeah, he has been. We've seen, actually, in fairness to Bin, him picking up a lot of the farms. So despite being caught in turret, despite being left at 20% HP, Carla gonna Kanmei step briefly, gets the cleanse on the quickness, will then begin to shuffle away with his own untouchable Shadow. Gets ahead of that, is now, unfortunately for Shadow, speaking of, ends up headbutt pulverized, may well lose his red buff here. The Shy coming up, so are Elk and On, so is Bin. Weaver's Wall looking to collapse. Way now potentially in danger. Public execution lands, but there might be an opportunity to shove back away. We'll throw down the Warrior Tricks at Elk and On in danger, but they've still got 2 extra members because Way's fallen already. But now Gala's roamed up, looking for the stun, gets it as Knight needs to flash away from the damage. On in danger, goes down, makes that the 1-for-1. Elk with a good root pull.
Oh, it's a mess.
Shy is trying to get the kill. Burn does get that one. Bin's now in danger because Gala has ensured that he is transcending himself and the health bars of BLG.
Is that a 4-for-2? I think it is. BLG and IG going hell for leather in the top side jungle. IG lose their jungle and their top laner, but they walk away with everyone but Knights. BLG, they're losing the early game skirmishes for IG. One of our worries for IG is that actually they're very good in late game, but it's the early game where it's a bit rocky. It's somewhat the opposite for BLG, where we thought actually their early game and their snowballing is their strength. But actually when it gets to late game, they'll start to throw it. IG punching them in the face this early is a problem for BLG, based off of where we know their strengths and weaknesses lie. Before that, Talia comes in for a great ult to even up the numbers here, but they've lost the Pantheon so early. Moko Way getting the better on that first end of the fight, and yes, while they do lose their jungler afterwards, it buys time for Rookie and Gala to come back up and re-engage the fight, and it's not like there's any frontline here for BLG to tank any of this damage.
Might have been forced away by Rookie, and that Annie Tibbers made it so hard, and sure the Shy falls, but he takes so much of the HP bars with him, and Gala is free firing the entire time. He comes away with a double kill from that.
Yeah, that's going to be Shadow going down for his second death of the game there too. Well, to
caught out away from the rest of his team. Perhaps thought he was safe, but IG stuck around, and I'm sure he absolutely wasn't. Dragon's up in 30 seconds, and really need to keep an eye on this jungle matchup. You know, Wei is against the man who replaced him. Well, no, the man who replaced the man who replaced him.
Yeah.
Which is Wei, and then Beitran, and then Shadow. Wei getting the better of Shadow in the game so far.
Mako gonna get into a bit of danger. Will flash away, stay safe, but does end up burning that additional summon spell. So was about to praise Mako. Had a really good invade. Has been playing a mean Alistair game so far. It's a good little pickup onto the health bar, and also going to force an awkward journey to the mid lane, because BLG did get the Herald and could potentially look to force IG out of the river with Soul Point available.
Really interesting that Mako chose not to burn his ult, instead choosing to use that flash. Wants it for the fight. He's still half HP. He might have to blow the ult now, though. He can burn both.
Good way, though. He can get the backline with a Cyclone. Elk does time the Featherstorm well, but he's trapped. Goes down. No chance to pull the Feathers tonight with no flash. Goes down as well. Mid, AD carry, dead. They were focusing on Mako, and Wei said, yeah, but you didn't notice me, did you? Welcome.
The Shy divides by 0 with the equalizer and goes infinite value. Just the ultimate tagging onto 5 people, getting the slow, the damage, and then the Cyclone after fight under turret, though, trying to catch out the Annie.
They will surely bring Annie down. Rookie does fall, but they're still going to get the knock up on a couple. Bin now low as Garland's continuing up. Free fire, jumps onto the turret. The Arcaros are stunned there as well. Garland takes another turret shot. They'll lose one more. The Shy is now here, but why does he want to be there? Has to flash out the grand entrance on, gets taken pretty damn low, but will not get dropped down. The Gleaming Quill Hill will be enough. Wei gets Soul Point.
IG had just done all the hard work. They got that fight in the river, and they threw back 2 kills towards BLG completely unnecessarily. BLG pick up some extra kills, which they probably weren't deserved of in that fight, especially after that mid lane play. Elk getting himself a little bit of value. IG, yeah, they do get the dragon. They still get themselves that soul point. We'll go back to the replay here. Just watch how the equalizer attacks everyone and then provides the extra threat. Did they actually see that he would come down? I'm not sure. That was a big vision toggle. But watch what happens to this equalizer. It is a 5-man equalizer. Cyclone over the top, catching both carries Wei on a magnificent angle. The jungle top combo comes up absolute tops of field. You did not expect him to come from the fog of war.
And IG tried to threaten for the turret as well, and it almost looks good, but BLG 3-man pile on Rookie, who does go down. But then Mako gets to tank up, and you're thinking, oh god, I can step forward here. Right, just need an extra order on bin, and
bad terror aggro juggling.
Yeah.
Well, Mako had used his ult earlier, of course. Scarlet goes way too far there. Awkward. Good double slam. It's a bit of damage. Turret it back in kind. Gala running back at them with the Q active.
Got a heal to work with. Looking to jump on this turret. The teleport's coming. Gets a knock up onto Wei. Public execution.
Bin.
But they've got to get the kill onto Bin's here. Cyclone's decent. Arc of Ruin across Bin's. A bigger 1-for-1. But Shadow on the flank goggle. Flash for the shield vault. Flash away from Gala. But the Comet Spear still comes on down. Shadow. And of course, look at the other side as Bin gets another kill. The shield vault goes on board and they get another one. And the BLG finds huge value. That tier 1 mid lane has been IG's absolute kryptonite.
Bin and Shadow get a huge set of angles. I don't think IG expected Bin to come from the Fog of War or Shadow. Couple of times now, this mid lane turret has been their demise, and suddenly BLG explode to a 3,000 gold lead. Well, we thought actually the early game was looking IG favored. No longer the case. This is what happened on bot side. We saw the Pantheon Slayer fly down there.
And it does look like they got on top of the Rumble, who did not really get an opportunity to get out there because he was trapped between the wall and a seismic jump, and so died a horrible death. That was a nice pickup there, and we'll have a look instead at this mid lane play, where of course the Rumble being dead gives an opportunity to make this a 5v.
I just don't think they expected the Ambassador over the wall. And of course Shadow came in from the bot side as well. The Rumble's already dead. We did see that we actually cashed that in live. Gala, good flash over the feathers, but the Q comes in last to help that. Fight in picture.
Wei just about surviving right now. It has been an absolute fracas of a game. Mako gets jumped on. Seismic shove and a good kill from BLG. The mid game, for once, is looking really good from them.
All right, BLG starting to fire off really massively here. They don't take the smite away from Wei, so I suppose there is a potential of a contest here. Without Mako, can they really walk in? Atakan started. BLG taking it well right now. There is an equalizer, and there is a Cyclone's not available right now. That's a problem.
Transcending themselves is equalizer, doesn't really tag onto anyone. That's a little bit ugly. Was trying to think maybe get a steal on the Atakan with the ult, can't find it, and that means Atakan goes BLG's way.
So BLG, last few minutes, have managed to really put things back into their favor. The paddles very much in their favor. Each 10 you have over your opponent, it's about 1,000 gold lead, and with the Atakan you get even more bonus from that as well. So you chuck in the 3,000 gold lead, another 2,000 or whatever over the top of it for BLG. It's more like a 5,000 effective gold lead from the Atakan. Of course, the dragons are there for IG on the other side, and the feats of strength. So actually, it's quite interesting. Rookie
Flashes away. Grand Starfall came on through. Weaver's Wall also. But where's Rookie going to roll? As On's coming, Bin's coming, and Rookie is just a dead Annie.
Overpushed in that side lane. BLG using the Pantheon, the Talia ults very effectively in the last few minutes. It's not necessarily where the Observer's been at first, but if caught out the shy before that last fight, catches that Rookie here. IG are 3 grub cross-mapping on the other side, so it's not for nothing here. BLG still showcasing that they have a powerful macro tool to bring out the mid-jungle ultimates.
Kind of saw it earlier on with that kind of statistical overview. It's like, okay, look, BLG, once it hits a certain point, when the map widens up a bit, the Pantheon Talia combo gets really dangerous because anyone in the side lane is so vulnerable. The Annie, the Rumble, don't really have the best tools, especially without Flash, to deal with all of that CC chaining and collapse potential, bluntly.
Minutes till the next dragon. Ultimates on cooldown, rather, for BLG from that mid-jungle. As it stands, where are our gold leads standing? 2,000 gold leads to Knight in the mid lane with a 9-stack Dark Seal. I actually think the Rylai's is very important here too. You're already doing enough damage. Rylai's is actually a very good stat stick. I don't think the Leandries is going to break any crazy breakpoints for you. Just by hitting that Q, it means that champions like the Rumble, the Annie, the Wukong, they can't run out of a play very well. If they start losing a fight IG now, the Rylai's can often trap you into a situation where there is no getting out of that fight.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. I will attack that turret with an vengeance.
3 grubs make it. This is going to be an inner turret for Dragon Trade. IG, they're only giving over the first dragon to BLG. This is not bad for them. I actually think IG, in terms of their macro, one of our better teams in the LPL. They're definitely okay at taking trades, and on the whole, they come out better than a lot of our other LPL teams. BLG, take that dragon. Not going to be able to get that much on mid-tab. Rookie's there to wave clear. Shouldn't be that much outside of that. Say that, that's actually a lot more damage than I thought they would. Almost take down the whole damn inner turret.
Rookie's running into the issue that he hasn't stood his second item yet. Has been forced off a lot of ways because he's been he was the guy who died under that turret in mid lane, got ganked on the side lane. Doesn't quite have enough wave clear, even with Tibbers right now. Can like chunk out minions, but it's not like a full clear quite yet. Leandry's required for that.
Yeah. All right, so BLG, slight gold lead, first dragon on the board. The Atacon helping them to IG. Have the soul point held over BLG. They can use that to say, look, we're not going to fight for a little while. We can wait, actually, until we feel like we can take a better fight. We can wait for better options. We get a kill before the objective. Then things start to open up. They might start playing a little bit of a slow, drawn-out game, which is where BLG have typically not succeeded, but Mako's going to find the whole team in the bush.
He does get the triple pulverized. Buys a lot of time yet to ult. Now does. He's got a flash. Will he be needed to use it? The equalizer back will get a bit of a chunk, so it ends up being 2 ults. And trade for none at all, really. Bin also gets free time on this top lane tier 1.
The other side, Rookie pushing in a wave on the other side. Mako not blowing flash, actually a pretty big win given the situation. The Alistair flash, very important to potentially catch out Elk or Knight or someone in the middle of a combo. Mako's Alistair has been an incredible playmaker over the years, as we've been talking about. You know what, I'm actually going to go look up his all-time stats on that champion, because goddamn, he's played so much of it.
He's played a lot of Alistair over the years, it has to be said. Going to help pick up this wave a little bit more silent again with the Pantheon and the Talia ults up and available again. If you lose track of On as well, he could be roaming around. There is a very real world that someone like Annie, someone like Rumble for the Shy could end up getting picked off in a side lane a little too freely.
Yeah, Baron spawning in the next few seconds. That'll be another objective to play around. We do have the big ults from mid-jungle from BLG. And Pantheon coming out of base, so very powerful tools for BLG to split the map. This is Mako's 162nd game on Alistair across his career. He has a 69% win rate and a 4.25 KDA, which for a support is actually incredible, by the way.
Yeah,
There's nothing to sniff at that. This is yeah, this is like some A5 beef. This is the prime stuff.
He's on 68.9% win rate. I think if he wins here, it'll be a really nice round number.
Would actually, I think what it will end up doing, Sam, is probably go up to 70% then. Maybe. Actually, no, it's not going to be 2%.
You're missing the meme, Al.
On, jumping forwards onto Wei, clone tanks it up. I think it will actually just go over slightly over 69%. That's true. That's true. You'll probably then round down to it, Sam.
The over nice number.
So the legend goes.
Third item for Gala, who's just picked up an Infinity Edge, by the way. That could be nasty. He's also gone Steel Caps this game, worth noting.
Yeah. Yeah, he has. We've seen a little bit more from that kind of thing, because look, Nymaera has to kind of jump into some enemy damage to do her own at points, and you're often trying to go blow for blow. The Xayah often been a better duelist. The Talia ult just used to make sure there's no push up towards that tower. Remember, it's 3 grubs from IG. Only 1 or 2 auto attacks would kill the tower, the DOT after. We're into a slower macro game. This is where BLG must show that they have leveled up from their poor late game status, which they have achieved
this split. Their late game has been very, very poor for a top LPL team. And for a team that's been to World Finals, been to MSI Finals, we expect so much more from them despite the roster changes and what have you. BLG must show a better late game. IG have beaten them in this situation before. Pantheon could ult behind them.
Turret finally falls. It's the clone that gets chunked out. The backline goes Bin. Trying to find the Grand Star Ball, but Bin is exhausted, having to flash away. Elk also up into the Feather Stall. The Shy burning people down as Nymaera blows up Bin.
It's just not connected from BLG. Shadow flashes out. Wei follows him, trying to take down the next in the lineage of the BLG jungle. Wei from Invictus Gaming with love, trying to kill down his replacement.
Oh, it is. And Mako gives the speed boost with the heal to just give that extra little shove. And it's all the stamina required to make sure this part of the Pretty Derby goes the way of IG.
BLG really disconnected on the initial engage. You can see there that realistically BLG were looking for the engage, but Shadow's ultimate is about 5 seconds too late. I really don't think he was there at the right time. He's died at the back end of that play, and it opens up a smiteless contest of the Baron. BLG must fight. They cannot secure this easily.
Bin can TP in 2 seconds, but will it be in time to stop the Baron going down? Looking for the engage now, and it is a good shove onto Rookie, who just about gets a stun, stays alive. Baron's still going down. Rookie gets to back away. Bin's come back in. 2,000 HP. It's getting messy. Taken by Wei is the Baron. They lose the Rumble for it. They're trapped in the pit, trying to fight their way out. Bin gets knocked up. Mako with a wonderful pulverize. Wei is healing so damn much. Conqueror value. El Canonzo down low. Gala survive. Last auto. Mid-grand entrance. They go forwards. Pulverize, the unbreakable will is breakable enough. Knight looking for that one. Oh, wonderful angle from Gala, who gets a triple kill. Redemption Hill's not enough. And Knight stands and delivers and will get down everybody not named Rookie. They get 1 Baron per found alive.
There is one last rock stood in the way, and it is Knight's Tillier, one of the best players of all time on the champion, comes away with a game-saving team fight, potentially. BLG, they do have the jungle alive to stop the dragon going over to the side of IG. IG took the Baron. It is only available on Rookie. Heroics from Knight to save the back end of that fight around the Baron. Dragon's not going to be completely finished by Shadow. Afraid that Rookie would walk up and potentially one-shot him, let's be honest. We are into a very, very even game, even in gold. IG do have members coming back out alive, though. Rookie not level 16 yet. Still on that level 15. Has himself that ult back up and available. We might get ourselves another fist fight around the dragon. BLG do not want to give over that Cloud Soul.
That was an insane untouchable Shadow Arc of Ruin combo to blow up one. I think if Garland got a last auto off on Knight, could have taken Knight with him. Couldn't quite do it on. Ends up face checking Wei briefly, but Wei has been pretty good with the clones over the last couple of fights of absorbing a bit of CC, lots of items to blow. Look at Gala, he's on 4.
Yeah, and then in the next fights, I really need to see more from Bin. I think Bin has been diving in and dying. Not very coordinated on the dive of BLG this time. Bin's better. It has been better than when he first started. Equalizer goes on to Elk and on to Shadow. Dragon secured by BLG.
What a fight after. Age Salt down. On goes looking with the quickness. Can't quite find it. Redemption will heal Mako right back up. Knight and the rest of BLG looking to run away. Ooh, backstep on the public execution. And the Grand Star Ball to escape. IG still looking to see what he gets when Shadow got taken down to basically no HP.
Yeah, the Equalizer really shredded through him at that Dragon fight. IG lose a chance to get that soul. They do still have a minute left of the Baron buff, technically. Can they push in with it? Rookie would have to be on the wave. There he is. Baron buff used to make sure they get this wave in. Can BLG... Did he look to defend the turret? Rookie could potentially dunk an ult on him.
No TP angles really available. It's the clone that's shoved on, gets headbutt, pulverized.
Oh!
And Gala makes sure to show exactly how cultivated his spirit is. The Arc of Ruin eviscerates Elk, headshots the bird. A bird of prey turns into exactly that. He managed to get the kill back onto Mako at the very least with a good seismic shove, but it's still a 4v3. The Shy backstecks the seismic shove. Ryan Slow was nearly too scary, but had a good scrap shield speed up. Gala now autoing the turret. Inhibitor potentially after under threat.
Oh, what the hell happened with Elk there? He died with his... I don't know what happened with his ult, but it didn't look like it was that impactful. And IG, we said if they can drag BLG to late game, they'll likely win. It's how they beat them last time. Looks like they're doing just that. Knight is trying his goddamn hardest. This Taliyah has been the last stumbling block that IG have struggled to completely close this game out over. Elk on the Xayah actually struggling to teamfight an awful lot. It's quite hard to into the bunch of CC on the other side. He doesn't have a cleanse. He has the Ghost instead, which is a problem against the Annie. You do have the knockups to worry about and the Wukong and the Alistair instead. You understand why. We'll go back to this replay. What happened to Elk? I didn't quite catch it when we were live. Trying to get some damage through with the minefield and On just completely obliterated it. And then what happens here? Stun onto Elk, and then he
gets hit by the Cyclone, and he ults and dies at the last bit of it. He just ults late. He walks into the Cyclone, gets hit by the Arc of Ruin. Elk just presses his ult late. A massive misplay on the Xayah. You cannot allow that to happen in late game. Elk's late game teamfights have been poor this split.
And on, Mr. Mikhail's out of the Annie stun, but then the Cyclone comes on through and just gets blown up. And again, look, individually, we've seen a lot of very good Xayah play into Nymaera. It's not just Nymaera alone then. There's so many additional threats that is making the Xayah's life so tricky at the minute. Mako have got pulverized, does get exhausted, but again, just there to switch out summoners.
I also think, I think Gala and Mako have had a great game themselves. I think Gala on the Nymaera has been such a knife in the side, and Mako has been using the breadth of his HP buff very well. Wait, has Flash, oh, I'm going backwards. They find themselves engaged, not quite yet.
There's the equalizer. Way comes out of the bush. Looking Shadow will deny it with the shield vault, and BLG managed to escape the trap that IG was preparing for them.
Not gonna lie, folks, not many LPL teams would do that, but they throw out an ultimate and they don't follow it. And they think, actually, no, that's not the play. That mid-fight decision-making can save your life, though, sometimes. IG don't find the fight that they need. A reminder, folks, well, we've been talking pretty big about BLG and talked about, some of the woes from Elk in this late game on the Xayah, which we've had some worries about him on late game this split. It's not been as good as potentially in the past. BLG still can absolutely win this. They have the goal to wave flashing forwards.
Does get onto Knight and interrupts the Weaver's wall. Knight's now into Cyclone Part 2. It's not an electric boogaloo because they're all burning down. Gala with a flash. Arc of Ruin gets on as well.
IG dragged BLG to the late game and beat them in it. Wei, their jungler they started the year for, the jungler that took them to Worlds last year, has struck them back not just in one series, but in the second one that could secure second seed out of regular season with a vengeance.
And Knight, oh Knight, he's been caught a few times over the last few series. That one will cost them a game. It's going to lead to the Nexus turrets under siege. They've got a 5v3 to try and hold the line. Shadow with an Aegis Assault is head-butted away. Rookie goes flashing. Elk into the sky. Public execution. Does bring down the Annie, but will it stop the fight? Bin is damn well trying, but Mako says no. Pulverized down. Shadow still trying. Elk throwing out feather after feather after feather. But I'm afraid there's just no more left on the wings. He can't fly. Icarus melts away under the force of IG's sun.
Knight not being there cost BLG the game. Was so often the stumbling block. One good pick onto the Talia ends the game. Wait, what an awesome game on the Wukong. So many flanks, so many important picks. BLG, the jungler which you couldn't succeed with, just handed you a big fat L.
Well, we hoped it'd be a banger, and it kind of was. IG, great early lead. BLG with a good comeback, and then those late game fights, that Baron play in particular, how close, man.
And I have to say, I really think Rookie was the only thing holding them in that game. A misstep at the end where Wei gets a great angle to punish and suddenly the game ends. I'm not blaming this game on Knight because I think the only reason they're in that game is because of Knight. But that last misstep at the end, you called it out. He has been called out a couple of times there. And sadly for him, he wasn't quite in the right position to mount that defense. BLG, another game where they can't capitalize on a lead.
And I just noticed something. BLG's logo, by the way. It's a complete side note. That, but I think it's the railgun flick.
Sam, Billy, yeah. Oh, I actually never realized that.
And so the line going across.
By the way, this is, completely just off topic. We just had a great game, one game just there. BLG, Billy. Billy is a anime streaming site in China. Billy is the Chinese pronunciation of an anime character's nickname from a certain scientific railgun. The character is called Railgun, and in Japanese, to get electric shock is Bidi. And then in Chinese, Billy. Now, what she does, she has the power of electromagnetism. She flicks coins at the speed of sound, basically. So that is the railgun flick. I never realized that. That is insane.
So you can see the little line across the G is the railgun, and the thumbs up is the
I never realized that.
I am fairly certain that's what it is.
That actually makes so much sense. How have I never realized this before? Well, there you go. This is lore which you're going to get on no other LPL stream because no one's as big a weebs as us, I guess. By the way, a certain Magical Index is still probably up there on like my top favorite anime of all time. Top 5%. Really, really good. Love the world that they created there. Anyway, we are Initialise, Nymaera, Alex, Sam, we're brothers. We cast League of Legends here on our channel because the LPL no longer has an official broadcast. We are the remainder of that kind of era. I used to work on the LPL broadcast before it was shut down. And I've cast over 1,500 games of this league, and I really enjoy it. And I want to bring you that enjoyment and the knowledge and experience which I've had of this league, and hopefully get to enjoy it as well. If you'd like to support us, because, well, we're not paid to do this. No one's paid to cover the LPL anymore. Please keep watching, like, comment, subscribe, all of the regular things. It does make a huge difference to us because,
trying to make it work as a smaller co-streamer compared to some of the big ones out there is very difficult. We do try and bring you as much LPL as possible. We don't go over to cast the LCK. We're stuck here on the LPL because we really want to deliver the storylines and the teams that we love so much. If you do enjoy that as well, I really hope that you stick around and you continue to support us. We'll go into a bit of a break now. We'll chill out a little bit, and we'll get ourselves into potentially last game of the regular split.
Oh, baby. And I'm glad that that game was actually competitive. Like, there was really good start to IG, and then the double throw around the mid lane tier 1, where BLG did a good job coming back. Good angles from Bin initially, and then it kind of got harder again. I think that's a really fun one. I'd love to go back and VOD review that, because I think there were some real fun turning points in there.
Okay, gonna go into a bit of a quick break. I'm gonna go to toilet real quick. I'm also gonna open the door. And we'll, yeah. Alrighty.
Fourth game coming. There's that wonderful LPL goal graph. IG with the initial lead, then BLG got one, and then it kind of like stalled out. Gala doing a lot of damage. The Shy doing a lot of damage, actually. I wonder whether we might see some big Rumble damage numbers. And we did. Not the best scoreline of all time, but did find a lot of good DPS numbers. Love that goal graph. Oh, I mean, it's always a classic, isn't it? It's always the classic. Here's the replay, because this is the one where Wave finds this insane angle. Flash, Nimbus Strike, Cyclone, after the equalizer's tag 4. Make that 5. Yeah, I mean, it's just beautiful, isn't it? And you're thinking, oh man, this is it, IG, so good. And then multiple times, this turret attempt from IG goes horribly wrong. Horribly. And BLG do a really good job of defending that turret very well and very aggressively. This whole chase was ridiculous. Whee! Yeah, but bonk. I wonder whether Mako might be in for a shout for MVP, actually. I think he had a really good Alistair game. Rumble was first pick on IG, and I won't lie, BLG had a great draft. It just looked to bad fights where the death time was too high. Yeah, but definitely. But like, the thing is, this game was winnable for BLG once they came back. I got worried in the early game because I think Mako ended up finding some really nasty angles. There was that really good team fight as we saw. It's like, oh man, all of these early objectives, this early soul point, some really nasty plays like this, and you go, oh boy. But this pickup at the end that prevents Knight getting out, oh man. Like, it was already tricky, but this was the death now. I was like, really good engage from Wei. BLG never looked like the same pace this year. Yeah, certainly not for a whole game. Certainly not for a whole game. Thanks for the anime recommendation. Anytime. It's a good one. I'm never going to be able to look at the Billy Billy Gaming logo the same way again. That's just wild to me. Here's the MVP. It is going to be Wei in the end on the Wukong. Did have a very good Wukong game. Really good engages. Very consistent, I think, Mako. I wonder whether... I think Gala and Mako might have grabbed a few as well. Be interested to see where it ends up. It was a good game from Wei, though. let me run some ads as well while I'm thinking about it. I want to see who ended up voting for who here as well. BLG should look at getting this jungle away. He looks pretty good. Don't you dare. I need to check how much. How long's pre-roll off? Hang on. Ah, it's already been done. Alex has done it already. There we go. Never mind. I take it back. I was like, why have we not got ads on? Oh, it's been done already. 5 for Ray, some for Bot. Okay, so split between Gala and Wei. I would have thrown one towards Mako. I thought I had a really good game as well, but I think that's not an unreasonable split. Gala had a very good Nymaera game too. I see a TFC putting the game chats up, or the post-game threads up. Oh, into the ad break we go. How are we all doing, chat? Having fun? One more game to go. Look at Iris being stylish.
TCL X11H 01 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
Well, there you go. There's some. That's the golden spatula one, isn't it? It's not quite TFT. It's the Chinese version of it. That's quite good fun. It's slightly different balancing. I'm not actually quite sure on the entire difference. Riftbound coming out soon as well. Oh, Wei gets another MVP in the next game. Sweet IG 2-0 proves himself. Yeah, he had a good game there. He really did. Minute or so to go until our next game. Or at least the break is over. Marathon day. I don't think so. I will see. I don't know. I feel like we definitely could go to 3 here. I just fear that BLG's bad late game plays into IG's strengths quite well here, who have largely been very good in those mid to late stages where they are kind of able to team fight their way into a good spot. Despite sometimes their early game woes. We're back. Look at all these wonderful signs. Hiding her face quickly. No! Not on camera. I could use a quick bio break. Yes,
All good. All good. All good. David goes to.
Are we getting a 6-game day?
Yeah, are we getting a 6-game day for the last one?
I mean, this was the one I was expecting to go to
Yeah.
the 3. The fact the first series went to 3 was a little bit waiver, right? No doubt.
Oh, I am so depressed for BLG, but also, like, they've done it to themselves, folks. Come on. They have done it to themselves. You know what actually I haven't done for... Nah, whatever. Okay, turn the camera for a little bit. Oh, I'm starting to come down with something now, too. I think Sam's passed on the illness to me. Yeah, happens, you know. Also, yeah, horse game servers are kind of dead today. What did... Yeah, no, yeah, I was saying that earlier. What do you think is happening to WE? Also, do you think anyone's Legends on a downward slope? Well, WE and AL, their matchup at the end didn't matter, so I doubt AL prepped that hard for it, not gonna lie. WE, well, I think they're quite a predictable team. They'll look for flash engages, big team fights, strong bot lane laning phase. If you play anything which punishes them in side lanes, they will likely lose. They do not have to... I think if you look at the way that Monkey and Vampire move around side lanes, it's really bad. And that's then doubled down on the fact that Cube is really bad in side lanes. Cube's a pretty good teamfight top laner. He's a good teamfight tank top laner. He's not very good in side lanes. Can anyone explain to me why Annie and Wukong are so good together? Annie is very, very good kind of like setup for Wukong. He needs a little bit of setup to do the thing. They're mixed damage, very good scaling damage as well, which works against both squishies and tanks. Annie has a good solid laning phase you can play around. And also Annie can shield the Wukong occasionally when they go in, which is kind of nice. How went the games? First series was... I mean, there was a great Tien Kiana game, but JDG largely just outplayed Shin, kind of was quite good actually across all the games. First game, bad late game struck again. Yep, Tien played Kiana and was really, really good at it, Coates. Tiana? Yeah, that works. Wait, isn't that the princess from Princess and the Frog? Alrighty, should be coming into draft pretty soon then, folks. Did we run adverts? Yeah, we did. Good stuff. Adalast, by the way, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate you. Second draft between a BLG and IG. Still have Varus available. Still have Gwen. Azir banned against BLG. Obviously, they've been playing more of it. What do you think is happening to BLG's late game? They've been losing because of late game recently. The thing is, they've always been pretty bad at objective setup, even when they were the best, at their best, you know, one of the best teams in the world. They were always late to objectives. They would like to retake pits rather than sit on them themselves, and that's left them in some unplayable scenarios sometimes. Their drafts have always been a little bit off, despite them being, you know, they were good enough to hide their weaknesses before. Now, their laning phase isn't quite as strong. They don't get those same kind of killing leads. Trundle banned away, Gwen banned away, Aurora banned away. What's your last pick? Varus is surely the first pick here. IG, do they have an answer to it? I guess they can answer with something like the Sivir. It's not too bad, I suppose. You can also go Jhin. Jhin Sivir. There's also no Trundle on the field, so something like Sion raises in value. You can go towards Sion Sivir. Shinzao also notably up and available as one of the strongest early game junglers. That'll be a little different. The Nico, very strong in laning phase. If you go Nico Sivir, not much beats that in lane. You could go towards a Nautilus. I think Varus Nautilus is okay against that. But then you have to play Nautilus into the Sivir, which is a bit annoying. It's okay, but it's not as strong as you could be. Yeah, the Sivir is strong here. You don't have to lock it here. You could lock in against something like the Sion, something like the Shinzao. Choose to lock the Orianna instead. Orianna very strong in the laning phase. There's no, no Azir, Orianna, Talia, Annie against it. Could lock in Victor. Victor's fine into it. Silas is okay too. Nice, very good Silas, of course. That'll be a very different kind of draft though. I think Victor's fine here. Early pick of the Skarner. Surprised at that one, if it is going to be locked in here. Shinzao. There we go. Shinzao expected that a little bit more. I'm talking about that being powerful pick remaining in terms of the early game junglers. Then we go into the other bits of it. Now, again, remind me we were saying no Trundle. Gwen's banned away as well. I say that actually Sion does fine into Gwen. People really think that Gwen is better into Trundle, into Sion than people think. Sion's quite good. I will say Bin Sion, I don't think has been as good as some of the other top tier tanks. I think the Shies has been better. I think that 369, I think Flandres has been better as well. Bin's not had as much impact there. The Sivir very likely locked here on 3 now. Double long range scaling bot lane. Good laning phase versus Varus. You can ban out something like the Nautilus Rel second round now if you want, unless you want to ban out more mid laners for Knight. Let's be honest, he's a very important player for BLG across the entirety of their existence. Always good to remove him of value.
Also, just taking away on Nico, he has found some really spectacular early plays on it, in particular with the turret dives. Of course, for a large part of the year, was undefeated on it, and of late, it's been a little less successful, but still not something you want to give up for free. So they're the one who've nabbed that one themselves. Could be a decent ball carry as well in the right scenario, but I think BLG got themselves some very good front line to work with, especially considering we're seeing more and more of this on-hit Varus come back into play post the nerfs. Second phase of bans coming on through, and the Akali taken away from Knight. But we're also going to lock away that Skarner as well. Here's someone who does enjoy playing that champion given the opportunity.
I really don't think you can play the on-hit Varus into double long-range carries like this, just because the Orianna means you can never really auto-attack. I think it's very likely that poke Varus. I think you have to ban away the Nocturne with that in mind, actually. Yep, because you don't want to get that Nocturne Orianna onto you. That makes it utterly unplayable even when you stand at such long range. IG... I mean, what do you do about this top lane matchup?
I have so many questions.
Wait, potentially going towards that Vi. Vi Orianna's pretty good into the backline too. You can smite off something like the Edge of Night spell shield. The smell shield, damn, wow. Crazy.
Just it's deodorant.
It's deodorant or getting a cold.
That's it. I will note as well, we did see a little bit of an update on how the lethality Varus being played the other day, actually. I think he was playing it. But either way, they basically went for Hail of Blades to get some of that auto attack speed down nonetheless, so not just pure Comet builds. More options here now for Knight. Has been a prolific Galio player, and very successfully so.
I think you have to go towards the Galio now. Now you see the Vi, you must go for the Galio. I think you could have gone mage for mage with the Victor in the mid lane, but the Galio means that the Varus has a fighting chance to go towards the Karma. And now with this comp, I wonder whether you do have to go to... Oh, this is a problem for BLG, because you don't want to play on-hit Varus into
into Orianna particularly. Nico's also makes it very hard to play, but you can't really play poke Varus when you have to be so much of the team's damage at the same time. Mordekaiser for the Shy. Now, that's a little different. Now, there might be some new builds for this, by the way, folks. There was some rumblings of a Shojin Mordekaiser build because the percent damage is so impactful. And now there's a bonus AD scaling onto his Q. There is a chance we see that. Mordekaiser, I don't think Galio likes playing against that. The Scion doesn't like either. I think the Shy's got a great pick here.
And if you want to pull a piece of that defensive armor from around the Varus, that's a good thing. Hell, if you can 1v1 the Varus, it can be a bad time for that poor AD carry. Lots of ways to strip some of those defenses, ensure that your 1v1s get quite scary as well. Entertaining stuff. BLG, the comp makes sense, right? You've got yourself loads of frontline, loads of area denial to try and keep the Varus safe. Everyone not named Varus has tools to make sure the person named Varus doesn't die. The problem is on the other side, you've got Sivir speeding up, a Vioriana Shockwave combo, the Pot Blossom, the Death Realm, the Realm of Death, the drag pieces of your defense away as well. It's going to be very interesting, and most of it will rely on whether Dearest Elk gets to live through a fight or not.
And if he does, will he do enough damage? You have a very strong lane in the Varus Karma. Potentially that can be something. We know that Knight's Galio is legendary, one of the best players of it in the world. However, BLG, doesn't matter how good they have been individually, pulling themselves together has been the problem. IG have been better coordinated, more impactful. IG, if they win this game, they leapfrog BLG with their old jungler to go ahead of them and finish top 2 in the LPL. The super team that IG have put together, they changed out a piece, put way into the jungle, and now delivering on the promise they had at the start of the year.
Game 1 certainly did just that. It was a FedEx delivery of a wonderful game. Game 2, crowds from here. Dedicated BLG fan core doing their best there because IG have once again come in incredible force. Mako going to be chunked out here and probably forced on a reset.
But what's interesting is Wei. By the way, Vi in Chinese and Mandarin translates to Wei, basically. So he's playing a champion which he is actually named after. Put down a ward or two. So there is going to be a warded start on the Raptors. He is very much behind enemy lines. Did BLG spot this out? No, he could stick around. He could start on enemy Raptors. If he manages to get that, that'd be a huge takeaway. He might need to take the blast cone to make sure he isn't seen by minions. Shadow's going to start on the other side, but I don't think that BLG know where Wei is at all. He should be able to start on enemy Raptors, then we'll see what happens. Is it a one camp and out, or is he going to stick around, try and bet that Shadow won't come in to contest him on Shadow's own red?
See how that one all plays out, because again, you can see by the way that Shadow is pulling that blue buff, is looking to potentially come straight down towards this bot lane, or potentially for the red buff. I think it also then means this early shove bot side, whoever gets it, could end up being very impactful here. Because you will have bot lane support one way or another. Elk burning the barrier early on with the heal to try and fight for this level 2, but the ricochets keep throwing, and Mako in the form of Civic with the better auto attack animation.
Oh, Jesus Christ, both these junglers are going to be he wasn't seen. He wasn't seen. They had no idea about it. We might see a 3v3 with both junglers coming out of the enemy jungle. Have to keep an eye on that minimap. There's going to be a level 3 jungler from both teams heading bot side, potentially Shadow skipping wolves. He might only just be level 2.
That could be problematic. His Way as well. Now got a fantastic angle from behind enemy lines at level 3 with a red buff. I don't know if Shadow's gone towards wolves. It's a disaster.
Shadow isn't there. Oh, this is an awesome early game plan from Wei. Can they force it enough out? Low HP on both sides. Do they see him? No. Does Wei choose to go out? If he gets a flash over the wall, it's dead.
Elk's going to be in so much danger. Holding the Q. Holding the Q. Eat it! But they can't get the blooming burst. Is enough? Mako gets first blood.
Wei! I don't really think there was a flash predict, but it worked out just the same. Hit the Q and then flashed out. Gets the kill onto Elk. Shadow, now still on bot side, has full HP. Doesn't have red buff. Dollar Mako should make it out alive here. I'll look to reset safely. Wei will guard that back. Awesome early game plan from Wei versus the team, which dumps him partway through this year. If he beat them like this, oh, what a sting that'd be.
Rookie, I think, might just be dead in trade, though. Good flash, but then Shadow caught the turret slowed down!
Kill back to Rookie. He has himself a teleport, but he'll miss the cannon and the minions. Knight gets himself an assist out of that, pushes the wave in, equaling gold between the mid laners, a little bit more towards the jungle. Away comes out of Fog of War, puts a ward down there, sees the position, knows that potentially someone is there. And what happens here? Hits the Q, flashes back because he doesn't want to take the tower shot, I suppose. Elk just about dies to the Scorch. Close run stuff.
Maybe if you'd stuck around, there might have been an auto that come through from out. The turret shot on with the tether probably does get the kill, actually, or at least gets closer. So, on retrospect, I see the thought process from Wei, especially early on. You're just not that tanky to turret shots, it has to be said. And Gala gets to come back to lane. Didn't actually get an assist there, worth noting, whereas Mako did, but it means he's got an amp tone, and early on, Nico is just a bit of a bully.
Yeah, very much so. Nico has been very, very powerful. We've seen it in LEC, LPL. Haven't actually walked out as much LCK, but despite the nerfs to the Nico, specifically for support with that clone and a couple of the item interactions, still very, very strong. Still very, very strong. Wins most laning phases. Knight, speaking of laning phases, keeping up with the Orianna, has Darkseal first, got that first assist as well. Knight doing well in this lane, and we know that if BLG are to win, it really has to be on the wings of Knight. They're stone in this one. Makes it a little harder to fly off with them, but hey, it's never stopped him. 4 flashing forwards, no flash on the Orianna.
Yeah, and there's a 3-man collapse. Zon's found a way out. There's the route from the renewal, and they will get the kill onto Rookie, who had nowhere to go there.
If you watch BLG 24 at the start of this year, this isn't a play that they would have made. They never ganked Knight, really. It was a much lower... Occasionally they would, but they never really put the resources there. They've gone twice now towards this lane. Wei and Mako going towards the enemy jungle. They find him out here. There is no flash on the Shins out.
And the angle... Oh, he just found the way around there.
I think they spotted him. I don't think Shadow saw. Shadow didn't see. Q's going to be fully charged out of the
Oh, boy. Gonna go over the wall now. Doesn't get hit by the tangle above. The Q's just shy. I actually think Shadow can get out now.
Bin's now down here too. Bin has himself a fully charged Q. Gala's down here. 2v3. Bin should be safe to clear out this wave. Shadow, I think, lucky to get away with the trade which he did. W over the wall, saw him to safety. Mako tries to stop the recall and does. Can Shadow make it out to his side of the map? He should be able to. Stop with that recall. Mako causing a bit of issues here, though.
And interrupt a bit more. Decimating smash. Tangle Barb does go wide.
Oh, Mako.
Down. Still got a heal and a flash. But it's another denied reset, but they can't really dive now, especially with Wei looking to backward. He's on the dragon right now. Good pullback.
Exactly. The thing is that BLG don't know that Wei's on the dragon, so that's why Shadow didn't charge in for that play onto Mako. Could have at least forced the summoners, but Shadow didn't want to walk into Wei's Wei in Mandarin. We'll take that dragon. Shot on top side. He's in a bit of trouble here, but we'll get out safely. But losing HP means that he might be under threat of a dive actually later on.
Back and gets the obliterate single target. Reminder, if you do hit single target Qs, you do a lot of damage. That's the reason it's a big deal. Death's Grasp is the, isn't it?
Death's Hand.
Death's Hand. Is that not, no, it's Swain. With the lightning hand.
Oh, yeah, that is. You're completely right. Yeah, okay.
I did the same thing in my brain.
The Shy has level 6. He can definitely ult and cause some damage here. If Knight walks up to me, I think all you do is force the ult.
He's holding on to it for now. They've got to be a bit wary about walking up and allowing a single target ult. And there he goes. Knight going to be trapped within it. Eats a fair amount of damage. The Shy's going to be a little bit deep for this, though. Has got flash. Still got an indestructible shield to work with. Can heal back up afterwards. Buys a lot of time. Then we'll heal. Good double pull. Oh! Sorry. Flash away. But Shadow's now here. I think he's likely dead.
Yeah, he'll dash in. The W will hit. Wind becomes lightning. Mordekaiser becomes dead. Mako on the top side, not able to stop that much. There was such a clutch Mordekaiser E again, but couldn't quite get the damage he needed to under turret.
Sidesteps the wind becomes lightning. Shadow's left quite low here. How aggressively does Mako want to play? He's got an Orianna and a Vi coming. Kind of forces them back away from this wave a bit. They're all really low.
Oh my god, this could be a huge Vi Orianna combo. I think they're looking for it. Yeah. Shadow does not have level 6. Wei does. This is a huge play incoming.
Oh lord, watch for that shockwave. There they go. Shockwave still available. Onto Elk, who tries to flash. Can't do it. And they get both.
Elk dies again. Wei does not die under turret. I thought that might be a threat, but not the case. IG take 2 on the top side. Rookie, Wei, get themselves something. Wei gonna walk into the Galio, but not get taunted.
Worth noting that the Shy did end up losing a double stack wave there, so it ends up being 20 CS lead for Bin as a result of that. But hey, the comeback is pretty good from IG. It gets a kill onto a Rookie, it gets another kill onto Wei. That's pretty good going nonetheless.
Elk also loses a wave though. So while the top lane difference, yes, getting a little scary, and the Mordekaiser does need to be strong individually to make a difference out of this. However, if the Varus isn't strong, the damage from BLG looks really suspect. He's died twice in the early game. Failed flash from the Elk trying to go over the Vi Q. Instead, actually, the flash coming in from after to see them to safety. If Elk loses any more gold, I get really worried. Now, he's just about even right now in terms of the actual individual matchup, but he has lost a bunch of XP. He's almost a full level down on Gala. He needs to be strong. There's not many other people I can really well, there's no one really else who can solo carry on this team.
Death Crash credit for decimating smash, but still got it off before it came on down. Through onto Mako, courtesy of the renewal Chains of Corruption. I think Mako could be in danger here. Has to flash Garlic Cleanses because of the spread of the Chains of Corruption. Piercing arrow just wide. Good vision, Toggle Observance.
Nasty stuff from the Varus. On the Karma, strong early game duo, forcing Mako to be respectful. Doesn't have that flash now for his first big ult of the game, probably. Probably being started though from IG. Have the first one, get the second. They get two, probably will just get out.
We'll see back to Wei, but that's the trade for the mid lane. As Wei, again, very much focusing these early objectives. Shadow with a lot of early kills worth noting. He's got all of them, in fact, for BLG. But hasn't got the farm lead, hasn't got the objectives so far. Has got a quadrant also to pick up, but look at Wei. He's got most of his camps as well.
Now, Shinzao getting kills in this game, it's not that bad. I think there are a lot of people you can chase down as a Fed. Shinzao, Shockwave missing. Whatever, it's wave clear. It would have been nice to get the pull back onto Knight, potentially force him into a very bad reset. Be able to stick in top side now with the HP up there. Shadow around here too. That could be a problem. There's a flash coming back up for Knight. Henschel, Rookie getting his flash forced here. If they've managed to land some CC.
There was pathing top side, has now gone mid. Wei's also mid. If he shows, I think that gives license for Shadow. He's resets. It's not going to happen. And Rookie gets to hold on to his flash. Doesn't overstep while he was there.
See, Elk has to play so respectfully him. Has no flash. There is a Vi off the map. If he comes in with a Q and an ult, will be enough to kill. Even with the barrier coming back up, it's just not a safe place to be. The Vi into the Varus has always been a good combo counter, I suppose, for that. Have a bit of a step back now. Have a think about what's happening with across the entire map. First item's about to be completed. Double magic resist items from BLG solo laners. The Hollow Radiance coming in from both of them. Jungle completed first item for Shadow. Wei should have his first completed on this next back as well. So actually not that much difference between the junglers, all things said and done.
Not the minute. Not the minute. Flag him 30 seconds away, because I think the thing that Wei has got from the farm, keeping them close, the fact he has got those early objectives is pretty significant. A second dragon here will put them towards the feat of strength for objectives. The kills already BLG's favour because they got that 3 kills before IG managed to pick up their response dive under the tier 1 top.
I think it's a real problem that IG have got that dragon, you know, because BLG, they're not confident in late game. If IG get a chance to just drag out the game, just give up a dragon or two because they have that early one, I think they're okay with that. They just need to not die, not give a huge gold lead over. W does land, Calm Q does land onto Gala as well. Dragon spawn. I think they'd be completely within their right to just not fight over that. Let BLG have it. Sure, whatever. Go get some farm onto the Shire and the Mordekaiser instead. He really wants to get up to some better items. Been angling for an angle down the river. Do they spot him? I don't think they do, actually.
Pick up this dragon as well. Don't feel like they can contest it super easily. Wait is around now, but maybe just want to get shoved through mix again. The other ones with the gloves. Rookie now coming. Looking for a bit of value.
I don't think they should fight this.
Renewal down. That's going to be a big route onto Wei. Then the Chains of Corruption. And over comes Bin. Wei's just gone.
Flash from Elk because he gets out of the Shockwave, the Shine. So they're playing out ults. Shadow, the Shins are out of the fight for now.
Rookie going to get rooted in place while it's on. Finding a lot of good angles with that. Shadow going to get out of the Death Realm just fine. Mako gets a heal, and when it becomes lightning, looks for an engage onto Mako. Will now pop Blossom on 2. Need to flash away Kark because he doesn't have that summoner available. And they pick up another good play from BLG in the mid game.
It is, but IG really shouldn't have taken that fight. Another Q will just land onto Mordekaiser. A good poke. Does this open up any kind of fight around the tower? No, not really. We literally before this just said, look, IG, you can give up a fight. You don't need the dragon. They choose to take it anyway. Bin does get a good ult because of the huge CC chain between Karma, Varus, and then the Scion coming in. I suppose it's not the worst fight ever for IG. They don't give up everything, but I feel like they just would have been better served just splitting the map, getting farm, give the dragon. You've already got the first one. Don't push your luck, you know. Right here, Wei walked in. Hit by Calm Q. Did he not have Q to get out? Suppose not. Chain CC. Actual chains for CC. More CC. More CC. Yeah. Now, the flash was blown onto Varus. That is important. Rookie actually gets a big win for IG then. But yeah, I mean, IG, they lose 2 people out of that play because Mako ended up dying at the end. So it's 2 and a dragon. IG realistically should have just let this go. BLG take the opportunity where it's there. They're great CC chain. And they get themselves onto the board in terms of those objectives and a little bit more gold.
Seeing this trade again is they're going to try and dive on the Shy, and Knight with a clean solo kill. Sticky around a little too long is the Shy.
Yeah, the solo dive. Knight on Galio. We were saying, hey, this guy is one of the best Galios in the world. Gets a great kill onto the Mordekaiser. And the Shy is not getting that many resources. Losing to the Galio in a 1v1. I mean, just Knight things, I guess.
I want to see how on earth he ended up in that position. I wonder whether he didn't reset after that last play and went topside with No HP, got blasted. I'd like to see what the replay was and how he ended up in that position in the first place. Either way, he's not getting a lot of value. 100% KP, having a great game so far.
No, I genuinely think Knight is one of the best Gallios in the world. I think there's him. Obviously, players like Faker.
We are the two best Galio, isn't it?
Well, there's Chovy up there too,
true.
who's also fantastic at it. But those are the ones which I think of first and foremost. Knight, last year at Worlds, when people think of, Elk's Kai'Sa 1v3, I have to add an asterisk on there and say, no, it's a 3v2, and Knight is the better one out of him and Elk, actually. You watch him getting, like, 3-man taunts into play.
Beautiful.
Double passive resets and stuff like that. Honestly, his Galio, while not often the main, well, not always the main character. I think often actually is the main character. Definitely not something you can disrespect.
Not going to try and clear out this wave best he can. He's still behind in gold. I do worry a little about damage profiles as the game goes on. Again, if the Galio's ahead, if the Shintao's ahead, they can be the extra damage you need. And that is valuable, don't get me wrong. But I do think there's a point where if your Varus isn't a legit threat, you are in a bit of an awkward spot at 3 items, shall we say.
You don't have great ways to get to the Civet, and that's a problem. The Orianna too. Potential jump onto Shadow. Doesn't have, well, he does have flash, does have ult. Here's the Galio ult.
Does get turned around. Shadow now keen to step forwards. Can't find the free talent strike knock. But I wonder where the Gala and the rest of IG might see an angle. Chains of corruption, meaning the follow-up slow. Pop Blossom doesn't really land on too many people. If Way will blast Cone away, but is still caught on the tether. Shockwave on 2 though. Elk goes down. Way still healing. Will likely die regardless to Shadow and his Sundered Sky. Rookie trying to threaten on the other side. Mako lowers on, gets some damage back. Can't quite get the kill. The TP's coming on through on low though. As Rookie looks for the auto. Gets a big heal from the renewal. Start comes on through with the shielded around, and Rookie can't get his way out. It ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of BLG.
How BLG get away with that is beyond me. Shadow mispositions and forces an early Galio ult from Knight. He really didn't want to pull it at that point. Shadow tries to re-engage, and I thought realistically IG would just get a clean combo back onto BLG, especially with a flashless Varus. It's quite easy to play around that. Well, all this is happening though. First turret is going to go down to the side of IG. That will get them that feats of strength marker. That's next objective after this Herald. There'll be two apiece on that one. Shy claws ahead slightly in terms of the individual matchup, actually, with that all said and done. Knight, the real hero. That last play, we're just talking big about his Galio. I think we just saw why. End up saving Shadow. End up standing in the door there too. Watching this replay. Initially, Shadow caught out. He's too far forwards. He's not in a safe spot. Karma can't actually help you there. But then watch what happens after this, after the retreat comes through. Shadow tries to use Lazarus Grassing Guard. Right here, Knight saves the fight. If he doesn't immediately get the CC onto these onto the 2 bot laners of IG, I think this fight is a lost one. Knight does a great job of making sure the follow-up isn't there. Elk does die. He missed positions, but honestly, the only reason why BLG aren't blasted by the initial Vi Orianna combo is because Knight closes the door.
Also, real shout out to Elk, who managed to CC 2 people to allow Knight to clobber him in the face with the CC. Really good Chains of Corruption on both bot laners, but again dies afterwards. The fact that Rookie then goes to try to save Mako, and does, but comes to the cost of his own life, is kind of rough.
Dragon is spawned. Will IG fight for this one? Again, I feel like the last Dragon, IG should have just given it up. I wonder if they just do the same again. The Shy pushing up in that top side. Galio can wave play through, but I just don't know if IG are ready to fight right now. Yeah, they're trying to go for the cross map Knight. Pretty hard to kill. Good wave click, and they stop him from getting away from the turret. He has flash.
Charging the Vault Breaker will likely let it settle. Just by miss it, just to punch forwards. That's going to be a big shielded around taunt. And Knight just gets to walk away. They'll get a decent chunk onto him, delaying this reset. But
hang on, Knight wins that. Hang on a second, he wins this!
Gets a decent heal, actually turning around pretty well, but the way to war back, Way gets sorted it!
Knight solo kills Way on Galio. What a player of the champion.
Mako goes looking for the Pop Blossom, but Elk does manage to back away well. Mako now low, decimating smash. It's only a slow, but the Rookie over the wall with the Shockwave does manage to delay the follow-up, but the Herald into the mid lane will claim that turret, and now they're driving towards this bot lane tier 1. I don't know whether it'll quite have enough charge. Gonna be close to it. It's in range.
Nice charge. Good driving there from On. Knight, hero plays on the Galio. Genuinely been so impressive on it so far.
Got 10 stacks.
Yeah, and he needs to. Honestly, if it is just the Varus in terms of a damage threat, playing a single damage comp versus a Vi is horrible. It's the same with the Mordekaiser. He can just pull you out of the team comp and you die. Knight, spaces Wade, gets himself the huge combo, gets the double passive reset on there too. Oh, well, yes, he does. He doesn't follow a second passive. But, typically when you have, the first item, Conqueror stacking Vi, things get really nasty. Knight just wanted to make sure he could flash out of like a low range Q. Kind of loses the mind game there, but wins just because the winds of war come through. 10 stack Dark Seal. Way outplayed by Knight.
Wade could have just gone over the wall, by the way.
He could have done, but he wanted to get the kill. He wanted to get that kill. I thought he was thought it was...
Sun Sky nearly did it, to be fair. I got a little bit... There was a very surprising initial burst of healing there.
Yeah, now we have Shadow. 5 kills on the Shinzao on the other side of it. Wei falling behind. If the Vi falls too far behind, it's a big issue because you're diving in and you're dying before you get the necessary damage down onto someone like that Varus. And we've seen that actually, you're going to get towards a Riftmaker quite early because the extra gold given over towards Night Out. He can just walk up and take the tower itself, by the way. He'll smash that with a passive. The Shy might just die here.
Does have that ability to drag someone into the Death Realm yet to do so.
He has
just done it. Just can't see the markers on the ground, which I was looking for. Decent damage onto Shadow. We'll kind of get a decent shield with the Indestructible, but it's a 4v1. And you don't win those as the Mordekaiser right now.
IG are pushing in the mid lane. They're trying to get something onto this tower. They really want to take this down. They're using the clone to tank the turret, and Bennett has to flash away. He doesn't get to defend that turret the way that he would have wanted to. Push onto the top lane in a turret, though, from BLG. So they'll be able to likely get that. IG trying to cross-map as best they can. Falling behind a significant amount of gold, though. Will be probably 4,000 by the time this tower falls.
They're going to try and trade for the bot tier 2 on the other side, though. They've got all their members down there. They're going to try and reset now themselves. I don't know whether it'll be enough to save this one. They're going to try and interrupt Bin. Don't do so quite yet. He was doing a decent job of holding this wave. They're going to try a decent jump back. There's the shockwave Bin. Going to need to try and find an ult out. Will not do so. Clone.
Oh,
it's not there. The hero's entrance in, and Gala gets to survive for now. Can Knight find an angle? Is there any other ways to get onto them? Those not. They get kill on Bin, but don't get the tier 2 turret. And Knight burns his ultimate. Will it be up in time for something like an Atakan?
Well, the problem is IG, because Gala gets so low, needs to back all the way off, which means he's not there for the fight. I wonder actually now whether IG have to give up Atakan. Wei's going to stick around here because he knows that, look, Gala has to reset. That's a big problem. Say that actually. Gala finally gets his reset off. Knight gets blocked by the clone of the Nico.
Trying to look for the shielded round tool. Does get it onto Rookie. I think it might mean Shadow is there, but he goes to flash out of the wind, becomes lightning, and they will have to pull off the
still
Atakan.
behind the Varus. He's still behind them. Did he see that ward go down? He should probably know that's there. Gala's back out onto the map. Teleport in from the Scion. Wei is really behind enemy lines. He's not the strongest fight ever. They didn't see him again, but no Atakan's up. Do they look for the fight? Rookie, no teleport. He had to back too, remember?
He did indeed. What can they do here about this potential angle? They don't know where Wei is. On now on vision. Good vision toggle showing exactly what IG know and don't. Gala now looking for an angle, can make sure that people go on the hunt. Bin on a flank angle. Mako gets jumped on. Wei still here yet to reveal himself. Charging the Vault Breaker. Looking to get into the backside. They Pop Blossom after. Invictus Gaming. Good damage. Knight just about surviving now. There's still an Indestructible. Simmer gets a double. Wei with a wonderful Rambo play. You could not ask for better. Andor approves. The Death Star of BLG blown up by insurgent operatives. Elka to the turret. Boomerang blade gets Gala. Another.
BLG have Shadow. IG have Fog of Wei. He comes out of the darkness and IG slam home a quadruple shockwave to end the fight.
It is spectacular. They just didn't expect Wei still to be there. He was resetting and saw the teleport come in and went, wait, they're actually doing it. They get the tier 2 after, and Billy Gaming think they have an angle for Atakan. They really don't.
Fog of War is IG's greatest friend here. They do not see it coming. They think they have a great catch onto the backline, and it comes in way too late. They just don't expect it. And the shockwave will find 4 of them. The Shy gets into the mess of it too, passive onto everyone. The ricochets go absolutely mad. And then Wei even gets to chase down for the remaining kills, misses that. What a ridiculous combo. IG, one of the most entertaining, wonderful teams in the world.
And they are just such extravagant team fighters. They're an extravagant team for better and for worse. But when it looks good, it looks so damn good. Back to live in Dragon is up.
Dragon is up. The IG have the gold lead now. Watch for that shockwave. A lot of summoners down on both sides after that last Atakan fight.
Gala's got a 3k lead, by the way. He's got Infinity Edge now. Completely Gala is in danger, though. Tries to go on the hunt. Pop Blossom back. The hero's entrance. Gala just about left for a second. Do not, but no! Knight absolutely eviscerates. The shockwave is good. Over the wall goes Wei. And they lose. Oh, gonna go and get the kill though with the obliterate. Can still go into the death realm. They're gonna play it. Maybe it was all deliberate. The Shy, good healing, but it's not enough. Knight gets pulled back by the death scarf. He's down low, has to flash away the shield from the side of the Karma. Keeps Knight in one piece. They can't do the dragon anymore. Oh my god, they saw another one.
Hang on, wait. Can you stick around for anything here? BLG, if they get this, they get themselves the 3rd dragon. IG lose a big fight here. They took the Atakan just before. Make no mistake, they're still ahead of this game compared to they were a minute ago. But giving that 3rd dragon over the BLG, that's a threat now. That's a threat. God, I love watching these teams play. As a BLG fan, it has been a difficult year to watch them. As an IG fan on the other side, I mean, kind of both about the place too.
I know.
Yeah, but BLG
Dude, can they force a game 3? I mean, it's so hard to fight against. I mean, there's Orianna now at Blackfire and Void Staff is actually very, very damaging. Knight's the one that's a little ahead of them. Shadow gets a great angle, and CC Chain follows after. There's no flash on that, and I do wonder whether Mako should have given his life to make sure that Gala could not get hit by that Scion ultimate. Didn't happen to do so.
Shy sees. He's the one who goes in. He sees the angle.
He wants to kill the smite, and he does, in fairness to him. What happens to his ult afterwards?
Because did he use it on Shadow and so comes back out of him?
I guess he must have done. I didn't see the icon next to him, but if he'd managed to kill Shadow and then get the Realm of Death, Realm of Death after, I wonder whether they could even walk away with a winning fight there. Worth note. Oh my god! I just realized this, folks. 3,000 gold lead for Gala now.
Yeah.
I was not paying enough attention to that. We are now at the point where BLG lose if they don't kill Gala. That last fight is even more important. That in mind. BLG, they have a little bit of time now where Gala still does not have his flash. They need to find the way onto him again. They don't have a great amount of target access onto the Civis. Finding it in that last play was a godsend for them. They'll have to do it again.
Reminder how he got that. He came into the Dragon fight with an Infinity Edge to his name. And basically got a triplicate of the Atacama fight. So much value. And they're now also, by the way, 30 petals up. Which is a lot of extra stats.
With the Atakan, I'd say it's about 1.5k per 10. So that's about 4.5k not shown in the gold at the top. Now, if BLG get Infernal Soul, that's a hell of a lot of gold over to them too. And they also have the Feats of Strength. That's extra value there. So bits of kind of intangibles going both ways. We are into the point where late game team fighting execution will solve things now. There's no flash on Elf, which is important. Doesn't have Edge of Night either. Perhaps things is a little decorative versus the Vi with the Smite, but still, we shall see. Fight around the fog of war. Shadow walking in.
Ball threat is very scary. Rookie's found some wonderful shockwaves this game. He's going to have to flash away, though, from Shadow, who's a damn scary threat in his own right. Body blocked by the clone. TP now back in.
Do they see that on Vision? Elk should fire the ult. There it is. Shadow coming through.
Is it going to matter? Because the Shadow still looks to be very damn scary. Bin's going to have to flash. He eats so much damage because Gala is ricocheting through them. Way looking for potential cease and desist angle, but it means Knight's not here, can look to rejoin with the hero's entrance theoretically.
That's so much damage to them. Bin doesn't have ult, he'll have to teleport in. I think IG see an angle to go towards the Baron. If Shadow goes towards it, the Shy can ult him and pull him out into the Realm of Death. IG playing the Death Bush, but they're going to be on Vision. They should know that now. Ult onto Galio. That's a bit farther away.
Trying to find the angle. Shadow's still around and Way kind of oversteps on that one. Going to get the root there with the focus resolve. Big obliterate back though. Chunks out on.
How IG not able to play around the vision control that well. They actually did ping out that ward afterwards. You can see the red little thing around it. IG. That could have been a game-ending sequence of events because they got such a good chunk onto BLG. Had an option to go towards that Baron. If they got it on that timing, they control the map before the next dragon. That was potentially huge.
You speak about it, everyone's pinging the Scuttlecraft. They want it so bad because vision control coming into this soul point fight, or the soul fight rather, is going to be massive. Ways on it first, should be able to smite it down and does so. Needs to get out of here though.
And they'll also spot one of the wards in their own jungle. There's a control ward there behind enemy lines from BLG. That'll be taken, and they won't have any kind of flanking vision from that point. Occasionally the Galio can use that, although often he's kind of fighting down the front to back in this one. Elk close towards his third item. He's still 3,000 gold down. Gala has Last Whisper. Invictus Gaming, a super team built out of pieces of their old championship roster. The Shy rookie returning in glory to Invictus Gaming. Well, it wasn't at first though, was it? First split, things went poorly for them out in the first round of playoffs. And you go went through later, a little bit better in the last split, reached top 4. Couldn't get themselves to MSI. This time, could be finishing regular season top 2. Can Invictus Gaming get back to the World Championship? I won't say they'll do it until they do it. They don't deserve that kind of curse. Same for Rookie. Hasn't been back to World since, what, 2019?
No.
IG. This could be the start of something special for them. In fact, it's not even the start. It's a little bit further in that. A whole year of toil, of growth. IG, a super team, trying to deliver on a hefty promise.
It is 40 seconds on Soul. IG are the ones in command of the river. The ones largely in command of those entrances into it right now as well. Reset, not interrupted. If that Death Grasp had landed, I think it could have been a flash blown at the very least.
The Shy has the second item now. He's actually ahead of Bin, and I think the Shy with flash and ultimate is such a crucial threat which you need to keep an eye on. You can take the Varus out of the play, potentially even take the Galio out of the play. Of course, most importantly is that smite around the objectives. They'll be spotted heading down here, and they're not. No, I don't think they know that they're spotted. Now there's going to be some wards coming through into that mid lane. Knight will now see them there. Who knows what the other team knows? Mako, my dude, you got to be so careful. Don't split too far.
The Shy looking for the Death Trap angle, gets away with it. And Mako has largely played this game relatively convincingly.
Knight's playing on the off angle. Some arrows landing from Elk. The poke's not that strong though, because the Varus has been shut down an awful lot. Gala, his Qs are actually very good. Poke on the other side. Knight, clear to see some vision. Not seen right now. Control will cleared out. Knight into the backline, potentially.
Looks to the death grab, pull onto Shadow, drags him into the death realm so he can't smite. Nice angle from the Shine, good value on that one. Shadow desperately trying to play out in the blitz, does just get out alive to be able to flash to safety. Knight gets the backside, Mako over the wall, can't pop blossom, but everyone's jumped to the pit, and the Shy is a menace. Looking to show exactly why he was Atakan's master. Gala throwing out all the ricochets, where's the damage he's been after? And they'll make a Metallica reference out of this one as Knight goes golden. But unfortunately for him, only the memory remains. A quadra kill for Gala.
Gala, the Prince of Pentas, won't get his fifth. He's too preoccupied pushing mid lane. But IG go late, and they will win again. You have to feel they deny that dragon. On flashing away will save his life. The Baron will go to IG. The dragon will deny the soul from BLG yet again. And despite Knight with a triple knockup, they cannot get themselves the smite because of the Shy with the ults.
Shadow just about got out of the pit down well alive afterwards. The ult timed out just in time. Wasn't in the end enough, and IG immediately pounce on the Baron. It has been a riveting series. Both teams have been throwing haymakers at each other. But this, I think, may have broken it in Invictus Gaming's favor.
The Shadow goes too close to the Shy. He goes too close to him. It's a mistake from him. Knight realizes, okay, I can't go into the front line alone. I need to wait for Shadow to come back out. And he does end up getting a great combo into the back line with Bin. The solo laners get a triple knockup onto the back line, which even, separates away the Shy from the rest of his team. But they don't have a damaging AD carry. Gala is so much DPS. Some of the solo lane plays have been great, but Gala has been so much better than Elk in this game. And of course, let's be honest, he's just had way more resources than Elk in this game. Gala on the Civet is a force unleashed.
We said it in draft. We said, look, what happens if Elk keeps dying, if Elk is put behind it? In fairness to BLG, Shadow, Knight in particular have found some really excellent amounts of damage. Ooh. So Corruption just wide. I was about to say On as well on this Karma has been really obnoxious with those tethers. But they just don't have the damage in the extended place versus a 4.5 item Civet.
I'm also really, really worried now about what happens when Wei gets GA, because at that point, he gets to jump in. Someone else is taken out of the fight by the Mordekaiser if you want, and the fights are so hard to avoid. Your Varus does not have flash, and sadly for Elk, this has not been his split. He has had occasional moments of brilliance, but they've not been as frequent as they were before. I think particularly in late game, he has struggled. Wei could potentially go forwards with the ultimate, and will smite off the spell shield from the edge of Knight. Takes a bit of damage there. IG getting good value out of the Baron right now, pushing in mid lane and top lane. Bin trying to wave clear where he can, but he doesn't win the matchup versus the Mordekaiser for now. Can at least try and wave clear.
Just that. Again, Bin. Not really been all that impactful on the side. There's been moments or two there. Managed to get the backside there. Final forwards. There's Knight getting the torn out, but it's the Shy. Swift enough to bring someone to the realm of death. It's Bin who's in there. Turret now under siege. Wei on a flank angle here as well, threatening the death grasp just wide.
So ult for ult on the top lane. I think it's, I don't know, you kind of need that Scion ult in some ways, but the Mordekaiser ult gets a better HP. Trade goes on to the Karma.
Ooh, good damage back, but Wei is dead!
Just gets blasted, does not have the GA just yet. And now the Shy, no flash. He might be caught in the bad play.
Knight goes golden. They will lose the Shy protect, but the Indestructible buys a lot of time. They will kill off the Gallia, but so much was burned to make this happen. Gala's got a GA. Pop Blossom just wide. GA is broken though. On. Can look for the angle. Shockwave buys time. Pulls Bin out of the decimated space, but Gala can't get enough damage down.
IG lose 4 in the fight. Only Knight falls to BLG, and IG will have to look again. Wei, a poor player in the late game from him there. Sees him dying for nothing. Gala goes back and completes his full build. A minute till Dragon. IG give a lot back to BLG there, though. The next fight, I think Elk might just have his flashback up too. BLG, perhaps they see the angle now. The late game, been their demon. This split. Can they quash it here?
Well, again, because Wei sees about to go. You could just go over the wall. You didn't have to do this. This is twice this game. Wei's looked for this and immediately gets blasted for his decision.
I think if he presses the ult a little earlier, you can end up getting away with that. But he gets CC'd. You can't cast it ult while you're rooted. Varus ult and huge value. That came through. Should have been a dead Karma. Potentially a free kill after that point. Of course, Knight dies on the other side, but hey ho, someone's got to die for the plate.
The Crescent Guard knocked Mako out of the Pop Blossom, which may well have saved Gala.
Gala's end up losing his GA from this too. The Shockwave buys some time for Gala. Not enough to save him. Bin takes a lot of damage, not quite enough there. Shockwave, rookie, just about getting away from that.
cleanse burn there. And they're going to try and turn this around. Rookie's gone! It's Varus that picks him up. Elk, despite the discrepancy, getting a key kill. Flash away from Wei, does have a GA, getting out to safety. It's 90 seconds on this Dragon. I think Soul might be BLG's.
I think it might be. Wei needs to escape. Where is Gala? Gala needs to get DPSing now. BLG, they're split. Can they find anything more than this? Is a GA Vial coming through. Where is Gala's damage? He failed flashes! Oh, Gala, no! Wei has a GA, but he'll die. Gala, oh Gala, the late game was yours. The Shy will kill Elk, but I don't know if it's enough.
On's going to take a lot of damage for it. They're going to try and get some value. He's got indestructible shield. Darkness is rising all about him. And with the Bloodlines guys doing quite a lot of work, will finally go down, I think. But look at the rest of the damage. Gala can still do some work. Mako, look at the Pop Blossom. On with the shield. Not enough damage on Mako. Needs to think about rocket belting out Gala. Try to take the Dragon. It's taking right blade. There was no spy on Shadow. GA's going to get popped. Teleporting in. Gala needs to run away. Ben will come off of the unstoppable onslaught. Gala goes down.
BLG versus Invictus Gaming is absolute cinema. The Dragon goes to IG, but I don't know if they can save the game with so many death timers down. Rookie was caught out by the Shy in the river, flashes poorly, still gets hit by the W, and it means that the mark is available, then doesn't walk back out of range. Rookie, huge mistake in the late game. Gala similar with the fail flash after. We thought IG were the ones that were better at late game, but they just fumble an absolute easy hand we thought that they'd had.
Now the goal remains near enough even. Both teams at some point, and I don't know where we go from here. BLG, theoretically at this point in the game, it's harder, but they've got a lot of bruiser frontlines, a lot of CC, and the fact that this Shinzao is 10 kills deep for Shadow makes him that extra threat onto the squishy members. Wei is struggling here, especially with the GA. He had a good early game, but things have fallen away as it's gone a little later.
I just can't believe that Gala ended up getting the Dragons through that Shadow.
It's incredible.
They must have called out that he used the smite mid-fight and thought, well, fuck it.
Rush it.
But you can rush it. You're a full build AD carry. Now, the problem is Gala does not have flash because he fail flashed. And
this is Elk all day.
Yeah, but I think that Elk dying doesn't actually... Weirdly, Elk dying does not cost BLG fights. Gala dying does.
Have you seen the Shy's third item?
Oh, Hexblade! Damn! Well, it gives you move speed and attack speed, which is kind of big. Gives you the lower ult cooldown, and now worth noting that there is an AD scaling on his Q now as well, slightly, so it's not actually an awful item. I think it gives you some value here, gives some good HP as well. Shadow hanging out in the fog of war, we spotted there. Baron is alive, Mako not hit by that W. Karma shields causing some threat there.
Gala gets John good spell shield, denies the ult. The Shy goes forward, gets the death down. Shadow's trapped within it. He needs to return the darkness again. Rises. Audacious charge into the backside. It's Wei who gets out there as entrance, and they've blown up Elk. Roadkill. Simmer with a triple. The Prince of Pentas hunts for another. Night goes golden, and surely a quadra kill. Perhaps even more as On must run for the hills, and I think Gala would rather 2 quadras and a game win.
Gala with a rare smile on his face. On pulling Armar in, trying to kill the wave before it can get in there. A teleport from the Shy will protect the minions, and On will not be able to recreate that 2015 semi-final. The Shy able to protect the minions. This should be game. How much damage can they do? Gala shreds through towers, and they have 2 grubs.
They will surely disintegrate the wave and do so. A 6,000 individual lead to the Civet. We said the scaling issue may come into play. It certainly did. The ricochet.
He closed the wave!
Does it matter? Does it matter? They've got another wave coming on in. They're taking too much damage. What about the respawns? 15 seconds on the likes of Nymaera. Elk will be up. Bin will be up. Is it enough? Arn can't get the room. Elk looking for more. They've killed off Wei. Gala got a GA. He can't do it. He can't do it.
The instant death realm. He's using the ultimate. The Nexus.
The Shy with a Death Realm Nexus kill.
The Shy uses the Mordekaiser ult to make sure it is a 1v1, which he can ignore and hit the Nexus. How the fuck does IG keep giving us this much cinema?
It's a word we used before. I will use it again. It is extravagant from Invictus Gaming. Is it easy? No. Is it stylish? Oh, yeah.
I have no idea how we keep getting this. Welcome, folks, to the LPL. Our last game of the regular season is one of our absolute best. Welcome in, folks, and I hope you enjoyed the absolute cinema.
Lord Karam in chat's pointed out, he got the attack speed from the Hexplate.
That legit helps. I can't believe it. The Hexplate Mordekaiser. What? I am so entertained. Invictus Gaming will finish second in regular season in LPL. BLG forced into a third place finish. The super team Invictus Gaming fell the LPL tyrants of BLG. I cannot believe it.
Extraordinary. And the thing is, it was a close series. They're going to come away with a 2-0 for Invictus Gaming, and in the end, I think they were the better team. But
they were, absolutely they were.
But it's worth noting again, it wasn't easy, it wasn't clean. I actually think this was some of the best league I've seen in the LPL in a little while. It wasn't always perfect, but you saw very good plays on both sides.
Yeah. Benjamin Earls in YouTube chat saying, wow, that was the first LPL game I watched live. That was crazy. For those of you who did watch this live, remember that you were here. For those of you who will just be watching the highlights, you remember you could have been watching this live out there. What a special series. What a special game. BLG, it's heartbreak once again for them. The late game has been their nemesis. BLG, put down to third. Invictus Gaming, the super team, ramping up again. This is their best regular season finish they have had in I can't remember how long. I actually do not know the last time that they finished it this high. Ridiculous.
I'm just going to put this out there. Is what it took to get Rookie back to Worlds just reuniting with the Shy? Is that all it took?
Perhaps it was. They did, of course, miss out on it for a number of years.
I mean, Rookie's not been back since he won.
No, he's not. Well, he has in 2019.
Sorry,
yes,
you're
he
right.
was.
2019.
So he was. Yeah, because he lost at semi-finals versus FPX, of course. That's true. That is incorrect. He was there in 2019. Didn't make it beyond that point. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. My name is Nymaera. This is Initialise. We are not paid to do this. There is no paid LPL broadcast anymore, which means if you are going to watch games like this, you are watching volunteers doing it. You're watching co-streamers doing it. If you'd like to see more of this, support your favorite LPL co-streams. Please support us if you have the bandwidth to do so. Like, comment, subscribe. We have a couple of donation links as well. You can find on our various social medias and stuff like that. We have Kofi. We have League Mastery as well, which is a coaching program. Which you're involved with.
And like statistically, if we don't tell you to do these things, it just doesn't happen very much. So we are going to do that, Shield, because it is important for those of you who can support. Call to action, basically, guys. For those of you who've got the opportunity to throw some money at us, it makes a massive difference because it is just us against the world. Thank you all for the lovely comments and chat across multiple different channels. It has been an honor. That's the last regular season gaming. What ridiculousness it was.
The last time Invictus Gaming finished top 2 in a regular season was 2020 spring, where they finished first. They came third in the regional finals in summer after that point. This is the first time they've been a regular season top 2 team in 5 years.
Oh,
in 5 years. Incredible. Folks, we will not have regular season tomorrow because it is over. We will be back for playoffs. If you'd like to come watch us do some other stuff, we're likely going to be doing some other things too, just while the break's on, just to keep the stream live a little bit. Hell, I might play some Helldivers. I might play some freaking horse game.
Maybe it's time to organize, especially, maybe we need to start organizing that subathon at some point.
Yeah, maybe
it's
at some point. Maybe we do that at some point.
Post LPL subathon.
Perhaps. There's also Doombots as well. We have a couple of things. If you enjoy our stuff, well, we're glad for that, and please continue to be here. That's going to be the end of our stream here today, folks. Jesus Christ. I love this game. I love this region.
What is that gold graph? It's another one.
Oh, God.
Gala's damage, by the way.
Look at that gold graph is just... Welcome to the LPL, folks. Welcome to the LPL.
That is nearly 2,000 damage a minute from Gala.
Welcome to the LPL. Incredible. I mean, there's no other region which does it like us. There are many things that other regions across the world are, but I think one thing which the LPL has is that extra little bit of just psychotic cinema. We are the region of psychotic cinema.
The psychosis is strong in this region.
There is just something is deeply wrong with this region, and I'm here for it. I love it. Jesus Christ.
I think Gala probably ends up with MVP. Fail Flash aside, it was a very good Civic game.
I think it's the Shy.
True.
I think look, he had a bad early game. He stopped the smite on the dragons. He ended up getting the kill onto Shadow at the end of it and killed the Nexus with his ult.
Do you want the clutch or the consistency?
Sam. Gala fail flashed in a 40-minute fight, which almost threw the game. Wei was also fantastic. God, Wei was also fantastic.
Until he messed up 2 plays against onto the tier 2 and onto Knight.
Oh God, it's hard to say.
And I think Gala just getting those double quarters, those few really good teams. I think he gets it for me, though. I think the Shy actually also, it's worth noting, had a very good one. Rookie had some really good shockwaves.
Ridiculous. I don't know, folks. Nowhere else does it like the LPL.
Oh, I'm gonna open the door. It's kind of hot in here.
Okay. We are going to end it there, folks. You going to stream today, Sam, or are you good?
I probably not, because I'm going to get some recordings done.
All good.
Stockholm tomorrow.
All good, folks. Okay, so if you're on YouTube, the stream will end here. If you're on Twitch, we'll find someone to radio over to you. Thank you so much for
Oh, thank you so much for supporting us again. We're a little bit ill the last few days, so we're a little bit off in terms of the brain and a bunch of other things. Hope you enjoyed all the same, though. Catch more of us on our socials. Find us on Nymaera and Initialise Casts on Twitter. Find us on our YouTube here as well. We have a Discord, which is often linked within our channels. And I hope you enjoy yourselves. See you in a bit.